Welcome to the Assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay. Blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that a blessing. I'm a have foot for walk, another blessing. Me my outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And my heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High. Peace and blessings, everyone. Peace and blessings. Let me stop screen. Let me make myself decent size. Peace and blessings, everyone. Apologize for being so late. Spiritual attacks on the home front. All right. So if I'm starting this late ever again, it's because they're attacking a mess. I can't go live. So they wouldn't let me go live. I was trying, and they wouldn't let me go live. So finally, about 10 something, they allowed it. I'm like, man, bro, I didn't know what I was gonna do. I was gonna put in a community chat, like, sorry guys, they won't let me go live. I don't know what to do. All right, peace and blessings. All right, let's get started. So now they let me go live, and let's do it. I got a very important show coming up tonight. Very powerful show coming up tonight. Just getting my life together, getting a new growth all together. All right, there we go. All right, peace and blessings. All right, let me put the link to my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. present, invite guests, copy, close that, come to the chat. Peace and blessings, chat. Shabbayat Shalom, happy Sabbath day to you all. Control V, enter, really late, really late. It's going to be a very great lesson, all right? All right, so tonight's lesson, who is Adrien? Plus Carson Young and Eddie PARRA's court testimony release. The case is spiritual. Karmelo Anthony. This case is very spiritual. All right, so there's a lot. Peace and blessings, Tom and Yall. Shout out to Oakland, California in the building. All right, shout out to everybody coming in the building. Please give a like to the live stream so people come in, so others can know that we live. I know we kind of late, so please help us out. All right, let me do share screen, window, bang, bang, share. All right, let me see what y'all see. All right, that's the thumbnail. All right, let me see if is it full screen. No. All right, there you go. That's full screen. All right, peace and blessings, everyone. Let me see. There you go. That's full screen. All right, this is the thumbnail. Karmelo shocker. The devil is in the details. All right, breaking news. Shout out to Credell. Shout out to Delara Shah. Shout out to everybody coming into the live stream. Shout out to Yalleen. Shout out to Yashaya, shout out to Lion of God, shout out to Yashalaya, to the whole ministry as well, all my brothers and sisters, Ashaya and Mashaya out there in the family. All right, tonight's going to be a very powerful lesson, very important lesson. I got some info coming out, right? We're going to, shocker, right? The shocker part. So who is Adrien? Yeah. There are people going on that we don't know about. Some of us have heard of Eddie because some of us in the Karmelo Anthony case think Eddie might have set Karmelo up, right? And some of us have heard of Carson. Carson got something to do with the garbage can incident, right? The throwing the on the videos we did in the live streams, right? The throwing using the trash in the video, right? So right after the incident happened with Karmelo, some individuals ran and threw something in the trash can. We were some of the first ones. This channel was one of the first ones to bring that out and go into detail. I know a lot of people are using it. Shout out to every other content creator that's keeping this case in the forefront so it doesn't get squashed down in the media, right? So we want justice to actually be served correctly. You all right? We say RIP to the young man who lost his life, Austin Metcalf. All right. Now so the garbage can incident, right? That was a very important what you call breakthrough in the case, because there's so many different variables in this case that a lot of people leave out, right? So I'm gonna show y'all some, right? I'm gonna show y'all some things, right? Let me grab them all together right now, because they wouldn't let me start when I needed to start. So my stuff is kind of scattered all over the place, right? So yeah, that incident right there. Do I want to? Oh, I forgot about that. Maybe I'm gonna bring that up tonight too. Yeah. Hold on, I forgot about that. I got so much stuff, right? So all right, so let me go to that one. Yeah. So this person, do I want to bring that up? All right. So yeah. We might bring that up a little later. I forgot about that. All right. So I'm trying to find my preview. I'm trying to find my garbage can. My garbage can insight. That's insights, garbage can stuff, right? So is it? So that's one. I'm gonna grab that. Let me double click that, right? That's one set of stuff I'm gonna show. I think the garbage can might be in this set of pictures. Yeah, it is, but I wanted to clear it. There you go. It is in this set of pictures. All right. So there is some instances that's been happening throughout the case, right? And they've been, how can I say, they've been squashing a lot of the information from us, you know? They've been withholding a lot of info, right? And there are actual other individuals. So a lot of us who've been trying to discern and decipher the case, we realize that there's so many different variables. They tried to make it seem in the case like it was just RIP young Austin went up to Karmelo and told him to move. And Karmelo said he's not going to move. And Austin put his hand, pushed him with a football push, a gentle push, and Karmelo stabbed him. That's it. That's the narrative that they. All right, peace and blessings, people coming in the live stream. Shalom, Hakiyama. So that's the narrative, right? But there was other things going on in the case that most people don't bring out, right? So number one, let's do this way, right? Let me do this, right? Because Hakiyama, keep letting me know the numbers, because once we get, well, we over 100, I'm about to get started, and I want to go into the meat of the case. All right, I'm probably going to get started now. But first of all, let me show this really quickly. Let me do this part really quickly, right? Because there's so many different variables in the case. And the reason why I did this thumbnail like this, right? Let me show y'all why I did this thumbnail like this. I did this thumbnail like this because there is Austin Metcalf, who his statements are, he lied. And we're going to hear from Eddie Carson's testimony in court. We're going to hear Eddie PARRA's testimony in court, and we're going to hear the other youngsters' testimony in court. And they all lied, including Hunter Metcalf. He lied. He lied when he told his testimony. There's been a lot of lies going on. So I put the thumbnail says Karmelo shocker. The devil is in the details. Y'all know that saying, right? So they leave out a lot of the details. A lot of the details in the case have been left out. And the devil exists within those details, you heard? So I put a little devil right here, okay? A little over the shoulder, right? Did I have another one? No. I thought I had another one. There you go. I put a little devil right there over the shoulder, right? Because the devil's in the details. There's so many other details about this case that they have left out. Like, who is Adrien? Right? So there's so many individuals and so many things going on in the case that it's not adding up, right? Who is Adrien? All right, let's get to Adrien. Let's get to that, because it's over 140 people on the live stream so far as they come in the building. So, all right, let's get to the title. Who is Adrien? Let's get there. All right, I'll come back to what I was about to show. I'll come back to that a little later, right? Because I got some things to show. All right, so we're going to get to who is Adrien, all right? So let me grab it. Copyright disclaimers on effect, right? Grab this one. And then it's my who is Adrien is this one. I know I titled it. Yeah, I got some stuff to come out. We got some info to come out, right? All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Here we go. So I'm going to bring that over here. So I'm going to stop share. Bang. Thank Shalom Hakiyama. Welcome to the live. Here we go. Stop share. 140 on the live and going up. All right, here we go. Let's get to it. Stop share. Share screen. Bang. Share. Let's find out who is Adrien. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Shout out to this brother Dwayne, and shout out to Lakeisha, Keisha, right? Shout out to the content creators who be bringing info, all right? Those of us who are keeping the case in the forefront, right? Where the regular media, well, they would have pushed it to the side, but a lot of us are keeping the case in the forefront. All right, let's go. And I'm thinking, because this case is taking on a spiritual, This case is taken on a spiritual entity. It's spiritually affecting people. That's why it's so powerful, especially the black people, right? But it's affecting all people spiritually. All right, so let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. First video clip of the night. Who is Adrien? Let go.
Because there's several cameras. They're not just one. So the walk up that they did coming out the gate. And
so first thing he said was, now this was a person who was in the courtroom who saw the video footage, the 11-minute video footage from the school system, right? Not the blurry one that they show us in court, but the real footage, all right? So he's speaking. All right, so he said, first of all, there was plenty of other video footage, not just the blurry one they showed us.
Because there's several cameras. They're not just one. So the walk up that they did coming out the gate, and you seen Austin with a set of boys, and then you see Hunter with a set of boys. That's a whole different camera. It's not the same camera. They just meshed that together and made it as one camera because the one on the east is a fixed camera. So they're just zooming to the side and in and out and all that good stuff. You have a 50-yard camera, which is a motion camera that actually follows motion. So when you kick the ball, it'll watch it go into the uprights. When somebody's running, from one end zone to the next, the camera will follow them and show you them score. Or
so what he's talking about this right here. So he's saying there's different cameras, okay, than what we show us. So he says the footage that they showed us is a bunch of different cameras, all right? So they're showing us different angles, see? So they showed us, when they showed us them walking into the park, that's a whole different angle, right? Hold on, let me share this tab instead, right? And try to do this correctly, right? I think this is this one over here, right? Oh, not that one. All right, that's another one. All right, so yeah, there you go. So all of these different angles, see? So he's saying there's plenty different cameras, but what they showed us in court, they meshed all the video footage into like one little thing, but there's so many different angles, and you see how crystal clear all of this is, right? You see how crystal clear all of this is. But then, and you see how crystal clear that is, right? But then once they call themselves zooming in, or what they showed the court, they made it all blurry right here. See? Now all of a sudden it's so blurry and we can't really see. You can see Hunter standing right there, but we can't really see. So what he's pointing out was there's different camera angles. There was plenty different cameras. All right, let's continue.
And show you them score, or it'll follow to the next. The camera will follow them and show you them score, or it'll follow someone running around the track as well. It's a motion camera, and then you have the other camera on the west side, which the one you saw Karmelo walk up with, and they just kind of made all that one moment for the court. That's not what they showed at Frisco ISD. Frisco ISD, you pretty much see the fixed angle from the east camera, and that's the one that's showing the actual incident of the circumstance with Karmelo, the assault on Karmelo.
So he's saying that the actual real footage that they showed at Frisco ISD to the people that saw the footage, not the one in court, that ain't the same, right? It's not the same video. Most people think they doctored the video. Okay, let's continue.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear. Based on what you saw, though, you feel like there was a fight, right? There was a fight, correct?
There was a fight after Karmelo. Karmelo never fought. So right. Karmelo was assaulted and attacked.
Now, this Dwayne person, shout out to Lakeisha, he stated his opinion, right? He saw the first 11-minute footage that we didn't see. So you have white people and black people saying that the Frisco footage is different from the edited footage that they showed us in court that they made blurry, all right? So you know it's edited because they made it blurry. Okay, that's the number one edit. All right, so again, he's stating his opinion, what he saw. Okay, I didn't see the footage. They won't release us the 11-minute footage. If they would release the 11-minute footage, all the people worldwide and the American citizens, black, white, and whatever, shout out to the righteous black brothers and sisters, the righteous white brothers and sisters, the righteous Hispanic and age, with the righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kindred tongue. Shout out to you, to all you other trolls and devils, racist, prejudiced, bigoted, whatever you are, white, black, whatever, all you iggers, right? White iggers, black iggers, Hispanic iggers kick rocks. Devils do what devils do. But
Over 200.
the righteous remnant, shout out to the righteous remnant. Shout out to everybody coming into the building. All right, here we go. So this is his opinion of what he saw from the video footage, right? So I know a lot of people probably disagree with this, but we didn't see the 11-minute footage, right? I wish they would release it to the public so we can all discern, all right? But what we going in a minute, we going, who is Adrien, and we going to the court testimony in a second. All right, let's go.
There was a fight after Karmelo. Karmelo never fought. So
Right.
Karmelo was assaulted and attacked.
Right.
He got out, and there was a fight in between them. And that's when Austin got stabbed. Because it's
Gotcha.
clear from their own video. So it was planned because no one talked about the young man Adrien, and I'll say the name because that's what he had on Snapchat. He made a 6-second video that said 2 minutes prior or 2 minutes before, and this was right before the whole incident happened with Karmelo. And that's where a lot of people online last year were showing Karmelo sitting back, and it was like 3 or 4 people sitting in the back of the canopy.
All right, everybody. So because this case just went to trial now in 2026, a lot of people forget this case was back from 2025. So when it first released, before all of this media explosion that happened from the travesty of a trial that happened, right? That's where it got all crazy, because of the travesty of the trial. Now, back in 2025, when it was first going on, before most of us really knew about it, there was only very, very few people reporting on it, right? And this dude was one of them who was speaking on it, reporting. He went and seen the, I think he's from that part of Texas and everything. He went and seen the footage. Shout out to any other content creators who was reporting on it back then. Okay, I heard of it, but most people, it wasn't a big narrative in the media today, like it is today, right? So what he's speaking on is back then there was people who were there, like Adrien, okay? People who went to the school, people who was at the track meet, people who knew both sides, right? People who was there, and people, come on guys, who filmed the incident. Now this is the part. There was people who filmed it. Now, everybody, I know the trolls, they're going to be trolls. Devil's going to be what devils does. The righteous children of the Most High, all of us, from every nation, kindred, and tongue, and people, all of us, black, white, whatever, in the middle, in between, we should all want the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and justice to be served righteously, right? We should get to the foundation. Now, all of us use our common sense, all of us. We know, dog, everybody here, even the trolls, I don't care what color you is, even the trolls. Are you going to tell me in 2025 at a high school track event that 16-year-old, 15-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old, 19-year-olds, 14-year-olds, that these kids are going to see a confrontation and nobody's going to record it on their phone? Do anybody here, do you want to, truthfully, it's over 200 people here, do anybody here want to honestly tell me that none of these kids would film this on their phone, a fight? None of them. They say it was over 20 people under the tent, all right? Then all of the people under Liberty tent, under the other tent, the people walking around. So you're going to tell me nobody, no kid, nobody pulled out their phone. There's no cell phone footage. Yes, there was. So back in 2025, there was people that had cell phone footage All right. And what happened is when the cops first came to the scene of the incident, they took a lot of the people's cell phone, the kids' cell phones. All right. Thank you, Sister Pearl. They took a lot of the kids' cell phones. But there's other people with cell phones. Now, this is the point. If you for or against, you should be for the truth. If you're not for the truth and you're just in your emotional feelings over the case, when 9 times out of 10, you don't know Karmelo personally, you don't know Austin, you didn't know Austin personally, RIP to him, you don't know them 9 times out of 10, all of us. So we're all invested because of the energy, now really the spirit that's taken over in this case, right? But a lot of people become unhinged and they get overly invested and overly emotional. Don't let emotion supersede your intelligence. I'm trying to address people's intelligence. I'm trying to bring people back on sure-footedness, back on clarity, back on morality, and back on facts. We need to discern facts because we understand that the media, the serpent sees, the systemic powers or energies, they used to call it Illuminati, right? 13 bloodline families and all this other stuff, reptilians, and I call them the 1% trillionaires who don't care about none of us, right? That's what I call them, the one who want to enslave us all. But anyway, we understand that they manipulate narratives and they've been doing it for centuries. Do you understand? And we know they have a bigger agenda for all of us all, worldwide agenda. Okay, so that's why a lot of the racial wars are going on, right? They got right now, and I'm gonna address this tonight, right? Because some people asked me to address it. They got a lot of the Haitians going against the Black Americans, right? Then they got the Chinese against Black Americans. It's crazy. The whites against Black Americans with this case. And then it's like they got 5 and 6 different narratives going on. Do you understand? They got the Africans, okay, right? So I'm going to address the Haitians with, the Black Americans because I was asked to, all right? And it's, all right, so anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that we have to stand on righteous footing when media narratives or when news events happen, and we need to see the hands of the puppet master that can rile us all up into confusion, right? We know who the author of confusion is. So when we stand on assured, stable ground, right? We stand 10 toes down and clarity. The question is, why don't we have any cell phone footage? Where are all the footage that they had back in 2025? That's what this brother Dwayne is talking about. There were people who came forth. There were of cheerleaders. There were so-called young white sisters, right? I say so-called Black and so-called white people, right? They were people who came out, but a lot of people got scared because what I think and what others say, there is a systemic thing in Collin, Texas of the, what you call it, the administrative people who run it, like the governments who run, the state, the attorneys and stuff like that. That was, and then the narrative of the people that had a lot of people scared to really tell what they truly saw. This is what people are saying, right? This is what I think. You understand? They're scared to tell what people really saw. But as us as American citizens, us as human beings, whether what country you come in, we should want to understand what the truth is, no matter who it happened to. I don't care if it was a Black child, a white child, or whatever child. We need to understand that the system will manipulate, and we as the children of the Most High have to discern all things and test all spirits. Now, what I'm saying here is, shout out to Real Lad. Now, if all of us use our common sense, we would understand there had to be plenty cell phone footage of it. Okay, right. So now this brother Dwayne is talking about some person named Adrien, a young person who came out in 2025. All right, let's continue.
Online last was right before 6-second video.
So Adrien had a video that happened, I think he said 2 minutes before the incident happened.
Six say the name because no one talked about the young man Adrien, and I'll say the name because that's what he had on Snapchat. He made a 6-second video that said 2 minutes prior or 2 minutes before, and this was right before the whole incident happened with Karmelo, and that's where a lot of people online last year were showing Karmelo sitting back, and there was like 3 or 4 people sitting in the back of the canopy. They were showing that based on this young man's actual footage. So when people are looking at this moment, when Karmelo is sitting right before those boys come or right when they come, it's an individual that's walking down and coming into the canopy. That's Adrien. That's the young person that videoed this from Snapchat, and also the same person that videoed the whole thing, and that people were able to look at a disappearing link that was on Reddit.
Everybody, who is Adrien? What's this part? This part is really, really, a lot of it is crazy, right? Honestly. Now, you have this individual, Adrien, who in 2025 had the footage, who actually came down into it 2 minutes before the incident happened. Let's go back again. Listen clearly.
It's an individual that's walking down and coming into the canopy. That's Adrien. That's the young person that videoed this from Snapchat. And
so they had this up on Snapchat. This in 2025, they had footage out of this. And the footage was showing Karmelo sitting there before the 6 individuals, including the twins, walked into the tent, right? Listen clearly. So the footage showed he was sitting there before. You had others. I'm going to show it. Well, let's save it because I'm going to do the testimony. We're going to get to the courtroom testimony too, okay? Because we're going to see between what the people are saying, what the mom and dad are saying, what Hunter said, what video footage said, and what they testified in the case. Okay, so now, all right, so here we go. Let's go back again.
That videoed this from Snap coming into the canopy. That's Adrien. Around the canopy. They were showing that based on this young man's actual footage. So when people are looking at this moment, before the whole incident happened with Karmelo, and that's where a lot of people online last year were showing Karmelo sitting back, and there was like 3 or 4 people sitting in the back of the canopy.
Now, there's plenty people who was following the case from last year that are speaking out and says, yes, I remember all the footage that people were showing all over Snapchat and TikTok, you know, the kids, of the incident where Karmelo's sitting there with Eddie as well, right? And so the people now are like, where is the dream? They're going to get this video stuff. There's people are like, well, where's all this footage at now? You understand? So this is the part where people try to say, you know, well, it's a closed case, right? He got convicted and that's it. But no, it's not a closed case because there is things that happened last year that was public, out in the public, that all of a sudden they want people to act like didn't exist.
A 6-second video that said 2 minutes prior or 2 minutes before. And this was right before the whole incident happened with Karmelo. And that's where a lot of people online last year were showing Karmelo sitting back, and there was like 3 or 4 people sitting in the back of the canopy. They were showing that based on this young man's actual footage. So when people are looking at this moment, when Karmelo is sitting right before those boys come or right when they come, it's an individual that's walking down and coming into the canopy. That's Adrien. That's the young person that videoed this from Snapchat, and also the same person that videoed the whole thing, and that people were able to look at a disappearing link.
Now you hear what he said. He said people had the video of Karmelo sitting with 2 or 3 other individuals before the twins came. But their mother said this. Copyright disclaimers.
And I just want to tell everyone that I had a lot of information prior to him going to trial that included speaking to a witness that verified that your son Hunter was sitting the whole time during the altercation.
Yep.
And the witness...
Now you heard her, right? And that's her This lady and the mom Megan speaking. You heard the mom Megan say yes. So she said she had footage. Listen.
The whole time, tell everyone that I had a lot of information prior to him going to trial.
So she had a lot of information prior to the trial 2026, right? These are the people from the community, okay, with the twins' mother, right? And she said
that included speaking to a witness that verified that your son Hunter was sitting the whole time during the altercation.
So a witness said Hunter was sitting down the whole time during the altercation. This is what she said. She got witness testimony. Listen what the mom says.
Yep. And
the mom says, yep. Yes. Hunter was sitting the whole time. Listen.
The witness also verified that Karmelo Anthony came in after your sons.
And the witness testified that Karmelo came in after. They were already there. Hunter was sitting down the whole time, minding his business, not messing with nobody, and Karmelo came in after. But what about the video footage that everyone was showing and playing on Snapchat and TikTok in 2025, which show Karmelo and them sitting there with 3 other people with Eddie right there before the twins ever even got there? Okay, so you hear the mom saying yes.
The video also shows that Karmelo Anthony enters the stadium after Hunter and Austin are sitting down in the tent. I believe they are at 9:54. Karmelo Anthony enters the stadium at 9:55.
Yeah, I haven't broken it down that much, but watched that body specifically the entire time. And it is clear.
Because I was always looking for the truth.
Okay, so you're here.
And I just want to...
She said Hunter was sitting down the whole time, okay? And basically, he didn't do nothing, and Karmelo wasn't even there yet, right? But Hunter says this.
We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. And he's like, make me move. Also grabbed his backpack.
Hunter was not near.
Okay. So, okay, listen.
Karmelo to the point where it was going to be an aggressive nature by any stretch of the...
So the mother said Hunter was not near Karmelo by any stretch where it could be some aggravated confrontation. The other girl said Hunter was sitting the whole entire time and did nothing. And they were there before Karmelo. But Hunter said...
We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said...
I asked him to move. We asked him to move. So that's an I. And I asked him to move. He started to get aggressive, talking reckless. My brother stepped up. Okay?
You need to move.
And said, you need to move.
Like, make me move. Also,
he said, Karmelo said, make me move. And Austin did what?
Grabbed his backpack.
Hunter
grabbed his backpack. And listen what the mother said.
Was not near Karmelo to the point where it was going to be an aggressive nature by any stretch of the...
Hunter was not near Karmelo. Listen to Hunter.
Move. He started getting aggressive.
See, the other lady said Hunter was sitting the whole time. The mother said Hunter was nowhere near Karmelo for anything to get aggressive. But Hunter said he stepped up and asked Karmelo to move. And then the video footage show him standing over Karmelo. Do you understand? So again, it's not about us trying to, people like, well, black people are trying to defend a person who unalived somebody versus we trying to find out what actually happened, because these stories, they don't fit. Do you understand? These stories they're conflicting one another. The stories don't, I'm trying to find my video. The stories don't fit. So we as American citizens, as people, we should be trying to find out between what they're showing us, what people are saying, because we hearing conflicting statements from the mother and the other people and what Hunter himself said. All right. So what do we believe? Are we supposed to believe what Hunter say because he was the one that was there, or believe some TikTok thing because the mom is saying something? But you know, if you're involved in something, most moms will say stuff in behalf of their children, right? What did I do? Did I close my tab or something? I had the tab. No, I can't find it.
Over 300.
Over 300. All right, let me get back to the video. I'll find it in a second. All right, let's go. Let me get back. Let's get back to Adrien clip, right? Adrien clip. Let's get back. I gotta find my other clip. Did it close or something? Here we go. Share this tab instead.
It's an individual that's walking down and coming into the canopy. That's Adrien. That's the young person that videoed this from Snapchat, and also the same person that videoed the whole thing, and that people were able to look at a disappearing link that was on Reddit, and it was on Snapchat for a while, and people were viewing it and able to see it. I've talked to a couple of people that saw it, and it just disappeared before they can actually record it and prove that they saw it. But what they said they saw was the same thing we saw, just from a close angle, and it had sound. So they can hear everything that was going on. So you had Adrien that recorded, you had Edwin PARRA that recorded it. He still got the recording. I know they say that he fake recorded, but no one ever fakes record. So he still has it, and
so that was the whole thing. So they said Eddie allegedly said, I fake recorded it, right? But we know that the police took a lot of the children's cell phones when they first got there. But what kid fakes record something? Y'all know that's crap, right? But anyway, Eddie said he fake recorded it.
He still has it, and it's a couple more people that recorded that have it, because it was a setup event. And you can tell by the people that were walking by, some of them were peeking in, looking, and like, yeah, they got them, and they were going about their business. It was not a moment to where anyone set up and stood up and said, hey, why y'all mess with him like that? It was only one person that testified, and that spoke on that. And it was somebody that they were on the field, and they said that they were looking like, does he need our help? What's going on? What they doing to him? But they never made the move to go over there. Well, when we first started on this case and advocating and looking into it, we actually had their divorce moment from Collin County. So we knew that there was domestic violence associated with the divorce decree and what they were arguing, what Megan was arguing for the grounds of divorce.
All right, so we're going to get there in a second, right? Because now he's talking about the mom and Jeff, the father, right? But I'm going to go back for 1 second, right? I'm going to go back here, right? Because right here, as I played.
And I just want to tell
right, she said Hunter was sitting.
That I had a lot of information prior to him going. Included speaking to a witness that verified that your son Hunter was sitting the whole time during the altercation.
Right. So y'all know she said Hunter was sitting the whole time during the altercation. The mom said Hunter was never near, right, Karmelo, but the video shows Hunter standing, right?
Anthony first, standing over him.
Standing over.
Austin comes up and he goes around to the left side of Anthony.
Right. Then it shows Austin come up and go around the left side.
I know y'all seen it.
Right. And then there's 4 more individuals, right? It shows them walk up. See? He walks up. Okay. And then Hunter speaks here.
So all the bleachers right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And
okay, so they say the other one, the mom and them, he was sitting down, right? The mom said he never was close to Karmelo to be even Hunter to have a confrontation. But Hunter just said, we approached him, right? I asked him to move and stuff. All right, let's get back. Now, share this tab instead. Now, this person is speaking on Adrien. So it's like, if you had, because I had one time when I took a case to the United States Supreme Court, right? Praise the Most High, he was trying to give me life, 55 years. And because I had the money for a lawyer team, a team with investigators and everything, right? Then we was able to beat it because they was trying to putting false charges against me as well. I wasn't an innocent person at that time of my life. This was 2006, but I was innocent of this crime. I didn't commit what they was trying to charge me with. And I repent for any sins I did back in my past, right? But that's what I was living back then. Now I'm a man of the Most High, I live righteously, you understand? So, but I was not guilty of what they was trying to falsely charge me with. But fortunately for me at that time, I had the financial resources to spend $100,000 on a lawyer team. Now, when you hire a lawyer team, they come with a whole suite of assets that come with that team. They had private investigators. They had forensics experts. You know what I mean? They had all of this stuff, right? So they got like a whole team going out, and they going to be researching and looking for people and everything. But most people that don't have the money for these lawyer teams or this type of counsel that can diligently, especially when you being preyed on from the system, right? From the court system or the judicial system, when they got their eyes set on you, once you become a target. Because, you know what I mean? Once you become a target, it's hard to get them off your back unless you got the proper money to hire the proper counsel. You understand? Or unless the most High be looking out for people, right? And can send, right? But this, so when my lawyer team, they was out investigating. So I'm quite sure this is what the new team that Karmelo has is going to do. And they're going to be trying to investigate like Adrien and all of these other things, like all of these video footage, all of these statements, like the cheerleaders, like all this stuff that people want to act like didn't exist. But these things existed in 2025. I know they're trying to smooth it over in 2024, but where's Adrien?
Before those boys footage. So when people are looking at this moment, when Karmelo is sitting right before those boys come or right when they come, it's an individual that's walking down and coming into the canopy. That's Adrien. That's the young person that videoed this from Snapchat. And
so these are the kids who can prove and say that Karmelo was sitting there before they came. All right. Adrien is one. He came down. Right. But you see now some of the other narratives trying to spin it. He wasn't there. Right. Karmelo came after. All right. Let's continue. And we're going to see what the witnesses said in court.
Also the same person that videoed the whole thing, and that people were able to look at a disappearing link that was on Reddit and it was on Snapchat for a while, and people were viewing it and able to see it. I've talked to a couple of people that saw it, and it just disappeared before they can actually record it and prove that they saw it. But what they said they saw was the same thing we saw, just from a close angle, and it had sound. So they can hear everything that was going on. So you had Adrien that recorded, you had Edwin PARRA that recorded it. He still got the recording. I know they say that he fake recorded, but no one ever fakes record. So he still has it, and it's a couple more people that recorded that have it because it was a setup event. And you can tell by the people that were walking by, some of them were peeking in, looking, and like, yeah, they got him, and they were going about their business. It was not a moment to where anyone set up and stood up and said, hey, why y'all mess with him like that? It was only one person that testified and that spoke on that. And it was somebody that was they were on the field, and they said that they were looking like, does he need our help? What's going on?
So the person that testified, where's his information? The one that said, does he need our help? What's going on? That was watching the altercation.
What they doing to him? but they never made the move to go over there. Well, when we first started on this case and advocating and looking into it, we actually had their divorce moment from Collin County. So we knew that there was domestic violence associated with the divorce decree and what they were arguing, what Megan was arguing for the grounds of divorce. I also know, and I'm actually trying to confirm that with the actual people, but Megan and the twins actually ran away to get away from him because of domestic violence. They actually stayed at a shelter and for a little bit. And that
now, this is some of the public record of the family. Now, we know as humans, we all have our mess, right? So, you know, most people in America, parents got divorced. Most of us have family issues, right? You know, some of us ran away, some of us got abused in the house, some of us got neglected, some of us, right? So nobody's perfect. So it's not about pointing out that the Metcalf family, the mom and the dad, were less than perfect when nobody's really perfect. You understand? But it's the reason why it has relevance is because when you're going to trial, a lot of it has to do with the character of the individuals, right? Of the children, what was going on in the home, how were they raised, what was the upbringing, what was the character of the children, right? What history follows the individuals that's in the case? Was the individual in the case known for harming people, known for starting trouble, known for getting into trouble, known for being aggressive, known for being violent? See, these things are key narratives that the prosecution and the defense would use in the case to the jury, so the jury could get an understanding of the temperament of the individuals. You understand? But reason why the people who are asking for justice for Karmelo are speaking out, because his defense counsel clearly did none of this, because Karmelo's character history reference is actually immaculate as an individual. As a young 17-year-old, you kind of don't get as good as his. I mean, it just is what it is. You understand? So, you know, he had a lot of things that could have showed that he wasn't a troublesome or bothersome individual, a violent individual. He wasn't that character. That wasn't his norm. Okay? So you need to understand when you're doing a trial and a case in individuals, what's outside of the normal temperament of the individual, because what that constitutes is if I'm normally, and everybody knows me as being calm, being polite, being respectful, being always helping the community, never been arrested, never, no charges against me. Everybody who speaks of me kindly. I help the meek, the hungry. I volunteer for the Special Olympics. I feed the homeless at the shelters. I do, right? And this is my character. And then a situation happened where I get into some type of violent confrontation, and I'm saying that this thing happened to me and I was defending myself. What the counsel will do is, and what the jury is supposed to do is look to see, is this in the normal character of this individual's behavior? You understand? Is this a part of his normal social behavior, or is this an outlier? You see, this is the point. If Karmelo had the right counsel that would do that, then they could see him as an individual, you know what I mean, as a human, and see that this incident is outside of his character. But what if it's inside of someone else's character? You see? So if it came to me, but instead of me being, I was mostly, people would say that I could start trouble, or I had a quick temper, or I could curse people out, or I was a fighter, or I was a bully, or I was getting to this trouble, and I was getting to that trouble, and I was doing all this, and a lot of people were scared of me and all this stuff. Well, then that would fit into the character. Even if I got into a situation where I was committing self-defense, my past behavior would be a detriment to my defense, because the prosecution would show that this is the individual's this, and not only was he trash, Trisha, he was setting them up. He's not that trash. Well, he is trash, but it's a whole different level, Trisha, between just being a bad attorney, but being an attorney that's feeding you to the wolves. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that was all intentional, but yes, that still constitutes trash, right? Because anybody that feeds anybody to the wolves, no matter what, is trash. And attorneys take an oath. I had an attorney sell me out, right? In my case. And then I had to get the superstar lawyer team I was talking about, praise the Most High. And he was selling me out for the system, you know what I mean? Because the system wanted me for some cop, put some fake stuff on me, and I had a target on me, and the attorney was selling me out, but I didn't know. You understand? I didn't know it, and up until it was almost too late. Praise the Most High, until it was almost too late. You know what I mean? And so I agree with that. So the thing about a case and content of character is that that's what follows you, right? That's what follows us as regular people every day, right, guys? When we go try to get a job, if they look into our history and we quit all jobs and beat up, if we went into our last couple of jobs and harassed the employees and beat up the supervisor, punched the manager in the face and did stuff, when you go try to get another job, it ain't gonna look too well. Same thing when you're trying to get an apartment, right? So that's why you have to work on keeping your record, your history clean as possible, because it can harm you later. But if you have a case where these individuals, and one individual has a spotless history, actually saved a child from drowning, and your defense doesn't bring the mother of the drowned child as a character witness for your client, you're being sold out. So for everybody who don't really know the particulars of the case and want to know why so many so-called black people, or so many people, because you got people of every nation that praise the Most High that are trying to see justice, why so many people are saying this was a miscarriage of justice in the trial, is because of exactly what I'm pointing out. This young boy actually saved a baby from drowning, okay? And the mother is so thankful. I showed you the article and stuff, and none of this comes out. The mother, nobody, no character witnesses, nobody, nothing. The the people, he also, guys, this is on record. He also, in 2024, he defended a child in a wheelchair that was being bullied at the school, okay? And these are all on his character records. He defended a special needs person in the wheelchair that they were bullying at the school, okay? And so you had some people and some of the students that didn't like him, and they said he would think he's a goody two shoes. You know what I mean? Or he think he always trying to, right? He helped the Special Olympics and trained them. He was captain of the track team and the football team. He would 27 scholarships, 3.7 GPA, 2 jobs, 2 parent house, all of this stuff, 0 criminal record. And you're going to tell me that it's in his character? He had epilepsy. It's in his character to do something? No. See, this is how you know it's a miscarriage of justice, okay? So what this person now is talking about, he's talking about the background of the Metcalf. You see, the Metcalfs, now all of us, none of us are squeaky clean, right? Karmelo had a better upbringing than most of us. His mom and dad there was some good people. They did a great job raising him and his sisters and brothers. The dad had a good job taking care of the mom. I didn't come from that. Most of us don't come from that. So y'all can front all you want. Most of us ain't really got that amount of stability in our home. You know what I mean? So he had a very good shot at life. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, the Metcalfs, they didn't come from that. It was very unstable, like most of us. Welcome to the normal people in America, right? Most of us don't fit into that class where we got a nice Cosby family upbringing or something. You know what I mean? He was blessed to have that. You understand? Now what Dwayne is doing, he's pointing out about the information on the Metcalf's divorce, because there's a lot of mess going on with the divorce. Because guess what? There's a lot of loose ties going on in that Collins County community with this case, with the judge, with the DA, with the other attorneys, even for the defense, with Mike Howard, with the defense, also with family members. You understand? Judge Roach's wife, you understand, has something to do with the Metcalf's divorce and the attorney. So there's a lot of intertwining strings. You understand that, people? Let's do it. Stop share. Watch this. I'm gonna get back to this. Stop screen. I got some stuff coming out. We got some stuff. We going somewhere, and then we're gonna get to the testimony as well, right? So this part is what some people are saying. Come on, we got some splaining to do. So how did ties lead to influence in the Karmelo case, right? This is Jeff and Megan, right? In their divorce case, right? Jill Willis, the wife of Greg Willis, who's the DA, was the attorney who represented Jeff in their divorce. So Greg Willis, the DA, come on, Greg Willis, the DA, his wife represented Jeff in the divorce to his wife before. And everybody, can you spell conflict of interest? Can you spell miscarriage of justice? The tie. Greg Willis is married to Jill Willis, the attorney who represented Jeff Metcalf, is his divorce from Megan Metcalf. Shout out to Lakeisha. I think I got this little clip from Lakeisha, but I seen it somewhere else, but I grabbed it from Lakeisha because Lakeisha be having some clear stuff. Sometimes I try to get it as clear as I can. All right. Greg Willis, hold on, let's continue. Greg Willis, right? And everybody, he got essay charges against him. He paid he paid 17 million or something. I forgot the number now. 170,000 or something he paid for essay charges against him. Okay. And Roach got some stuff against him too, right? But people try to say, right? And his got something to do with PDF stuff, right? But Greg Willis, the DA, okay? All right, so anyway, let's go. So Greg Willis, the DA, his wife is married, okay? And then Greg Willis and Ken Paxton. Greg Willis, Collin County DA, is a longtime friend and political ally of Attorney General Ken Paxton. Okay? Then, and then I'm gonna do this on another one. The tie in the Ken Paxton, they be in these pictures. This is the dude that's in the picture with what's her name at the political thing with Hunter Metcalf, right? This the dude in the picture, right? So the prosecution and defense connection through decades of friendship. Greg Willis and Bill Winsky, the first assistant DA, Greg Willis, first assistant DA, Bill Winsky, they were members and church members of I can't see it, at the something Jack, right? Then Trey Shook. I'm gonna get this again. All right. I'm gonna get this again. We're gonna do this again so I can get the clear ones, right? But
Over
Judge
400.
Roach, how many?
Over 400.
Peace and blessings to everybody coming to build. Over 400 on the live stream. I'm gonna do this on another. I'm gonna get the clear one. I'm gonna get the video. I'm gonna get it all for y'all. Judge Roach and his wife Laura Roach. Okay, so all of she got ties to the Metcalfs as well. So you got the DA, you got the judge, and everybody ties to the case, to the Metcalfs. So how can you get some justice with all this conflict of interest going on? Okay, that part. So, all right, so anyway, let me get back. Let's get back to the video clip. So what the brother is showing you in this clip I'm about to show y'all again, he's talking about the divorce case. So y'all know, Unc, I'm gonna go a little further far and beyond, right? I wish I would have had the time to go ahead, Hakyama, to grab that video clip to show y'all. But he's talking about the divorce case. Go ahead, Hakyama.
We have a question from someone new when you're ready for it.
Go ahead, you can do it now.
It's from Tricia. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm gonna just say Tricia.
Blessings, Tricia. Trisha.
Why
Tricia.
did they give out the Metcalf's boys GPA? I'm wondering.
I think they did. And I think they said Austin had a high GPA too. I think his was a 3.4 or a 3.7, somewhere up there too. I remember hearing it. It was up there. But this I'm not trying to take anything from his GPA or what's Karmelo sports guys today. GPA means nothing. What I mean by that is, just like right now today, they passing these kids grades just for attendance, right? That's why all these kids graduated just now and they can't even read the diploma, right? These kids can't read. I did a video on our live stream about this, right? So once you play sports and you good D1, oh, they giving you grades. Y'all ain't got to worry about this. It ain't like when I grew up. When I grew up, it was hard because I played sports, but then I come from the project, so I was still in the streets, and I'm like, it was hard. I couldn't get I couldn't keep the GPA because we used to cut school. I was smoking weed in school, and I'm like, it's like they made you had to pass a certain amount of classes and to keep a GPA to play on the team. So when I grew up, that's in the 80s and stuff, when I was going to school playing football and stuff, right? And basketball. But so I ended up being but I started doing music. But anyway, but now it's they don't care about the children passing school anymore. It's all about, especially in a football state like Texas, you get these sports states, it's a wrap. You know what I mean? They passing you just to so you can play on the football team. They're not about to have they star linebacker, you know what I mean, can't play on the team because his grades. They giving out grades. They passing you for attendance, right? So that means nothing. But I'm not saying it just to say that Austin didn't have good grades. I don't know what kind of student he was, right? So I'm not right, but we, it doesn't matter really with the grades. That's especially when you play sports. That's neither here nor there. They can give you grades for anything. Now they're doing it in college and all. Like y'all know they do it in college, right? They've been doing that, right? They'll actually pass you and have people doing your work so the college kids can have that GPA so they can be the star, the team. It's all about money. You know what I mean? Football and stuff, big money, especially in a football state. All right, now let's continue. So here we go. So the brother on here, he's talking about the Jeff Metcalf and Megan's divorce, right? And again, we're not saying everybody got to be squeaky clean, but there's some crap going on with the divorce, as I just showed you, and it's tied into to Jill Roach. That last name Roach is a mess. I don't know what. Let me tell y'all something. If I was Jill, when it was time to marry Mr. Roach, I'd be like, listen, bro, I am not about to have no last name Roach, okay? I might hyphenate it and use my last name, because I don't believe in a hyphenated last name. I'm an old school man's man, right? If I'm a married sister, she's going to take my name. But if my name was Roach, Yadasa, I'm going to have some compassion on the sister. You understand? The sister coming up, listen, I love you. I love you like fish grease. I love you like bear meat, right? She like, I love you hands down. But come on. You really want me to name myself Roach? That's what we got to have understand. You know what? I get it. And her last name might be Hamilton or Jackson or something. Sure, I'll take your last name. I've been dealing with this Roach all my life. You got to be a fighter with a last name Roach. Come on, in school, man, kids' school is a mess. Kids are bullies. Hello, everyone. You got bullies out there, okay? So, yeah, Mr. or Mrs. Roach. I'm like, I'm not about to go from my name is Joseph Jackson to Joseph, what's her name? She's a sister. My name is Jennifer Jackson to Jennifer Roach. Like, nah, bro, I'm not getting on the Roach bus. All right. So anyway, shout out to Jill. She must have really loved Mr. Roach to go in there. But anyway, so the Jill, that's just my opinion. Jill Roach and Jill Roach, that's hilarious. That's where these names. Jill Roach and shout out to Dario Bird. Jill Roach and the other sister, the DA's wife, they all in the divorce. They all in, all these people, they calling Texas, boy, they all into football. They all into, yeah, this was a mess. This was a mess. All right, so let's see what he's talking about with the divorce. And then we about to get to the testimony. Yeah, y'all about to hear from Eddie testimony, Carson testimony. Yeah, let's go. We're going to get, and then I got the crazy stuff coming. All right, let's go.
Happened a few years ago. Probably during that for a little bit, and that violence. They actually stayed at a shelter trying to confirm that with the actual people. But Megan and the twins actually ran away to get away from him.
So, because people, they did this info back 2025 finding out, right? And we're not saying people don't go through stuff, but their relationship, Megan and the dad. Now y'all heard the dad crash out, right? Y'all already heard him. He called him drunk itches, and he's just, you could tell he's straight unhinged. It is what it is, right? So it is in their court records and in Collin County official, people knows this. They ran away, right? Megan and the kids from the dad, because they had a toxic relationship, plenty of toxic relationships in America, right? I'm used to that, right?
Because of domestic violence. They actually stayed at a shelter.
And they said that he was abusive. I don't see too far-fetched from his behavior online like that. You can see that ain't too far-fetched, but it is what it is.
They actually stayed at a shelter because of domestic violence. Megan and the twins actually ran away to get away from him. Because of domestic violence. They actually stayed at a shelter and for a little bit. And that happened a few years ago, probably during that same time of them seeking the divorce when she left them. So this was part of her getaway plan. And then she ended up coming back up this way after the fact. I guess once she got him away or got other people to help her out, she was able to get back up here and pretty much stay away from him. That's when they split the kids. Austin stayed with her, Hunter stayed with him.
Now that is another key point. See, they leave the fact that the defense will leave all of this, everything out, is it's a miscarriage of justice. Austin was her favorite. Austin was really everybody's favorite, right? Austin, and remember when I showed the video, I still got it right here, where she said, I might play it in a second, where she said that Austin, they were twins, but they were actually very different individuals, right? Like most twins are, right? And she said, basically, the mom said Austin was the good one, right? And shed his tab instead.
That night and lost.
Here we go.
Through his helmet, Hunter was the one that who's kind of more of like he would get more upset about things. He went back out on the field and finished the game. Austin was like, I'm done. He was just, there was only like 2 minutes left. And he was just
right. So she said Hunter is the one that has the attitude, would get more upset. He was the more, basically she's talking about violent, right?
Yes, he was just in one of those moods. But after the game was over, him and Hunter and I know for sure one other kid who was an offensive lineman went to Cane's to eat. And I'm going to be honest with you.
Now she's going to make this whole thing about the cheerleaders. Now, they lost the game. They had a very horrible losing season, 1-9, okay? And they just lost in this game she's speaking about to a team that ain't won in 3 seasons or something crazy, right? So these some horrible football teams, okay? So they're pissed off. Right? And she said, Hunter, he got the attitude. They go to eat at Cane's or whatever, right? And the cheerleaders, now they're mad. She gets mad because the cheerleaders don't want to cheer a losing team, right? What they going to be? what's their name? What's the name of their team? I forgot the name of their team. They start with an M, right? They're gonna be like Hunter. He's the loser. He's lose Hunter, right? What they gonna cheer? Right? I understand you gotta have sportsmanship. But come on, bro. I play sports, man. The cheerleaders is gonna go but so far, right? And you're talking about teenage. You ain't talking about Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders professional where they getting paid and they all on TV, and they gonna cheer no matter what. You're talking about school, bro. Them girls embarrassed. Y'all sitting up here 1-9. Y'all done lost to the worst team of all times, right? And you want me to cheer for you? I'm like, go losers. If I was a cheater, I'd be like, what's the name? I can't see the chat. I don't want to see the chat because the troll's gonna piss me off, right? I don't want to see the chat. Well, not piss me, but they will. They'll get into my spirit and try to darken my spirit. So I'm trying to protect my spirit from these dark devil trolls, right? But what's the name of they yeah, cheer the losers, right? What's the name of their school? I forgot what it's called, right? But it's like, what you want? Come on, right? I can see me, right? I'm still on a cheerleader. I'll be sitting down, go. What's her name? Go something, right? Because I know Karmelo's with Centennial. I forgot what they were. I keep thinking Michigan State, but it's not. They got the colors of Memorial. Thank you, y'all's child. Memorial, go Memorial. Right? Whoopee. We lost again. Whoopee. Right? You get tired of losing. It just is what it is. And they dumbed down. They softened up America. You know that, right? Shout out to Cullen in the building. They softened up America. Okay. You know why they softened up? Because they made everybody winners. Y'all remember? See, when I grew up, it used to be if you lose. Shout out to Bilal over on Facebook. When I grew up, if you lose, you lose. Okay? You lose. Sometimes we would cry, especially if it's a championship game. You got your head down, but you gotta go. We gotta shake hands after the game, and the other team be like, yay, they get the trophies. The MVP dude get a trophy bigger, standing 10 feet tall, and then everybody gets sportsmanship. I remember I used to get sportsmanship trophy. I got an MVP or two, but I used to, I like to get them sportsmanship because I, assist and stuff like that, right? So the winners get the trophies and the losers, you lost so that you can go and get better, right? It's competition. But they soften America, dumb down America. So everyone's a winner. Everyone's a winner. No, everyone ain't a winner. How can everyone be a winner? Because if everyone's a winner, then nobody lost. So how you, that don't make, right? So they give everybody trophies. Shout out to Chevelle Stewart. They give everybody trophies. So what that does is it waters down the competition and the drive of the individuals. All right? Competition, especially, and women too. But men, we're supposed to be hunter-gatherers. Men are supposed to be protector providers, right? They effeminize us, right? They call it toxic masculinity and all that stuff, right? So they effeminize the men all down. But the men are supposed to compete with one another. It's like, that's why they compare men are like dogs and women are like cats and stuff. In the animal kingdom, it's what they call it, a hierarchy, right? It's alpha beta stuff, right? So men, that's what happens naturally among men, right? It's a natural instinct built into the Most High, built into the children of the Most High. Shout out to my brother B in the building from Righteous Perspective. So everybody, I should be on Righteous Perspective, B's channel on next Thursday. I'm gonna talk about it again on Monday to seal it. Once I talk to the brother B again, I should be on the Righteous Perspective YouTube channel as a guest host. It's going to be very interesting, right? Because they got a different panel, but that's what communication is all about. You know what I mean? And maybe I can bring a different perspective, or maybe, we'll see how praise the Most High. But shout out to the brother B. Thank you, B, for reaching out. And seems like a very good brother. And so I'll let y'all know on a Monday live stream to confirm it. Once I confirm with B again and get the topic, so I should be on Righteous Perspective. It's a pretty big channel. They got a pretty big channel, and it a different perspective, I guess. They want me to come, you know what I mean? So that's what it's about. That's what I'm supposed to do anyway. The Most High calls us to discuss and discourse things. We have different perspectives on life, right? And this is why discussions are very needed. Communication is key to relationships, and we have to be in relationships to one another as humans. You understand? So they dumb us down so people don't have communication skills anymore. So a lot of people are dumbed down to brute beasts. You understand? They react off emotions. They can't communicate their points of views, you see? And people get emotionally triggered and easily bothered. You understand? But this is systemic where they put all that stuff into people. Yeah, come on, iron sharpening iron. So shout out to the brothers and sisters over there on that channel. I look forward to a further relationship with you, Brother B. You seem like a really bright, cool brother. All right, peace and blessings. All right, now I forgot where I left off at. But anyway, let's continue from here. I was talking about something, but it is what it is. I'm glad I saw the Brother B in the building. All right, here we go. So let me see.
The cheerleaders, I love the girls. I wasn't a fan of the coach because
Ralph said, I wish he got life. Woo! That's rough, Ralph. Shout out to Ralph Hernandez in the building.
As a coach myself, I was a volleyball coach for a long time.
Oh, that's the part. So she's about to tell about
just
He
for
did,
like
he did it as a cheer coach.
our team's trash, this kind of thing. And
so she's explaining that after they lost this game, that Hunter was bothered, right? And Hunter was the real aggressive one. And they went to eat and the cheerleaders was there. And I guess Hunter was mad because the cheerleaders wasn't cheering the way he wanted to be cheering. But you lost, bro. I'm like, you lost, bro. What do you want me to cheer? Okay, Hunter, you're the best loser that ever was a loser. Right, Hunter, what do you want, bro? I'm a cheerleader. I'm 17. Y'all gotta give patience for these little girls. They 16, 15. Y'all know girls. They like, please, they want winners. Y'all know girls. Come on, bro. I'm just keeping it 100. Come on, Cindy Lulu, 2001. Come on, daughter of Yall. All right. But anyway, let's continue. So he's pissed. So listen what the mom said.
Kind of thing. And the girls apparently were talking about the game and making comments about how crappy our team was. And Hunter, more than likely said something nasty to one of them because that's how he approaches things. And also,
you better listen what your mama said. Listen to what people say about you. His mama said the girls was talking about, how they lose. So Hunter, just kind of how he is, he probably said something really nasty to him. Now, you know what that means, right? He went over there and cursed them out, right? Girls, listen what mama said. He went over there and cursed them out.
and just when everyone was like, man, I don't understand why you guys got to be like that. Like we're.
Let me go back a little bit. Listen, because she tried to smooth it. So I'm not going to let her smooth these little words, right? You need to get cut right to raw, uncut with no chaser. That's how we like it. Oh, baby, I like it raw. That's how we like it raw. I don't like all that the lukewarm stuff. The Messiah said, I spit you out my mouth because you lukewarm. You heard? Get down to the nitty gritty.
Like that. Like we're upset that we lost, and this is how you're like we're. I don't understand why, because that's how he approached our team was, and Hunter, more than likely said something nasty to one of them.
So Hunter more than likely went over to those girls and cursed them out because why?
Because that's how he approaches things. And
because that's how he approaches things. Okay, you know what I got relevance? Because we're going to get back to the clip. We're going to get to the testimony, right? And they say that, Hunter went over and he said, could you move? He said, would you like a spot of tea? I'll give you a spot of tea if you move, Karmelo, right? We're supposed to believe that Hunter went over there and just said, would you like some Grey Poupon? I'll give you some Grey Poupon, Karmelo, if you move. Would you move, please? Would you please move, right? So I'm supposed to believe that Hunter, who went over there and cursed out the cheerleaders, you understand? And his mama said that's how he get down. Now these are little white girl cheerleaders. So I'm supposed to believe he went over to a blackity black dude? This America. This America. I'm sorry, I guess I'm in Fulio mode tonight. Praise the Most High. I'm in the jokey mode tonight. This America. The blacker than blacks, we getting it from everybody. I got some clips coming. We got Africans telling us we ain't nobody got no culture. We got Haitians, we got Jamaicans, we got, shout out to my Haitian brothers and sisters, Sac Passe, shout out to the righteous Jamaicans, shout out to the righteous children of the Most High that's in this ministry, because I got people, every nation that's in this ministry are my brothers and sisters. I love you. But we talk about the generalities. In generality, there's marker. This marker with a KKK in the middle of marker. That's how you spell marker. You understand? So I understand. I lived it my whole time, but it's still my country. I understand the serpents that's trying to manipulate us all. You understand? Shout out to the righteous remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue that's here that make this a great place, that make the world a righteous place. We got to keep being a light in this dark world. So you're going to sit up here and make me believe that your mama then said, you the one with the attitude, you cursing people out. That's just how you handle stuff. That's how you do little white girls who you probably want to smash, that you just mad because they ain't cheering you on because you lost. So I'm supposed to believe you went under there and told Karmelo, could you just move, please? Could you move, please? Pretty please, pretty please. Yeah, we're not. Nobody's buying that. I ain't drinking that Kool-Aid. Sorry, not. All right, I know we got Asians, we got everything. We got East and everybody, but that's the Bible. Somebody been told y'all wrong. Y'all better read that Bible. The Bible said every nation will hate you. It'll be a perpetual hatred, a biblical. It'll pursue you everywhere you go, and it's everywhere we go. Oh boy, somebody told you wrong. You better know that Bible. All right, let's continue. And we're gonna go there. After we do this Karmelo stuff, watch this. We're gonna handle the Haitian stuff. Yeah, it's gonna get crazy in a second. But y'all know we're gonna bring some light. We're gonna bring some understanding. Yeah, I got some good stuff. Let's go. All right, let's continue with this.
Something nasty.
Yeah, that's the point. Now this is the point. Now remember that somebody who just reminded me from now. Who was that? That was Trisha. When I showed the clip where it said when she ran away and then she came back not to live with him, Hunter went to live with his dad, and that's where I'm at right now. And Austin, R.I.P. to Austin, stayed with the mom, and the mom said Austin was the nice one. That's what others are saying, right? They're saying Austin, And what did Hunter say? He said, "My brother always take up for me even when I'm wrong." Right? I got that clip. He said, even when I'm in the wrong. Yeah, he did it again. All right? Hunter was the one who approached him. Now, there's a lot of mess going on. That's why in that thumbnail, I got that little devil over the shoulder. You heard? Everything intentional. You heard? The devil's in the details. Somebody that told you wrong. There's so many narratives. Now, you remember the last live stream, Hunter was smashing his brother's girlfriend. Right after he died, he stayed for a month over her house, sleeping over, took her to the prom. Something is wrong. Something ain't right, boys. The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. But anyway, let's continue. So she said
to one of them,
go watch the last live stream if you ain't see that head blown emoji on you.
That's how he approaches things.
Shout out to G Baby.
And Austin, just when everyone was like, and Austin, because that's how he approached. Likely said, and Hunter, more than likely said something nasty to one of them.
Hunter more likely cursed the girls out.
Because that's how he approaches things. And Austin,
because that's how he gets down. That's how he approaches things.
Just when everyone was like, man, I don't understand why you guys got to be like that.
All right, so I just want to bring that. We can get back to that another time. Let me get back to the regularly scheduled programming, right? Because I done did that. Y'all go watch my last live stream. It showed that the mama said that right after he died, she didn't see him for over a month. He stayed at, I forgot her name now, Austin's girlfriend's house. And he stayed there for a whole month, spending the night and all that. Took her to the prom. Somebody done told you wrong. The devil's a lie. All right, but anyway, let's continue. I know some foolishness when I see foolishness. I wasn't born yesterday. All right, the devil's a lie. All right, I've been haunting you. They can't haunt you, but if I could haunt you, I'll be like, boo, right? I'll be haunting you straight from, but you can't haunt from Abraham's, but you can't. That's people lying to you guys. People can't haunt you. Those are actual demons, Nephilim, disembodied spirits of the Nephilim that's taunting you. That ain't your loved one. But if you could, I'll be haunting the mess out of him. You always wanted my girl. You been nice, you been smashing my girl. I gotta watch that from where I'm at, either in Hades and Sheol or in Abraham's bosom, the holding place. Ain't nobody in heaven, guys. They done lied to y'all. Another lie from the lake of fire. Everybody in the holding place. Don't let this religion lie to y'all. But anyway, I'll be spooking him if I could. I'll be like, woo. You know, they in the room and sleeping. They gotta knock something off the table. You know how they do in the scary movies. I'll be like, boy, I'll be in this dream punching and beating them up. You know what I mean? You'll be smashing my girl. That boy, that's why people talking about, they think he did it. That's why I got the devil over his shoulder. I don't want to say nothing. I don't never want to make false claims yet until it come out. But a lot of people like, boy, it don't look too good. Looking like some jealousy going on. But let's continue. So he's talking about
over 500.
Over 500. Peace and blessings to everybody coming in the live stream. All right. He's talking about their marriage. Now he said when they divorced, Austin went with her and Hunter went with the dad, right? Now that would make sense because the dad is toxic as mess, and Hunter, as people are saying, seemed like he's pretty toxic, right? And Austin, they said, it seemed like he was pretty cool, right? That's why Austin had the girlfriend, Austin had the, right? Shout out to R.I.P. to young Austin, right? Probably got himself, like Hakyama said, got himself into some Cain and Abel mess. You heard? Some Jacob and Esau mess. Y'all better be careful. Watch your people, bro. That's why I said if I could have mentored young Austin, I'd have told him, man, watch your brother, man. Stop getting into all this mess with your brother, bro. You know, your brother, you know, he got an attitude. He gonna get you into some mess, right? So yeah, that brotherhood stuff, just cause boy, all skin folk and kinfolk, bro, you better understand some Cain and Abel stuff going on here. You understand? That's why I said this case is spiritual. Yeah, it is. That's why it's affecting so many people worldwide. That's why a lot of people don't understand. Why is the black, like a lot of the sisters, the blacks, they really, it's a spiritual thing going on with this case. Trust me, on both sides. That's why I put the little devil in the details and the devil over the shoulder. You understand? And I think there was some purpose going on in some lives, but because there's two lives taken, young Austin and young Karmelo. And I think there was some purpose, some righteous purpose going on in these young men could have been something. You understand? Something very powerful of righteously, okay? That the devil, that Hasatan tried to stomp out. You know, he'll get a twofer all day. You know what I mean? He'll get a twofer. It could have been just after Karmelo, and he'll take somebody out just to get to you. But y'all know, people don't be knowing spiritual warfare. I don't mean y'all don't, but people don't be knowing. But anyway, let's continue. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers. Here we go.
And so it was kind of that moment. But we had access to split the kids. The fact, I guess once she got him away or got other people to help her out, she was able to get back up here and pretty much stay away from him. That's when they split the kids. You know, Austin stayed with her, Hunter stayed with him. And so it was kind of that moment. But we had access to it, to it all the way up to this year of just going to Collin County and going to look up the divorce, and you see it. After this trial was over with, D.A. Willis and his people sealed it and cleared it off of the Collin County website. You can't even go pull it up no more.
So they cleared all this info so people can't pull it up to look up the character and the nature of the parents, right? So that's why people are calling out injustice stuff, because a lot of stuff that was public record be disappearing. You understand?
But what you can pull up still is his ex-wife's divorce from him back in 99. And so we get that. But this one you can't even see no more. So they sealed this one just the same as they sealed his criminal record. And then after that, you saw him and Megan get up talking about, oh no, I've never laid hands on Megan. I've never did this. But now you can say that because people can't go and check it.
So they sealed his criminal record as well. Now understand, he knows the lawyers, the judges. So a lot of people think that he MASON, right? He part of the I would not be shocked at everything. You know, the brotherhood and stuff and all that. It's all good in the brotherhood. You understand that part? But let's continue.
I guess you didn't think it's a thing called screenshot. I guess you didn't think it was, I've never laid hands on Megan. I've never did this. But now you can say that because people can't go and check it. But I guess you didn't think it's a thing called screenshot. I guess you didn't think it was a thing called record. And we can keep that information because we still got it, regardless of what they try to get rid of. That's how we had his background.
All right, let's go. Now let's get to the Eddie Carson Testimony. Shout out to Lakeisha for this one. Shout out to Freezy, keeping it up. Who else? Another one. I think it's a Toby. What's her name? I'm sorry, guys. I can't remember her name. Tony Takes. Tony. Shout out to Tony, the sister. Shout out to the content creators keeping this in the forefront. You heard? We got to keep we got to be our own media. Y'all know we can't trust this media. Now watch this. Let me show you. Here we go. Now, the title. Here we go. The title. Who is Adrien? Oh, yeah. The dream team we need to get Adrien. Now we about to do Carson, Young Eddie Parra, court testimony release. Let's go. Go ahead, Hakyama.
We have some questions when you're ready for them.
Go ahead. Let's do one now. We're going to get to the court testimony. Let's do a couple of questions. Go ahead.
Pincy Lola Yabless says, isn't the lawyer a Metcalf?
I don't know. I could probably, people be our cousins. I know the judge, one of the wardens of another, he was a Metcalf, and they tried to send Karmelo to that jail initially. That y'all know they rushed the sentencing, right? What's his name? Mitch, the lawyer who sold Karmelo out. He put in a rush sentence. So they convicted him, did all that, sentenced him all in a matter of hours, and shipped this boy off, and was shipping him off to the jail where the warden, last name is Metcalf, who's the cousin of the Metcalfs. Y'all know what would have happened to that young man? The Most High stepped in and stopped all that foolishness. You understand? So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, these places people be all, mixed together. Yeah, Mike Howard did that. Thank you, Love Hip Hop. They rushed it, right? Rushed everything. You know what I mean? Kept people watching. We about to hear the court testimony. Right? That's perfect. All right, go ahead. Let me do one more, and let's get to the court testimony. What's one more?
This next one is from B Sparrow. She asks, CNN ain't talking about this. Where is MENBC?
Yeah, ain't none of them talking about it. That's why we gonna be our own media. Shout out to everybody here. It was about 500. I don't know how many. I ain't gonna keep looking at that. But shout out to everybody who be watching, and everybody praise the Most High for us doing. We gotta narrate our own media. We gotta keep things in the forefront. We gotta expose all darkness wherever it lies. Now, here we go. Now let's hear from the court testimony in the court. Watch this. I'm going to share screen. I'm going to show you, better than I could tell you. Carmelo Anthony trial, the witnesses, teenage witnesses testify. Here we go. Stop share. I got to share this screen. Stop share. Stop screen. Share. And then we'll do the rest of the questions. We'll do them throughout the night. All right. Window. And then I got the crazy stuff coming later. Ooh, I'm going to show that after this. All right. I got so much to show. All right. So bang. Here we go. Share screen. All right, let me see what y'all see. There you go. Nice and clear, bright for y'all. Carmelo Anthony trial, teenage witnesses testify. All right, now listen to the testimony. Let's do it. Hakyama, you want to read? You ready? I know they like your voice. Let's go. Start at right here. The second day of testimony.
The second day of testimony in the Carmelo Anthony trial began on Friday morning. The former Frisco ISD student is accused of fatally stabbing another student at a high school track meet.
All right, pause. All right, I just want to read that. Now let's get to the testimony. All right, let me see. Let's get past all that. Here we go. Start here. 4:45 p.m., the people under the tent. Let's go. Start right there, Hakyama.
Defense attorney Mike Howard clarified that there were about 20 people under the tent when the stabbing happened, a mixture of both boys and girls.
Pause. Now I'm gonna stop right there. Mike Howard said there was 20 people under the tent. We didn't hear all that, right? Now, a lot of people, you gotta understand, there was 20 witnesses, boys and girls under the tent. Now, these 20 kids and people all around the tent, the other Liberty tents are right next to the tent. There's plenty cell phones. There's plenty kids, and these things, all of these things are right next to each other. Hold on, let's do it. Come on, let the Most High cook. Y'all know I got info for you. I'm gonna show you. Here we go. Share. Let's do this correctly. All right. So you see? So this is the tents, guys. You see that? That's the Liberty Red Hawks. This is the tent. That's the Warriors. I keep forgetting their name, the team, their team. I keep forgetting. I need to write it down. Y'all tell me it one more time, and then I'll write it down. Right? So this Liberty, they had 2 small tents. Then across from them, there was another tent for another school. And the Metcalf's tent, I forgot the name of the team. Y'all write it one more time for me, right? They had a bigger tent. So there was 20 people sitting under this tent. There was, we don't know how many people sitting under these 2 tents. Memorial, thank you. Let me write it so I don't forget. Thank you, Hakiana. Memorial High School. Let me write it. Memorial. Sorry, guys, I can only have so much information in my brain at one time. I do the best I can. Praise the Most High. All right, now I got that there for when I need it. Now, memorial tent. Now you see the size of it. There was 20 people. So you have some people complaining, why? Well, if it was plenty room under the tent. Okay, now, all right. So I got that image for y'all. Hold on. Then I think I got some more. I think I got some more. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Let me see. Let's do this because I'm going to get to, yeah. We're going to get there, right? We're going to get to the testimony. Let me show you this one here, right? Stop. Come back to y'all. Stop share, right? Give y'all some info. We're going to do this correctly, right? Share. There you go. That's another view.
600.
Shout out to everybody coming in the building. 600 on the live stream. There's another view. This the Liberty tents. Next to is another tent. This the Memorial tent. Okay. All right. Now, I got another view for you. Yeah, I got more. Right? Let's go. Hold on. Let me see. Yep. All right. Right there. I can stop right there. I'm going to show you in a second. I just wanted to see where I'm at first. Here we go. Now, come back to y'all. And then we're going to get back to the testimony because I want y'all, when we read the witness's testimony, I want y'all to have a visual, okay? A visual of the stadium, a visual of the bleachers, a visual of the tent, all right? Right? We're visual creatures, all right? So now I showed y'all this one, right? Now, shout out to Lala, go harder. Here we go. There go another, right? Now you're seeing the size of the tent. Okay, this look like a different day, right? This tent, right? But you see the tent. Okay, so if you look, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You could have 9 people on one row and they could still be covered. Then you got 9 on the next row, 9 on the next row. I think it's about 4 rows of 9 that you can be still covered from the rain. All right. So they said it was 20, the lawyer. All right. So there was plenty room. This is for the devils who want to come and say, well, why he wasn't, no, it was plenty room and he was invited. Oh, but we about to hear. Let's hear what the people who were there said in court. Let's do the court testimony. All right. So let's continue. Here go another. Now this is the visual. Here we go. This is the day of. This is the Liberty tent. This is the other tent next to it. And this is the Memorial tent. Right? This is the day of. Okay. So there's people on all this, and there's people around. Most people are trying to sit under the tents if they could to stop from the rain. All right. We know Karmelo came from this entrance when he came. He walked down and Eddie invited him to sit under the Memorial tent and he sat down. All right. Minding his business. All right. And we know that they came from outside the stadium and they came past here. Right. And they walked under the tent and approached him. Hunter did and all this. And then the mess happened. All right. Let's continue. Now, here we go. The interesting part, they get that garbage can. Ooh, that garbage can is everything. The garbage can is everything, B. Yo, B, I was one of the first channels to really hone in on that garbage. I forgot where I got the first instance of it from, one of the channels. I shouted out a couple of channels already, right? I don't remember now, but I know I went in. Once I found out, I went grabbing the clips and understand that was Eddie. There was the other one. Now the other dude, the real one we need to find out was the dude in the white shorts. The one who dropped the, who reached over when the garbage can later was on the ground and he reached over. And then if that was Carson, not Eddie, they said that was Carson that came down and picked some up, because the dude in the white shorts, he went back and started walking with Karmelo and the coach again. You understand? So, right? So, I got the clip, matter of fact. Should I just do it? Boy, I'm all over the place, right? All right, so let me see. Yeah, I'll stop right there. So that's that garbage can, the infamous garbage can. But yeah, let me just do it. And we're gonna get to the testimony. We're gonna get right back to the testimony. Let me just do it as things pop up in my head and as I got to show proof of everything I'm saying, because that's what the Most High calls us to do. Don't lean on your own understanding, show some proof. All right, here we go. So I think it's this one. Yep, garbage can. Here we go. Share this. Oh, I gotta come back to y'all because it's a video now. Stop share. All right. Share screen. Thank you, Father, for allowing me to do this correctly. Share. All right. So here we go. Make it full screen. So this clip, right? Now this the dude I'm talking about. I done did this before. It's good. The relevance. Him. You see him in these white shorts? This is Karmelo and the coach, right? Walking, right? See, Karmelo and the coach is walking right here. This is after the incident. It's already done. Karmelo ran out the park. The coach brought him back. And RIP to Austin, he's on the ground. They're working on him. Right? Now, so right here, the garbage can is laying on the ground. I did this before. They're saying that's Carson. But this the one, this dude, the white shorts. Remember, I did it on the live. Watch, look at this B. I know you probably seen, I don't know if you've seen my live. Now look at him. He goes, right? And he walks to the railing and he throws something over us. See how he's leaning? Everybody look. See him walk? He leans over. And then Carson comes and grabs the garbage and picks it up. Who this? Come on. This is what I'm talking about for the dream team. Dream team, find Adrien, right? We about to get the Carson stuff, right? Get all of them to testify. Who this with the white shorts? This character that goes, the garbage can is laying down. He leans over. You see him? Look. Then he turns around. Once he leans over, see? Hold on. Let me show it again. He comes. Hold on. There you go. I got to go back. There you go. Right here. Sorry. So he comes. He walks. He leans over. I don't know what he did, throw something over or something because he leaning. Or he could have just pointed and said, yo, get the garbage, get the thing out the garbage. I don't know what he did. We don't know if he dropped something or he just pointed and said, Carson, get the garbage, bro. Get the garbage, right? Carson goes, he picks up the garbage. Then he turns around. Now watch him. And he goes straight to the coach and Karmelo and he starts walking with them. Who that? See him? That's them in the circle. Sorry, the writing is covering it. That part. Who that be? We need to find out who that is, B. You heard, guys? This part. All right, now, let's get back. Just want to point that out. All right, now, let's get back to the testimony. All right? Let's get back to the testimony. How do I do? Come back to y'all, right? Then I got to go back to the link, grab this, bang, come back to y'all, stop share. Come on, we're going to do this right. Window, bang, and we're going to be bringing y'all more. So defense, 4:45 p.m. The defense, let me see, yep, y'all can see it clear. The defense attorney, Mike Howard, clarified that there were about 20 people under the tent when the stabbing happened, a mixture of both boys and girls. He said that the Liberty tent was getting pretty crowded because people were hiding from the rain. Now, y'all know What now? This is Mike Howard, a attorney testifying. But you get the unhinged people saying, "Well, why? Well, he could have stayed out in the rain. Why would Karmelo want to be under a tent?" And I was like, "No, nobody want to be out in the rain. If you want to be out in the rain, then go be out in the rain. Most people want to be covered from the rain." Okay, so Mike Howard said the Liberty tent was getting pretty crowded because people were hiding from the rain. And the teenage witnesses agreed. All right, so everybody's agreeing. We're in court right now. 4:45 p.m. We're in court. The witnesses also agreed that it seemed like Karmelo knew at least one person who was seated under the memorial tent. Oh, here we go. Oh, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Let's go. This is why the court testimony is so important. Listen to what they said. Everybody. Now, you got a lot of people unhinged talking about he ain't have no right to be under the tent. He didn't have this to be under the tent. He can't it's under the tent. What did the witnesses say? They agreed that he knew at least one person who was sitting under the tent. Guess who that was? Eddie. Just shout to just anticipating everybody else knew coming in the building. Peace and blessings from the house of the Most High. That was Eddie. Eddie called him and invited him under the tent. So he had a right to be there, just like anybody else can have a right to be there. You know what I'm saying? I would have went under the tent anyway if it was raining, but I was just built a little different. You understand? And, I'm definitely going to try to get me a little tent space. You know what I mean? I can get a corner of it. If it's too crowded, I'm like, can I get my head in under the tent? I don't know. Or I'll just leave unless I got an umbrella. You know what I mean? But anyway, what did they say in court? The witnesses agreed that Karmelo knew at least one person seated under the tent. The defense pointed out, and the witnesses agreed, that Karmelo was seated near the middle of the tent with other people around him. Now, this fits the testimony of the brother Dwayne I was just playing when he said that Adrien had the video footage of Karmelo sitting there and there was people around him. See? People around him. And Adrien said he came down into the tent. So the defense said Karmelo was seated near the middle of the tent with other people around him. The defense seems to be using cross-examination to point out teenage witnesses' differences between their testimony and everything. All right? Now listen to this. The defense seems to be using cross-examination to point out to the teenage witnesses the differences between their testimony in court and the statements that they gave police, as well as the location where people were sitting or standing. The attorney has asked each of the witnesses, the teenagers, if they recalled seeing Karmelo sitting while Austin was standing. Now, this is the point that I'm trying to make. One of the points. They're going to keep just saying Metcalf, Austin. But it was two of them. Hunter approached him. See, this is the miscarriage. Because when I played Hunter testimony that I just played, he said, I walked up to him and asked him to move. And then my brother stepped up and asked him to move. And then my brother grabbed his book bag. So there's two people, but look what they keep doing. If they see Metcalf was standing, there was more than him standing, according to Hunter's testimony. Hunter's statements. All right, now, but this is the narrative that they painted to make it seem like it was just Austin confronting Karmelo. That's it. But that wasn't it. It was actually 6 of them. There was 4 surrounding. It was the 2 brothers and then the other 2. And they called them, I got another clip where they had a nickname for their crew. They were called the Big Boys. See, y'all, the problem is, shout out for the internet and information. We're in the information age now. You might have been able to get away with this stuff years ago before all this cell phone technology and everybody recorded everything and everybody was their own media narrative. But information is all over the place. Let me explain something to y'all. I'll show it on another one, maybe on Monday, right? They got their crew. Remember from the other video, it was 6 of them that were walking from the outside, right? It was Austin and his crew, and then what's the name, Hunter came with his boys. So it was 6 of them all together that walked, and they went under. That crew that hung out, they had a nickname. They called them the Big Boys because they were kind of bigger boys. All right. The twins were 200 some pounds, 6 foot some, right? High school. So the others that was with them, nobody was really small. They had a nickname for the crew. All right, let's continue. So these individuals was around Karmelo. The point is that if you have the MSS, the point is if I'm being approached by 4 or 6 individuals, and these individuals weigh 200 pounds and 6 foot tall, and I'm 5'8" and weigh 130, that's a very big threat against me. If it's just 2 of them and both of them weigh 200, that meant if I weigh 130 and you weigh 200, me with 130 pound, I'm a threat to the 130 pound. I'm just let you know. Or understand? Because I'm over 200 now, but when I was 200, 130 pound. Oh, yeah. And then me, somebody else standing next to me, 130 pounds, and we over you, and you sitting, yeah, that's a huge threat. And now I got others with me. Some of my crew is with me, and them some big boys too. Yeah, that's the point that we're making. All right? That's the point. All right, let's continue. Now, Anthony remained, now this is what Fox News is testifying, right? They said Karmelo remained expressionless as the teens testified. He seemed to be looking down most of the time and not looking at the witnesses. The Metcalf family appeared emotional, consoling one another. Now, it's crazy how they paint narratives in media, right? Because in one aspect, it'll make it seem like he was expressionless, he was looking down, not looking at the witnesses, kind of like he must have been like felt guilty. But you know what? If he would have looked at the witnesses and had expressions, then they would have said he was looking at the witnesses intimidatingly, you know what I mean? Trying to intimidate the witness, right? So, we understand how they paint narratives. But anyway, this is just how they write, and it paints narratives of people, right? Where no matter what, because you're not supposed to look at the witnesses. You understand? That's what he was supposed to do, was not look at them, because they will paint the narrative that he's trying to intimidate the witnesses and looking and whatever. But anyway, let's continue. Now, to testify, the 4:30 p.m. memorial student testified. The next witness, go ahead, Akiyama, could you help me with this? The next witness was another.
The next witness was another 14-year-old memorial student.
17.
Oh, I'm sorry, 17-year-old memorial student who plays football and runs track. He testified that the Metcalf twins had been somewhere else, possibly warming up or at a concession stand, and then came back to the tent. When they got back, they talked to people at the front of the tent, and then saw Anthony. Excuse me.
Pause. All right, I got it. Now listen clearly. The next witness, shout out to Yall, over 600 on the live stream. The next witness was another 17-year-old memorial student. They're testifying. He played football and run track. All right. Karmelo played football, ran track. He testified that the twins had been somewhere else, which we showed in the video clip. They were outside of the stadium. And then they came back to the tent. When they got back to the tent, they talked to people at the front of the tent, and then they saw Karmelo. All right. So the student said it was starting to rain. He recalled seeing Karmelo behind Memorial's section of the bleachers. He said Karmelo dabbed somebody up and was minding his own business. Hold on. All right. Listen clearly. This is the student's testimony. So right here, you heard a student says he's seen Karmelo at the memorial section of the bleachers, giving somebody a dab, I guess, dab. These young kids, a dab used to be, I thought dab was the dance. I don't know, but we used to call it dap, right? But anyway, he dabbed somebody up and was minding his own business. That's very interesting. So that meant he was sitting down, minding his own business. Now, the witness testified that, I guess, Austin asked Anthony to leave. See, this is the part, guys, where this is not true. Because if this is true, then why did Hunter say, I asked him to leave, and then my brother stepped up and asked him to leave? This says the witness testified that Austin asked Anthony to leave nice at first, and then things heated up from there. He remembered Karmelo say, touch me and see what happens. So now listen clearly. So he said that Metcalf asked him nice to leave. Now, why isn't he saying that there was more than one that asked him to leave? Listen to the testimony, guys. He said, I guess Austin asked him to leave. Things heated up. He remembered Karmelo say, touch me and see what happens. This witness saw Karmelo's hand in his backpack and heard him tell Austin, don't touch me. The witness testified that he was worried because it appeared as though Karmelo was holding something. He recalled seeing Austin touch. See how they got this touch Anthony on his shoulder with two hands. I don't mean to laugh. This ain't something to laugh at. I repent. Let me try. Because the reason, see, when things are ridiculous, I have a tendency to laugh at it, but this is RIP to Austin, young Austin. This is a serious matter. So I'm going to try to keep it together. Now, listen what he says. Everybody, when you touch someone, okay, how do you touch someone with two hands? If I touch you, right, I'm touching you. Hi. Right? If I touch you with only time I see people touch somebody with two hands is when they're laying hands on people. You see what I mean? When they laying hands, oh, it's the 4th of July, the 4th of the used lies. I shout to Money Mike. Happy 4th of lies, right? Half of the 4th of the fake ooze lies. But let me not say that, we get striked. All right, let me continue. Now, how are you going to touch somebody with two hands, everybody? Now, listen to the crazy part, guys. Now, listen to the testimony. I'm asking you to move nicely. Now, you see how he said nice at first. Let's play it out. Excuse me, young man. Could you please move? And I got a little grape of pine. Could you please move? All right, let me not, because we're talking about, let me keep this on Hunter, because let's leave Austin out, because Hunter was the one who approached him, okay? It was Hunter who approached him, all right? So let's leave Austin out, RIP to young Austin, right? So now, Hunter approached him, and he said nice at first, but Hunter's mom said, you already know how he approached people. It ain't nice at first, but anyway. So he approached them nice, and they said he put his hands, he said he touched them with two hands. Okay, on your shoulder. Only time I've seen people touch you when they're trying to pray over you. You know what I mean? They're trying to do anointing. But let's continue. The witness saw Karmelo's hand in his backpack and heard him tell Metcalf, don't touch me. The witness testified that he was worried because he seen Karmelo was holding something. He recalled Metcalf touch Anthony on his shoulder with two hands, kind of moving him. And then Karmelo stabbed him in the chest. See? So you see how when you can clearly see that a narrative is being spun. You know it by the adjectives being used. You see? He asked him to leave nice at first. So he was everything was nice and fluffy, okay? Then he recalled him touching him, touch, right? Just a soft touch on his shoulder with two hands, but kind of moving him. Y'all see, guys? Kind of moving you. Now, the other said he did the football, right? He a linebacker, football move, right? But you see, kind of moving him, touching him, just gently, you see? And then Karmelo stabbed him in the chest. So the narrative is that, my goodness, why would this little boy just stab somebody? He just touched him gently on his shoulders, kind of gently moving him out of the tent, right? Gently, and he asked him nicely to move. See? Yeah, come on. This is, you can see this is clearly, and everybody, all of this stuff that's saying was different from the testimony they did in 2025. Every last one of these kids had a total different story in 2025, okay? Now, let's continue. He said he didn't think that there would be a fight. Listen, because the Metcalf was a bigger guy and was trying to be nice about it. So now you see, and again, you see the adjectives, you see the narrative of painting. He was nice, he was gentle, he was a bigger guy, but look at again, only one guy. Hold on, there was more than one dude. There was two. So why are you only, so this is what the cross-examination, what's the name, should have asked him. Why are you only speaking on one when there was two individuals approaching him? There was two. Hunter approached him first, according to Hunter's own statements, and asked him to move. And then his brother stepped up. And Hunter said, my brother stepped up like he always do. Whether I'm in the right or in the wrong, he always step up for me. Facts, statements out of his mouth. So you see the narrative, it's like, he was bigger. He was a bigger. I didn't think there would be a fight because the Metcalf was a bigger guy and he was trying to be nice about it. But Karmelo wasn't cooperating or listening. He described Karmelo as getting worked up. See, you see the narrative? So a child is asking me, I'm a child, I need to get out and go stand in the rain. Like, you ain't my daddy or my mama. Right? I'm not cooperating or listen. I ain't gotta cooperate. Who you? You ain't the po-po. Who you? Who you? Come on, bro. Y'all. All right, let's continue. All right, I'm talking about Hunter, right? Peter Austin, because that's who started this mess. But you know, it was more than just them two. All right. So anyway, let's continue. He said the team then said he did not know Karmelo, like all the students before him. They all lied. They all said they didn't know Karmelo, even Hunter, when that's a lie. There's videotapes and evidence of them together. They all knew him, all right? All right, now, and they didn't like him. The teen said he didn't know Karmelo like the students before him. He testified that he didn't think that the action was self-defense and he didn't think that Metcalf wanted to fight that day. So now listen to what Austin said. Austin said, I approached him, told him to move. My brother stepped up, told him to move. He said, I ain't going nowhere. My brother grabbed his book bag, right? You don't see him saying, where's the grabbing the book bag? See, guys? This part I'm talking about. This is the testimony. This is why everybody's saying this was a kangaroo court. And Mike Howard let this stuff fly? This is a miscarriage. This is kangaroo court. What happened to the snatching the book bag? This part, okay? Now listen clearly. And it was two of them. But he says he didn't think he wanted to fight. And I didn't think the action was self-defense. You're asking these children to determine this, all right? Under cross-examination, this teenager admitted that he was worried about what might happen next. And he did take Karmelo's warning seriously because he saw Karmelo's hand in the bag apparently holding something. The witness admitted that he stood up, listen, when Metcalf stood up because he didn't want there to be a fight. Everybody listen clearly. See, when you scratch a lie, catch a thief. Let me tell y'all something. When you let people talk enough, this is why we know this is a miscarriage of justice. Because as a lawyer, I would eat this up. I'm eating it up right now, right? On the stand, I would eat this alive. Listen what he just said. He said, he stood up when Metcalf stood up. So they are telling this young man to move. Listen, This is again proving that it was more now than just two. Because Austin said, so R.I.P. to Austin, Hunter said, I approached him to move, then my brother stepped up. This witness said he stood up when the Metcalf stood up. Hello, everybody. We just did it, everybody. There's three. We just got, I know, he never sat down. That's my point, Trish. But I'm just trying to go right off this, Trish. I get you. I agree 110. There was no sitting down because we showed a video clip where he walked up, he stand over him. They didn't sit down. I showed the clip, right? And I showed it on the other live stream. But I'm just going by this false testimony. And everybody, this is called perjury. There's laws regarding perjury. And everybody, this perjury law in Texas that's being done in a court of law as a witness for a trial is actually felony, and it gives up to 5 to 10 years in prison. I'm gonna show you the law. Facts. I'm gonna show you the law. You know, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Right now, this is perjury. Okay, because now he said he stood up. Now let's say if they was sitting. So now we understand they wasn't sitting. Most people don't know that they wasn't sitting. But let's just, for scenario's sake, let's go by what he said. He said he stood up. So that meant Austin, we know he was, we know Austin, R.I.P. to Austin. He was there. Let's say Austin stood up. We know Hunter was with him because he said, my brother stepped in, right? Like he always do, whether I'm right or wrong. And now this individual said he stood up. But he said, because I didn't want there to be a fight. You see how he keeps saying, he didn't want to fight. I didn't want to fight. We just asked him to move nicely. We just touched him lightly. We touched him with 2 hands on his shoulder, right? They painted, I didn't want it. So you stood up when they stood up. So imagine if, everybody listen, let's just go with the scenario. If I'm trying to make somebody move, me and my brother, my posse, my crew, it's always 6 of them. You see all 6 of them walk in the thing, right? I'm trying to make you move. Let's just do the scenario as we sitting down, he's sitting down. Everybody here, everybody, unless you're a devil. If you are possessed by a devil, I don't care if you black, white, because I'm about to show y'all a black devil in a second. Oh, I'm going to get to the raccoons in a second. Yeah. Let's get through this. Right? I got a lot of stuff to come out tonight, right? So if you're a righteous white brother or sister, a righteous black brother or sister, a righteous Hispanic, or whatever nation of people, if you're a righteous brother or sister who want justice, everybody, what does this mean? We all know this. This is a worldwide thing. This ain't got nothing to do with just America. Worldwide. This is about mannerisms and gestures. If we are both seated and we having a discourse, an unfriendly discourse with one another, I'm trying to make you move out your seat or you trying to make me move, and one of us stands up. What does that mean, everybody? That's everybody knows what that means. He stood up. Okay, let's say if he was sitting. Now, this witness said he stood up with him. So that means 2 or 3 of them gets up and they stand up. It's time. That means that's standing on business. That means it's about to go down. Okay? So now we know that one of the witnesses said, now this is good work because before that we were looking at the grainy video and we were saying that they were surrounding him. But now we got the actual testimony where he's saying that he stood up when Metcalf stood up. But I only stood up because I didn't want to be a fight. So why did you stand? If you didn't want to be a fight, why would you stay seated? Unless you're saying you stood up and to try to push the Metcalf's back. I ain't hear you saying that. You stood up when he stood up. He agreed that Metcalf was standing and he was standing and Metcalf's brother was standing, but Karmelo was sitting. Oh, you see, guys, see, once you do this, it's over with. This is what's crazy about the case. It's like, this was a big miscarriage of justice. He just said, he's standing, Hunter standing, RP Austin standing and Karmelo is sitting down. So you got two 200-pound football players and another dude part of the big boys club. So he probably about 180, 200 pounds, whatever. And they're standing over someone sitting while telling them to move and leave and all this. He's saying gently. You understand? Now he says he described Metcalf's next action as a grab with two hands that knocked Karmelo backwards. But everybody, ain't he the one who just said he touched him? Hold on, it's the same witness. I swear, I can't even get through this first witness. Look, he just said, look, first of all, he said Karmelo told him, don't touch me, right? But then he's going to say, where is it? Hold on. We only did one witness. It got to be here somewhere. Where he said he dabbed somebody up. Yep, nice at first. So Karmelo said, don't touch me. I heard him tell him, don't touch me. He recalled Metcalf touch him on the shoulder with two hands. So Karmelo told him, don't touch me. And he said he touched him on the shoulder with two hands. That ain't a touch. Two-hand touch. I don't know. That ain't a touch. But number one, right? Kind of moving him. Now look, fast forward down. Now listen what he said. He described that he grabbed him with two hands now. I thought you said he touched him. And that knocked him backwards. Oh, I thought it was a light touch. And then he said he saw Karmelo's hand come out of the bag. So right here in his testimony, he would have been destroyed on the stand. Okay? But they just let it stand. Mike Howard. He literally contradict himself in his own testimony. And I would have pointed out, so it was three of you standing over him. And I would have said, excuse me, what is your weight and height? What is the weight and height of the two other individuals? And then what's Karmelo's weight and height? So it's three of you, all together, almost 600 pounds, standing over a 130-pound individual who is sitting, who is saying, don't touch me, who was, what you said, minding his business. Or was it the other one that said minding his business? So it was somewhere in there. Yeah, I said it. It's somewhere up in here. All right. Go ahead, Akiama.
We got 3 questions from someone new when you're ready.
Go ahead, do the new one. Now we're going to go to another student. That was one student testifying. That's crazy. Y'all about to hear another student testify. And that's at, 4 p.m., a Liberty High School student. Now remember, you got Memorial Tent, Liberty Tent. They right next to each other. So for other people who like, what was he doing there? People always go to track meets and football games, okay? He was part of the track club. He's captain of this track team club. All right, go ahead. What was the question, Hakeem?
This first one is from MLC Capricorn. They say, hello, did the DA offer any immunity?
I don't know about that. I don't think so. I don't think they didn't have to. It was so already kind of railroaded, right, that they didn't have to do anything. So the defense didn't call nobody on behalf of Karmelo's defense. They didn't do anything. They didn't even call Hunter to the stand. So they didn't even have to give any immunity. What I showed on the other live stream is Jeff Metcalf had already had a barbecue for all of those who were going to testify. Right? I showed the image in the picture, right? On the other live stream, that Jeff Metcalf had a barbecue for those who was going to testify, including Carson and all of it, right? So that part is witness tampering and stuff, right? So because of that, let me just do it correctly, share screen. Y'all know I'll find it really quick, right? Because of that, here we go. There will be no need to make immunity, because it's already rigged. See, right here, May 23rd, 2025, cooking out some burgers with Hunter and the boys. have to paint the fire pit that Hunter welded. I got 7 numbers, 11 and 12, for part of the trial witness list for Hunter. This is called witness tampering, everybody. This is a crime. He called out the numbers for the part of the trial witness list. So proud of the job he did, and so glad he has such great friends to support him through a difficult time. Everybody, these are the people who testified. Carson is in here. I think that one's Carson right there. Right? So the dad threw a barbecue for those who are going to testify. Yeah, he's always telling himself that his side was trying to get him to stop, but he's so unhinged. He always just spewing, telling on himself. But because sometimes people get too uncomfortable in the judicial system of breaking that they think they'll never get caught. So they didn't realize, guys, the thing you got to remember, when they was posting this in 2025, they didn't think in 2026 when it goes to trial that this would make these headlines and it would stir a more spiritual, it would be a spiritual thing that'll stir up the emotions of people and have people digging and investigating. So they was doing all this. So this stuff happens all the time in America's judicial system, right, with these cases. But it just doesn't reach the public light. It doesn't gain momentum to be exposed. A lot of things be just going on under the rug. You understand? So when he was posting all this, he had no way to know this stuff was going to come back. You see? So this is straight witness tampering, right? His post. And that's them who testifying right here. And they all said something different the first time. So he throwing barbecues and stuff for him. And he said it's for part of the trial witness list for Hunter. You can't make this up. And these people talking about, nah, we're going to expose all this darkness. The devil's a lie. The righteous have to expose darkness, the weird lies. All right, let's get back. Go ahead, Hakiyama. What was well, you said you had a question?
Yeah, I got 2 more from some newer folks. The next one is from Dorian. They say, was there a medical examiner in the trial?
Shout out to Dorian. I don't think they didn't call nobody. Dorian, as far as I know, they didn't call no DNA, no medical examiners. They had no private investigators. They didn't go into the character history. They didn't grab phone footage from individuals. They didn't find Adrien. They didn't ask Carson what was he doing with the garbage can. They didn't find the dude in the white pants. They didn't find who ran and threw something in the garbage, and the other person who passed something, then they ran out of the truck. Right there, so they ain't do nothing but railroad the case. And they railroaded the case a long time before we knew anything about it. So they did not know. The thing I want everybody to understand, they didn't think it was going to go this far. You see? Because this stuff happens all the time in states in America. When they was railroading my case, none of y'all would know about it till I tell you, right? And they was giving me 55 to life, and I didn't do none of it. I was not guilty of none of it. And praise the Most High, I was able to pay a superstar lawyer team and take it to the Supreme Court, and I beat it. But if I didn't have that money, I would still be in prison right now to this day. Oh no, I would have took the 15, the devil's law. No, well, I'll still be there because that was 2006. What's this? No, I'll be out. But then again, I probably wouldn't be home because I'm a big dude. Like I'm 6. I wasn't that big then. I was 6'1". I was probably like 185 pounds, 190. Right? 89, like 85, but cut, strong, but not big. Right now I'm 220, so now I'm a bigger dude. I'll probably be like your big raw or something, but I'm not 6'5", 350. You know what I mean? So when I'm in there, and then I got the energy that some people don't like me because I got a positive energy about me or something. I don't know. You know, I get haters. It's just so when I was preparing to go to prison for life, because that's what I was doing. I didn't think. I was preparing never to come home because I thought inside I might have to defend myself because you can catch charges inside and they just add on to your time. So me thinking they would have gave me, because my thing was take 15 of life. I would have life parole on the end, which is crazy, right? Nothing I did. And I would have did, but I looked at it, I wouldn't did no just 15 years, all right? I would have did a lot more because I knew I would have had to defend myself and harm somebody because it's a bunch of savages in prison. It's a devil. It's hell. Prison is hell on earth. If anybody tell you anything different, they lying to you. You're gonna have to turn into a wolf or become prey. Facts. You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to. You don't have to be a snake, but you're gonna have to be a lion or a bear or a wolf. You're gonna have to be. You're gonna have to defend yours. You don't have to be a serpent or a hyena or something. Those are the nasty. The ones who destroy the balance of it. But to survive, you're gonna have to put in some work. Facts, and I know that. So I was never planning on coming home. So I can't even say that I would be home now from that case. They was trying to give me the 15, and it was a railroad case. They was railroading me. It just was fortunate I had the money to pay for the legal team. You understand? And we took it to Supreme Court and we beat it. We got it thrown out because it was fake. But if you don't got the money, you done. All right. Let me get back to this. And then you said one more from a new person?
Well, yeah, one more other one just popped up from someone else.
All right, so do the one more. Oh, one more. Just do one more new person. Then let's get back to here, and then I'll do the others. I'm gonna still answer the other questions.
Okay, this next one is from Pinky. Miss Pinky.
Shout out to Pinky. Shout out to the other ones. I forgot to say your name when you called it out. Shout out to Miss Pinky. Go ahead.
They're covering for Hunter or Eddie, who accidentally poked Austin Metcalf. Karmelo Anthony has no blood on him. Eddie removed his clothes. Why?
Hold on. That's where we going. Hold on. Yo, Pinky, I think I got that one too. Hold on. Let's just do that right now since Pinky brought it up. Hold on. Let me grab my image. Let me show y'all something. Oh, that was the video clip I was supposed to grab. Now, and everybody, another thing. I was supposed to grab it tonight, but I'm gonna just tell you, right? Because I was running out of time, right? So much I got to put together, and I'm trying to rush and everything before the live and everything, and I'm like, crap, I don't got time to download this clip. Do y'all know the clip, guys? Let me do this right here. Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all something. Everybody, listen to me. Listen to what I'm gonna say right here. I didn't. All right. So if I said I did it, what did y'all just hear? Some of y'all tell me what I just said. I'm a black man in America, and sometimes we talk fast. We talk slang. I did it. What did I just say? I want to see y'all write it. Well, let me grab this image. Unless I didn't, hopefully I screenshotted it. Thank you. Lizette said, I said I did it. Dorian said, I didn't. Dawn said, you did what? Latanya said, a confession. Hakama said, I didn't. Now, everybody. Zayana said, you did what? Those who said that I said, I did not, you are correct. So every culture can understand our lingo and our talk. When I said I didn't, I said I didn't, I did not, I didn't. But it'll sound like I said I did it. I didn't, I did it. See? And we shout the money mic and we talk fast. So I was going to play it. I'll do it next time. There's a clip. There's the clip. I wanted to grab it, but I got a lot of clips to show. I got a lot to show tonight. I apologize. I'll do it on Monday. But there's a clip. Y'all know the clip where they said that you are an accomplice, right? I mean, not accomplice. The word to start with an A. When the police said he was calling it over or talking to him, and he said you were not an accomplice. What's that word? Somebody write it, right? And Karmelo said, I'm not what's the name? I didn't. But everybody thinks he said, I did it. He said, somebody write it. I meant to, no, not suspect. They said you were accessory. No, not accessory. Alleged. That's it. Alleged. He said, we got the alleged suspect. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sorry, I meant to grab the clip for you guys. I apologize. He said, we got the alleged suspect. And Karmelo said, it's not alleged. I did it. Everybody thinking he said, I'm not alleged, I did it. It's not alleged, I did it. But before he said that, he said, I know that I'm not guilty. All right? I'm going to grab, I got the clip. I'll show y'all. I'm going to show y'all before I close out. I meant to grab it. It was very important. I wish I had it already, right? Right before he said that, right? It's crystal clear. So the crazy thing is I was grabbing the clip for tonight's live stream and raising it, and what's the name? Freezy did it yesterday. When the crazy thing is some of us that's working this content, this Karmelo case, we be working the same things and Freezy sharp like me. Like those guys, I catch stuff. So I think I was watching another sister. I don't know if it was Tony or one of the sisters put out the clip of when the cop was arresting him, when he said it was really low. He said, I'm not guilty. He said, I know I'm not guilty, when he was walking. It's really low. So I was grabbing it to raise the volume to show tonight. And then when he said, we got the alleged suspect, and he said, I'm not alleged, I did it. And I was like, hold up. And I raised it up and listened clearly. I said, he didn't say he did it. He said he didn't. He's not alleged, he didn't do it. He said he was innocent right before he said that. So why would you say I'm innocent and then say, confess I'm guilty? That doesn't make no sense. Okay? So it might have been Lakeisha. I don't know. It might have been Lakeisha who I got it from somebody. It might have been the Tony sister, something, right? And I was grabbing it. And then later, when I went to see what Freezy was doing, he did the same thing and raised the volume. So I was going to grab Freezy's clip because I didn't have time and just do it tonight, but I still ran out of time to grab Freezy's clip to show you guys, right? So I might grab it before we finish and stuff, because I got it. I just have to, I downloaded it, but I didn't put it in my Premiere and edit it. But anyway, I probably could find it right now. Yeah, I could, because I know I did the timestamp. It's 2:40. Watch this. Matter of fact, because I got the clip, I can just show
Over
it.
700.
Over 700. Welcome everybody on the live stream. Watch this. Let me show you, because I could just play Freezy's clip. I usually edit it and, put it together, but so let me grab it. It's right here because it just finished downloading when we started, and I got the timestamp for it. New proof. There we go. Now watch this. So let me grab it. Bang. That's the video. Right now, the timestamp is 2 hours 52:40. Right. I'm gonna show y'all, and then she's correct. I'm gonna show y'all what the sister Pinky was saying. There was no blood on Karmelo's clothing. How are you going to stab somebody all this blood and there's no blood on your clothing? Oh yeah, we going somewhere. All right, we going somewhere. 2:52:40. Watch this. Let me show Freezy's clip. All right, 2:52:40. Shout out to Freezy. Okay, here it go. Let me see. Right there. All right, so let me make this make this small. So I know it's 2:51:30. I just know that's the right clip. So I can close it. Then I open the file, take my file, and then pull it into my browser. Come over here, go to this one. Sorry, I'm doing this on the fly. Shout out to everybody in the building, right? I just want to do this because I want to show y'all. And I usually have the clip already. I got more stuff coming though. We about to get back to the testimony. All right, here we go. Let me grab it. So it's in my Black History file. Grab it, pull it up here. Bang, there we go. Now, let me go to the timestamp of it, right? Timestamp is 2 hours and 2:52:40. All right, here we go. So let me come back to y'all. Stop sharing that, right? Make this smaller. Come back to y'all. Share screen. I usually don't just share other people's stuff like this, but I'm letting you know who did it. I was cut it out, still gave him his credit, but I was making my own clip. But shout out to everybody who covers all this stuff that's happening. So here we go. Bang. Share. All right. So now I'm going to 2:52, right? There we go. 2:52, about 20. Now, that's the clip I was talking about.
But hold on.
And I'm just protecting myself.
Right there, Karmelo said, I was protecting myself. I hope y'all hear that. It was kind of low, but listen.
You just don't want to see it. If you just believe it was just between Austin and Karmelo, and you're still choosing to believe that.
All right, hold on. Let me grab, because it's a lot. That's why I always try to cut it. Here it comes. Listen.
And this is why we heard Karmelo say this. But hold on.
And I'm just protecting myself.
Right there, he said, I was protecting myself. Here come the other one. Come on. This is why I always grab my clips. I apologize. That's taking too long.
And this is why we heard Karmelo say this.
Come on.
But hold on.
Here we go.
Protecting myself.
See, right there. He said, I was protecting myself. Now listen.
If somebody is treating the victim, they need to be over there.
And under a memorial pen.
Don't reach for anything, all right, man? Stop right there for me. Dispatch for. But hold on.
And I'm just protecting myself.
I was just protecting myself.
That was the one I want. Hold on. I think he's coming.
Hold on.
And I'm just protecting myself.
And I was just protecting myself.
Dang, the one I want. So it must start at 240, 240. Oh, that's 252. So let me go back. 250, 240.
See it.
Sorry, guys, I'm not
in real time doing this live stream. The audio that you guys have been hearing the whole time, it was lower than that. This is what people been hearing the whole time, right?
Hold up. Hopefully this is the one.
This is the original video people had been hearing the whole time.
But hold on. And I'm just protecting myself.
Couldn't even hardly hear it then, and people just rolled right over that. But guess what? I raised the audio right.
I want the one. I think he's going to do it a little later. That's why I wanted to grab my own clip. I think it's here. This is it.
And they're currently treating the.
First of all, there's 0 blood on his hoodie. That's what Pinky's talking about. And I got the image of him. Karmelo only had a little dab of a dab of blood on his finger. I'm gonna show you, right?
Again, he's on the north end of the stadium. All right. Any weapons on you like that?
I think this is the one where you're gonna say I didn't do it.
Oh, look here.
How long? He put his hands up there. I know I'm not.
There you go. I think he's gonna turn it up louder. He said, I know I'm not guilty.
How long? He put his hands on me. I know I'm not guilty. Hold on. He put his hands on me. I know I'm not guilty.
How long? He put his hands up there. I know I'm not.
Y'all heard it? See, I caught the same thing Freezy caught, and when I was making mine, I looked up and he was already doing, because he go live earlier than me. I'm like, well, great minds think alike. Because when you catch stuff, I'm like, hold up, I heard he said he didn't do it, and then the other one when he said it's not alleged, I did it. Then people thinking he said I did it. That doesn't coincide when he just said, I know, he put his hands on me. I know I'm not guilty.
Hold on. Or it was how long or hold on. He put his hands on me. I know I'm not guilty. Let me play it back. This is the raised audio. I just raised it. I just increased the audio during this live stream.
How long? He put his hands up there. I know I'm not.
Hold on. He put his hands on me. I know I'm not guilty. Now I'm finna play the original audio where you could.
All right. So that part. Now the other thing. That's enough of that. Shout out to Freezy. I meant to grab my own, but it is what it is. Shout out to the content creators. We all working for the same cause, for justice, for truth to come out, truth to power, not bias against either RIP to Austin. We just want the truth. Okay, that's what we're supposed to be bringing out. All right, now let me show Pinky what she was talking about. The blood, I got it because I know I saved it. right? Watch this. I know I got it. Come on, let me go down to the bottom, right? Because I got right here. Which one is it? I know I should be able to see his hoodie. Should be able to see his hoodie. Because I know I screenshot it. Give me 1 second. I'll find it. I know I did it. Hopefully I didn't put it in the video. Come on. Where you at? There you go. I know I did it. There you go. There you go. Now you're cooking with olive oil. All right. So here we go. So I'm going to go. Let me go this way first. Right? What is this? Okay, good. I'm going to go this way first. Right? Here we go. Stop share. This is what Pinky was talking about. Window, bang, share. Everything on the fly. States Exhibit number 68. Do y'all see any blood on this hoodie? There is 0 blood on the hoodie. Hold on. This is supposed to be the knife. State's Exhibit on the bleachers. Right? It's supposed to be the tool, the knife, whatever you want to call it, right? Hold on. This is Karmelo, State's Exhibit 69. In the police car, 0 blood anywhere but right here. Do y'all see that? That's the only blood. Let me explain. If you stab someone in the chest, and if you knew the amount of blood that was on the scene, they showed it in court. It was kind of very devious that they showed where the coach had took a jacket, R.I.P. to Austin, and tried to stuff the wound to stop all the bleeding with a jacket. So in court, they showed a bloody coat to the jurors, and it looked like, oh my goodness, a massacre, right? I'm quite sure it did look like it, R.I.P. to the young brother. But if the person who did it, how does he have 0 blood? There's something called blood splatter. Y'all understand? He has this is the only blood. That is a nick. Which, remember, he ran and fell down the bleachers. He could have got that from falling down the bleachers. This is State's Exhibit. All right, hold on. Yeah, because I got some penal codes. First of all, here we go. Penal code for perjury. And we're going to get back to the testimony. This is under Texas Penal Code 37. If the false statement was made during or in connection with an official proceeding, such as a court hearing or a trial, and the material to the proceeding, then it can be charged as aggravated perjury. Listen, this is what these kids, y'all should be in trouble. Do you understand? So the first Texas Penal Code 3702 is when a person commits perjury by knowingly making false statement under oath with intent to deceive. It's a Class A misdemeanor up to 1 year in county jail, fine $4,000. But fine up to. But if it becomes aggravated perjury when you make a statement, a testimony in connection with an official proceeding, such as a court hearing or a trial, which they testified, and material to the proceeding, it can be charged as aggravated perjury, which is a 3rd-degree felony, getting 2 to 10 years in prison and fine up to $10,000. That part. All right? That's what they did. Let's get back. So this was the only blood on Karmelo. Hold on. I don't see no blood on this knife. See, this is why when someone said, did they have a DNA? Did they have what expert witnesses? Where is the blood on the knife? There should be blood on the blade. This is the exhibit. This is on the crime scene. If this was the unalivened weapon, everybody, Shouldn't they be splatters of blood? If this went into his chest, then it should be blood on this blade. I don't see anything on the blade. That's what everybody's saying, because that ain't the weapon. See? But this is what's in evidence. Here we go. Let's continue. So this is his hoodie in evidence. No blood nowhere. Hold on. And this is the contents of his backpack. In his backpack, he had Cheez-Its. He had fruit trails. He had his charger, his keys, some Aquaphor, a pick for his hair. Okay? He had a receipt. He had a cross on him. He had a receipt from going to the grocery store. But they try to say he came here to unalive somebody. Okay? And then, hold on, I got a picture of the backpack. Y'all know, Unc. I got y'all. Give me a second. Where my backpack at? Because I had that from a while ago. Supposed to do that on one of the other lives. Where my backpack? There you go. Let me show you the backpack. Okay? What's this? Oh, that's a comment section. All right, so go back. There you go. Now watch this. This is again of the crime scene. This don't add up, guys. This stuff don't be adding up, man. Something's wrong. Something real shady with all this stuff. Watch this, guys. This right here. See this? Live Fox 5. Pictures of the unalive weapon, the aftermath. So this, the image I just show y'all, exhibit, ain't no blood on this. Hold on, the backpack. See, that's the exhibit, right? This is what okay. Now this is the scene. They get a liberty. This is the scene where they supposed to have found the knife. The knife was right here. See? Come on. I got you guys. See it? That's right there. Collin County District Court. This is the way this is what the lawyer is supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do. So this is the knife. So I need to see some blood on this, but let's continue. This is the backpack. I don't see no blood on the backpack. I don't see, there was going to be blood splattering places. There's residue that splatters. There's microscopic residue that splatters when you get black light and stuff. You know how, you do a black light in somebody's nasty bedroom or something? They do crime scenes and they turn on they got that stuff that'll show blood and you don't see it with your eyes, but blood be everywhere. So that's why people is talking about, where's the forensics? Where's the DNA evidence? What's going on with this case? All right? So there's no blood nowhere. Ain't no blood nowhere. All right. Hold on. Let me do this right here because this is a great position. We're going to get right back to the reading of the testimony. All right? Let me do this right here because this is a great position to do it at. All right? And let me leave. I should have left that open.
We have a few more questions when you're ready.
I got you. I could close that one. And let me open up this one. This is a great place to get my info, right? So I'm going to grab, which one is it? It's, because I got to come down to my new screenshots. It's the one, because I got the courts. I got it's probably here. Double click. Yeah, it is. Watch this. Hold on. I got you. Praise the Most High for rightly. We're gonna do our own case analysis. You heard that part? We're gonna do our own case analysis. Watch this, guys. These are the laws. Here we go. Stop share. Texas penalty law. Window, bang, share. Here we go. A complete forensic examination would typically include a crime scene documentation, which will include high-resolution photographs, 3D laser scans, drone or overhead images for outdoor scenes, which this was, the precise measurements of evidence location. Okay? This is what forensics, what you're supposed to do. Then it would contain blood stain pattern analysis. Come on, guys. Come on, Pink. Come on, Pinky. BPA. And that will include the direction of the blood travel, the impact spatter. See, this is the part that people don't, yeah, you're going to learn today. You're going to learn today. I don't care. Otherwise, you're just going to go away and be all in your devil feelings and be like, he's guilty and he need to get 1,000 years. And you don't want to understand, rightly divide the case, because if this is the case, then that means somebody else could be responsible for young Austin losing his life. Listen clearly. Somebody else could be responsible. So if you're not possessed by a devil, I don't care if you black, white, or whatever. If you trying to get to truth, then if you want justice for Austin or justice for Karmelo, then you would want the truth. Because if Karmelo, none of this fits Karmelo, then it gotta fit somebody else. That's why they're talking about Eddie. Who was that? Carson, Eddie taking off his clothing, running from the thing in the rain, right? Them throwing stuff in the garbage, the dude with the white shorts. There's a lot of stuff going on, Eddie and Hunter, all right? So in a complete forensic examination would try to decide and ascertain the BPA, blood stain pattern analysis, because the blood is going to have a direction that it was going to travel, and the impact, when the knife hit the chest, the impact spatter the blood, and the cast off patterns, where the blood splatters and where the pattern that it cast off gives the forensics the understanding to know if it was the person stabbed them from below, stabbed them from a different angle. For those who understand and know, I think I learned that from the sister channel, Tony Talks or something. I think her name, something Vested Up or something. Shout out to that sister. She was the first one I seen, and I was going to put a video together for that, because I think she used to work in the lawyer system or something, right? And she was the first one I seen that said that the direction of the knife going into his chest wasn't a straight pattern, as if someone just stabbed someone straight in the chest. It went in at a different angle. You understand? So this is what the casting off patterns. The cast off patterns mean the forensic will study the way the blood splatters and the way it casted off from the impact. You see, the way it spattered from the impact and the direction that the blood spatters would give them a relative understanding of where the proximity, how far away or how close, if they were standing, if they was below, if the person was over them and stuff, right? And then transfer stains. Come on, Sister Pinky. The stains of blood transfer, and then the pooling of blood and the saturation levels. Do y'all get me? Y'all hear me? So there's going to be, depending on the saturation levels, how much your shirt, your clothing, your wrist, right? Your collar, your wrist, your arm collar, wrist, right? And how much pooling, gathering of blood is pooled in this location on the ground or something. You understand? This is how the forensics can determine what happened. You understand? And then they would do DNA analysis. They would take DNA from the victim. They would take DNA from the suspect and touch DNA on objects. They would take it from the knife. They would take it from the clothing. They would take it from everything. And then the mixed DNA profiles, if present, because there will be a lot of mixed DNA once they go through it. I'm thinking Karmelo's new team is going to hire forensics experts and all that type of stuff. That's what my lawyer team did. That's how I beat my case in the Supreme Court. But legal representation that is actually doing the job can actually prove your innocence or guilt. You understand? What show the truth. And that's what the children of the Most High, the righteous children, want for any case, not just Karmelo case, anybody's case. Do you understand? So mixed DNA profiles. Then they would take fingerprint and palm print examinations. They would get latent prints. They would get comparison with other known prints and the elimination prints from investigators and the first responders. So they would do all of this. This is how you get justice. They did none of this. It was the total opposite. Shout out to everybody coming into the building. Shout out to Yahuwah, Will, and Proud FBA and everybody else that I missed, all the newer people. They didn't take none of it. When I showed you, come on, Sister Pinky, all you see on Karmelo was a little dab of a dot on his finger. How you gonna get, ain't no blood on the knife? You ain't seen, ain't no blood, no splatter on his clothing, nothing on his wrist, nothing. Remember, I'm saying the wrist, because if you stab someone, guys, if you stab someone, the first blood splatter is gonna be on his hand and his wrist, right? It's gonna be, right? The impact spatter right here. See, guys? This is why the people are calling a miscarriage of justice. Yeah, this part. Then we got, I'll get back to that. We'll get back to the other legal precedents. All right. Now let's get back to the witness testimony. You see what you did, Miss Pinky? you did all that. The Most High had you do all that. You know what I mean? Once you said about there was no blood, I'm like, hold up, I got some of that because I got a lot of stuff, but stuff is all over the place. I got to try to hurry up. I got so much info. I'm like, okay, I got to do this, and get as much as I can. All right, let's continue. Shout out to War Chief. All right, let's get back to the you could do one question while I grab us back to the witness testimony. All right. And the perjury. Now, y'all remember Texas law under the perjury. You heard? Y'all remember that. Don't forget that part. All right? Let me grab my perjury thing. Go ahead, Kiama.
I got one. This is from Tyra. She says, the Metcalfs didn't own the tent. They were suspended and shouldn't have been there, right? Question mark.
No, they wasn't suspended anymore. They definitely don't own the tent, but they wasn't suspended anymore. Their suspension got lifted and they was called to work the tent. So the coach asked them, and he asked Austin, and I got the thing. Oh, shoot. Boy, I'm loaded today. I'm loaded today. Hold on. I can show you better than I can tell you. Watch this. I got the actual email from the coach to Austin. Here we go. Double click. Watch this. Guys, y'all getting some insight. Y'all getting some real. Y'all getting the truth. All right, watch this. Stop share. All right, stop share. And y'all just reminded me of what I got. Share screen. I'm like, oh, that's right. I got that too. This is the actual email thread from the coach to RIP Austin Metcalf. He says, you and Rhett are on the early bus. Get the tent and whatever else we need. Set an example of how to conduct yourself today. He's saying this because they were suspended because these boys was rowdy. Okay? So he's telling them, you set an example because I'm lifting your suspension and I'm allowing you. So they were there to put up all the tents, right? They were trying to work off their suspension. You know what I mean? Right? So that's what they were there for. Now, they don't own the tent. They don't have no right to tell nobody to do nothing, but this was a whole different thing. They got called to that tent and they marched their way over there and went straight to Karmelo. So this was some inside stuff set up. That's what I think. Okay. So he says, set examples of how to conduct yourself today. See, today, you got to understand how people speak. All right. Be a leader. I need you and Rhett to hold us down. I will be helping with hosting the meet, so I'm going to lean on my older guys. So So he's telling them, he's like, listen, I need you to conduct yourself like a leader. Okay? Stop acting, y'all be beating up people, y'all be doing stuff. Conduct yourself. I need you to hold us down, represent us. He says, for sure, coach, I got you. And then the coach said, love you, man. So sorry I didn't say enough. All right. Yeah. So let's get back to the testimony. So that's crazy. This is pretty dope that when people ask the questions, I actually got the stuff to show. It's crazy work. Praise the Most High, right? Because I got so much stuff. So when we do the other questions, I probably got some stuff to help with that. So let's get back to reading the testimony. All right. So let me grab it. Window. Where's the testimony? It's this one. Bang. Share. There we go. Let me see what y'all see. Yep. All right. So here we go. Shout out to Divinely Gifted by God. All right. So we did this. Now this student has actually been perjured himself. So this is a class 3 felony right here. Okay. 2 to 10 years in prison, up to $10,000 fine. All right. This is a lie. Okay. Now let's continue. So he said, let me give a little quick, synopsis. He said he seen Anthony, he seen the Metcalf ask him nicely to move, right? He seen Karmelo was already there at the memorial section of the bleachers. He seen Karmelo give somebody a dab and was minding his own business. You heard? That's what he said right here. Okay? He said the Metcalf twins were somewhere else and they came back. Okay. And Karmelo was minding his own business. All right. Then he said the Metcalf went up to him and asked him to leave. Nice at first, right? And he said Karmelo had his hand in his backpack. He said Karmelo told him, don't touch me. All right. He recalled that Metcalf touched him on his shoulder with 2 hands, right? Kind of moving him. Touch. Like, see these words, right? Nicely. He touched him with 2 hands on his shoulder, kind of moving him, right? Then he said Metcalf was bigger than him, so he didn't think there would be a fight. He was trying to be nice about, about bullying. This is what this is. I'm sorry. I'm just going to call it what it is. Y'all can get mad at me all you want. All right. It just is what it is. So he was a bigger guy and he didn't think it would be a fight because he was bigger and Karmelo wasn't cooperating. That's crazy work. They says cooperating like he the police or something or listening. All right. He described Karmelo as getting worked up. Right. He said he didn't know Karmelo. Right. And he didn't think it was self-defense. And he didn't think that Metcalf wanted to fight that day. All right. Now, he said he was worried about what Karmelo was going to do because Karmelo's warning, meaning don't touch me, leave me alone. He said he was minding his business, right? He said he saw Karmelo's hand in a bag holding something. He said he stood up now he's saying they were sitting, but the video evidence shows a lie. They weren't sitting. He shows them come right to the tent and shows Hunter go right to him. And then Austin went around. So all this sitting down, that's perjury. But let's continue. He said that they were sitting and when they stood up, he stood up. So that's 3 because we know it's 2 of them twins or twins, 2 of them brothers. And he stood up when they stood up because he didn't want to fight. So you stood over a sitting individual with your bullying telling to leave, but you stood over them because you didn't want to fight. Okay. He agreed that Metcalf was standing and his brother was standing, but Karmelo was sitting. So that's 3 people standing over someone that's sitting. And these are big boys. They're the big boy crew. That's the name of their crew. The big boy crew. Okay. Now, he now Later, he described Metcalf's action as grabbing with two hands, and the grabbing knocked Karmelo backward. But the first time he said he touched them with two hands on the shoulder. See, all in one statement. So the DA, the defense attorney should have destroyed this testimony. You understand? So that the jury can see that this is clearly a lie. He's lying within his statement. He said, shout to Antoine. He said Antoine, this witness further described, now he's saying it's a grab. First time he just touched them with two hands and kind of moved them. Now he said he grabbed them with two hands and knocked them backward. So I'll be like, which one is it? You know how what they do to me? They'd be like, what they call that when they say you're harassing the witness? Stop harassing the witness. I'm like, you're out of order. He's out of order. This whole court. I'll be a hell of a lawyer. I'm going to say hell. I'll be a Hades of a lawyer. I'll be ripping them to shreds. I know, boy, the devil's a lie. That's why they keep us in sin and transgression. That's why they made sure I grew up in the projects and in the environment to make sure I don't have a stability so I can pursue a law degree or something. I would have been killing the courtroom. I'll have them I'll be like, listen, this whole thing is a mess. I'll have the whole jury. I'll be rocking them to see. I'll be like, boy, let's go. I'll be putting everybody on the court testifying. Let's go. Let's get the police up here. We get, hey, yeah, you are badgering the witness. I'm like, I'm going to be badgering everything. I'm a honey badger tonight, Your Honor. They be like, listen, we're going to do contempt of court. I'm like, it's okay, Your Honor. I got you. You know how you push it so far and you take a step back? Yeah, I'll be badgering the witness. Yo, B. And then I'll be like, oh, I know when that's the balance of everything in life is how far to push something to an edge and then back off, right? Everything is about, that's how you grow in things. That's how you even excel in anything that you do. You got to be willing to go to a little extreme out of your comfort zone, but no limits. You have to have balance, no limits, right? But that's what I'll be doing. I'll be pushed. I'll be like, I'm a honey badger tonight, and I have the jury laugh. You know what I mean? So you understand. You play off people emotion. Everything. You humanize people. I would have humanized my client. I would have went to work on this. This would have been an easy one though. But let's continue. I know y'all. I know some of y'all like, Unc, you definitely missed one of your callings. I missed a lot of callings, but I got the right calling. Teach the word of the Most High to His children of every nation, kid, your tongue, and people. You heard? Be the one to lead the Most High's children to salvation. You heard that part? That's the real calling. All right, let's continue. Now, he said, all right. So now he said he grabbed them with two hands, and when he grabbed them, it knocked Karmelo backward. Now, everybody, listen. He was seated. So this is the part people not understand. Now, we're just going off his testimony. We know Karmelo was sitting down, right? So he said he grabbed, come on, y'all, shout the call of Yah. He grabbed his hand, he grabbed him with two hands, and he said it knocked him backwards. So that means if you're sitting, that means you fell backwards, all right? So if you knock me backwards and I'm sitting, how am I going to go in my bag and come out and then come back up and do, right? That timeline is kind of crazy, right? Especially when they leaving out the part that Hunter said Austin grabbed his bag. So that's what I would be asking. Okay, so what a part when Austin grabbed his bag? You know what he would do? Think about it. Take your time. I know you're only 17, but this is what I would do. I say, but you know that there's a thing called Texas Penal Code, section such and such for perjury. And if you perjury by testifying in court, you can get from 2 to 10 years in prison. You tell that to these kids. I bet you that'll straighten them up for the little, for the little barbecue that they had at Jeff Metcalf's house when he scared them up to make the testimony. Oh yeah. I give them some act right. You know how you give act rights? Come on, man. Y'all, somebody told y'all wrong. You better act like y'all know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Children of the Most High stand rights. I give them some act right. Tom of Yah. I say, you do know that you can get 2 to 10 years up in prison for this, right? For this perjury. So you need to, I'll be like, you sure you want to answer that way? See, you sure you want to answer that way? I'm just giving you the law. Yana, I'm easy. I'm just giving the law. They're like, all right, Unc. The judge, all right, Unc. You teetering on the line. I'm like, it's okay. This case it's out of order, Yana. It's out of order. It's out of order. right? A lot of unrighteous, a lot of folio going on, a lot of foolishness. You know, I don't stand for foolishness, Your Honor. You know, I'm a man of righteous. I'm a lawyer of righteous spirit and in truth. Righteousness first, Your Honor. This is the justice, a law of justice and order. Law and order, Your Honor. Roach. Sorry, not sorry. All right, let's continue. Yeah, I'll give McCann an act right in a minute. Come on, guys. All right. So let's continue. So now at 4 p.m., a Liberty High School student testified. Now let's hear from another, that's the other tent, Liberty High School. A Liberty High School student who recently graduated took the stand. Hold on, a sister. She was competing in the track meet that day for Liberty. Liberty had a tent set up right next to the Memorial High School tent. I showed y'all that earlier on purpose. She described the weather. She said it was raining really hard for a few minutes, then it started drizzling. And they asked her, what drew your attention? The prosecutor asked her. She described hearing Karmelo and Austin having a verbal argument. She recalled hearing Karmelo say, if you want me to move, you have to move me. She testified that Karmelo was more aggressive than Austin. Unlike some of the previous witnesses, she said she did think a fight was about to break out. But she testified that she didn't think that Metcalf wanted to fight. So again, she's blaming, this is crazy. It's 6 individuals walking up to one individual that was sitting down, and the person said he was minding his own business, right? So she's saying that she did think it was going to be a fight, but it wasn't the big boy. It wasn't the boys who were approaching the individual who's minding his own business. That's crazy work, guys. This stuff, this perjury is crazy, right? So she said she thought it was going to be a fight, but it wasn't from the twins. Karmelo sitting down minding his business. He want to fight 200-pound. You understand? 200 was 6 of them, right? He want to fight the big boys club. She then testified that she didn't think the fight had anything to do with his race. She also became emotional on the stand whilst recalling seeing Metcalf bleeding. During cross-examination, the defense pointed out some discrepancies between her testimony in court and the statement she gave the police when what she heard versus what she heard through gossip. Oh, you think there was some discrepancies? So they all told one statement in 2025, which was total opposite after the Collin County that got to them and Jeff, right? So there was some discrepancies between her testimony in court and her statement she gave the police about what she heard and what she heard through gossip. What she was told to say. Let's continue. And they got a roach. Then another teammate testified. The next witness called. Now, they don't say their names because they were 17. So these are Carson, Eddie, and them, right? So these are the people who was there, their testimonies. They won't say their name because they hide in the identity of the children. The next witness called to the stand was 17-year-old rising senior whose father was recently unalived in California. He was a running back from Memorial High School and was a member of the track team. He told jurors that Metcalf was his team captain in football and was a leader. He described him as someone who believed in him. The witness again walked through the events that happened step by step. He testified that he was putting on his shorts when he saw Metcalf talking to Anthony. He described Metcalf asking Anthony who he was and said Anthony was trying to provoke him. See, I'm sorry. Let me just stay focused. Let me just read. Now, listen clearly, everybody. Listen clearly. Yes, R.I.P. to young Austin. Everybody, this was Hunter who approached him. It was Hunter who asked him to move. But they're saying like it was Austin when Hunter's testimony says, I approached him, right? but they're saying Karmelo is provoking someone. If I'm sitting there minding my business, he was on his phone. Another testimony said Karmelo was sitting there, you know what kids do, on his phone. And someone comes up to me and be like, you need to move. Get up. You need to move. Right? And I'm like, what do you mean I need to move? First of all, it's 20 people in the tent. Why are you coming to me? Right? It's plenty room. It's plenty room under the tent. Ain't nobody, I'm not taking nobody's seat. I could see if it was full, 50 people under the tent. That's why I showed y'all the tent and I showed y'all how many people can sit for each row of the bleachers. You understand? So it's like, okay, you know what? I don't know. Maybe if it was so crowded and somebody like, yo, this is my seat. I'm part of the track team and I'm not going to be, you need to go try to squeeze under Liberty or something, 10 or whatever. But it's plenty room. Like, why you come messing with me? Because it was all intentional. But anyway, so the point is they trying to say he was trying to provoke them. He's sitting there, the other person said, minding his own business. So how am I trying to provoke somebody who's coming approaching me? You're provoking me to do something. The witness testified that Metcalf says something to the effect of, dude, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. Now, that's the first time I heard that. I didn't hear Austin didn't say nothing about nobody saying that. So as you see, everybody got something different they adding, right? Dude, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. And they said, did you think a fight was going to happen? The prosecutor asked. She said, no, because Austin said, I'm not going to fight you at the track meet. Those were exact words. Like the student witnesses before him, the teen said that Karmelo was the aggressor and it did not appear to be an act of self-defense. He said he had the impression that Karmelo was trying to blend in with the crowd after the stabbing. See, that's another lie. Everybody, you know that after Joey, shout out to Joey, Joey, may you repent. The Most High loves you, Joey, even though you're in your sin and transgression. Blessings, Joey. Most High's blessings over you and your family. All right. I know you don't like me because you're in your trauma and you're in your hate, but we love you with the spirit of the Most High. Right? This ain't about race. This is about truth and justice. Now listen what was said. Like the student witnesses before him, the teen said that Karmelo was the aggressor and did not appear to be an act of self-defense. He said he had the impression that Karmelo was trying to blend in with the crowd after the stabbing. But everybody listen clearly. You clearly see in the video evidence after the stabbing, he ran out the tent and ran. So again, is this perjury? Is this, see? So again, what I'm doing is the statements from the individuals versus what actually the video evidence is a clear contradiction of lies. Okay? Clear evidence contradiction of lies, because everything that they're saying contradicts the actual video footage. You understand what actually happened in the footage? Okay? So let me do it. Stop share. I'm gonna come back to that. Come back to y'all. Make this smaller. Come back to y'all. Share screen. Right? I think it's this one. Share. Right? So what she just said, she said that after, right, that's them clearly walking, beelining to the thing, right? Now you see, I don't see nobody sitting. You see Hunter, that's Hunter, walk and he's standing over. That's Karmelo, he's standing over, right? And this the part where they're telling them stuff, right? And then you see Austin come, they walk, and they're surrounded. The other one said he stood up, right? But they would say he was sitting, but you clearly see ain't nobody sitting. But let's continue. So then, hold on. So then you're gonna see, where's my clip? Oh, this is the other one. Of Karmelo leave, right? When he ran out of the tent, right? There it goes. Share this tab instead. It gotta be this one. Yep, there it go. So he said, or she said, Karmelo, that's her, she said he tried to blend in with the crowd after the stabbing. But look, Karmelo, right after the incident, he's right here. He immediately runs out the tent and then runs. See? And there go that garbage can, right? Throwing something in the garbage. He fell right there. So again, that's perjury. Well, or you don't, that witness testimony need to be thrown out. The jury need to see that she's either lying or she just doesn't remember. And it contradicts her earlier testimony. Because from the video evidence, you see Karmelo did not try to blend in with the crowd. So her testimony was like, after this, they're jumping him right here. And after whatever stabbing, whoever did it, if he wanted to blend in, then he would have went and tried to be one of these people. That's how you blend in. But no, he ran immediately out the tent, right there. And then ran. And he never stopped running until he found the coach. He ran all the way out until he found the coach. And look at that garbage can thing. That's the part everybody need to really be focused on. You heard? That's what I would have been tearing that up in court. Your Honor, what is this? What's this garbage? Who is this individual right up in here, all up in the commotion that runs right to the garbage? He don't care what Karmelo doing. What is this individual stashing in his garbage? See him? See him, everybody? Who that, Your Honor? That's what should be. That's what should be investigated. See all the commotion? That dude right up in here. So I don't know if that was the object that might have stabbed Peter Austin or what, but it was sure important enough for when soon as it's over, he runs straight out. At the same time, Karmelo is running and fell on his face and everything and running, he runs straight to that garbage. See? And then he runs and puts something in it. And then the other clip later, there you go. And then the dude, here you go. The dude with the white shorts. Fast forward. Garbage on his side. The dude with the white shorts go. See? And he leans over and does something. Drops something or point to Carson something. Get the garbage. Get whatever's in the garbage. Then Carson grabs whatever's in that garbage. See? Bend down. Grab it up. Put something in his pocket. And then you'll see him run out the, and he runs out the, there you go, running out the park with whatever was in that garbage. Yana, what about that part, Yana? That's what I need to be focused on. Who that? And anybody who is not possessed with a devil, you should be trying to find out the same thing, because you should be trying to find out who has something to do with Austin being unalived. If you claim you love Austin so much, then why wouldn't you want to do the same thing we doing? Okay? We're trying to find out who really, how many were involved in this, what happened to Austin? Who, if it wasn't Karmelo, who did it? What was in this garbage can? Who is this person in the white shorts who, after he directed him to the garbage can, went and walked right with Karmelo and the coach? Right here, look. Right after that, he walks right to Karmelo and the coach and walks off. Oh, it's too much shady. It's too much stuff going on. So that sister's testimony, that's perjury. That's you're lying in court, Your Honor. This is a circus court. I would have got a contempt. Oh yeah, I've been a dope lawyer. You know what I mean? I would have earned my key. Facts. I'm like, listen, this thing is contempt. I don't give a crap. You're a lawyer. Send me to jail. I'll be back again. I'll be back attorneying again. Like Fridays. When you go, I'll be back again. Don't send me, because this is a travesty. I won't stand for this. You're out of order. The whole court is out of order. All right, let's continue. So she lying. Another lie from the fake flake of fire. Because she said she thought Karmelo was trying to blend in with the crowd after the stabbing. You literally see that there was no blending in. You're a liar. Under the cross-examination, the defense showed a diagram of the bleachers for the witness to indicate where everyone was sitting or standing. The attorney emphasized that Metcalf was standing and Anthony was sitting. Why do you keep saying just one? There's more than one. He was sitting with his hand in his bag, the team said. The witness reenacted the shove to the shoulder that Metcalf gave Anthony. Why nobody talking about grabbing the bag? You see, guys? You see they keep talking about touch. He touched him, 2-hand touch on the shoulder. He gave him a love nudge on the shoulder. What about Austin? Hunter said he grabbed the bag. The witness reenacted the shove to the shoulder that Metcalf gave Anthony. He said at that point, Karmelo stood up and, right? So they're making it seem like he just came over and it was just them two. And he just said, could you please move? Could you please move, please? Pretty please. And he said, no, you move me. And he said, I will move you. And he touched him on his shoulder and gave him a slight nudge, move in that direction. And he just stabbed him because he's a brute, savage beast. And he just wanted to unalive people. And he's a savage. And he came here to unalive. That's what he did. He had a knife and he came with a knife. He wanted to kill alive people. He wanted to unalive anybody. No, stop it. The devil's a lie. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. This ain't OJ. I don't know. OJ was guilty. We ain't rock with OJ. Sorry. Not sorry. That was your boy. Don't get mad. Sorry for those who want to be racist. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who like justice and truth. Us real blackity blacks in the hood, we ain't rock with no OJ Simpson. You know why? Because OJ been sold us out 100 years before that case ever happened. OJ, we used to love OJ number 32. I used to have to throw back OJ, and I'm an elder. I used to watch the Juice OJ when he was playing. I was young. I was in the 70s and stuff. You understand? So we used to rock with OJ. OJ was the $1 million man. OJ, all of a sudden, OJ sold us out for Hollywood. OJ was like, I ain't even black. OJ was better than, you know how they make you, that's what the other nations be doing to us, especially the diaspora. Well, the other nations too. They'll say, because I know shout out to my righteous African brothers and sisters from Africa. I remember some of the African brothers and sisters, some of the Caribbeans too, they would come over and the parents would tell, because the kids would start to go to school with us and they might like me or something. And the parents like, no, you don't bring no black American. So the kids would be like, but I thought you liked the black American. You like Michael Jackson. You know what they say? Oh, yeah, he different. You like O.J. Simpson? Oh, he different. These are different blacks, right? They're not black. It's crazy work. But anyway, it's just truth to power. I'm sorry. I'm calling it what it is, right? Shout out to the righteous immigrants. You understand? Because I dated back in the days. Shout out Nikisha. She was straight from Jamaica, and her moms liked me. So I'm not painting everybody like that. But this is what, we faced racism from all the nations who came over. They didn't see themselves as black. They saw themselves as Nigerian and Ghanaian and Jamaican and Haitian and, from their country, which they should. Bahamian, I forgot how to say that, Trini, right? Dominican, and we were just black. We were stepchilds. I'm just calling 110. I'm talking about from the 70s. Y'all can talk all this new stuff all you want. It was a different world back then, you understand? And then into the 80s and then to the 90s. So I seen it from the roots, and I'm from New York City. We're melting pot, so we had everybody. So you're going to miss me with everything. I lived with everybody culture. Everybody had their own separate state. And this is what, and they didn't like us. They said they wasn't. That's just what it was. So it was a wake-up call because we thought they were black. Like we saw everybody as black because we like, okay. But we found out that just because they got the same complexion, it ain't the same. They was like, don't bring home a black. But you like Michael Jackson? Well, he ain't black. You like Michael Jordan? No, they not black. But anyway. Let me continue. Let me get back focused anyway. I forgot. I don't even know how I got there. Let's stay over here because I'm going to go there for our close. Oh, it's getting late. I'm going to go there for our close. That's Friday night. We're going long tonight. I'm going to go there for our close out. Yeah. I got that coming. So anyway, Go ahead, Hakim.
We still have a few questions and they're adding up when you're ready for them.
Do one right now.
This first one is from, how's this? Tricia. They ask, if you stab someone, why would the knife not be fully opened?
Yeah, well, I'm guessing she's saying because it was on the ground. So I don't know. Maybe it could have fell and kind of closed a little bit. But I'm quite sure whenever they stabbed it, it would have been fully open. But, you know, it could be any instance. Let's say if that was, but honestly, like you're thinking, if that was the actual unalive weapon, it should be blood all over. It should be blood on that knife. That was at the crime scene. That's ridiculous. Sorry, splatter. It should be something on it. Something on Karmelo. It just is what it is. But yeah, so with it just being halfway open, it could have fell when it dropped or whatever. And I'm not going to give it away. The testimony is about to say something. They're about to say something in this testimony. Give me one more question, Hakim.
Okay. This one, two people asked the same thing. Both Truth Seeking and Money Mike said, why was the autopsy sealed, or did they seal it?
I think they sealed everything. I don't see, nothing came out in the case. Now, the point I make, not only about the autopsy, but where is Karmelo's interrogation? You know how when they lock you up, especially for murder, when they take you in to police, they play good cop, bad cop. You know what I mean? They interrogate you. They do, get you. Where's all this stuff at? Why is it just nothing? Why is they just rush them into trial, rush them into speedy sentencing, rush them into prison? He was in prison before you could blink. And everybody, let me explain this. I think it was the sister. Shout out to that sister. What's her name? Tony Takes, I think. Shout out to Sister Tony. Tony brought some understanding. She was in the courtroom. I think she was in the courtroom. So some of the people in the courtroom, you know how everybody's asking the question, right? And this is a big question. It's going to help a lot of y'all. I know y'all going to be like, thank you, Aunt. You're very welcome from the House of the Most High. Thank you for everybody in the ministry and all the moderators in the ministry for welcoming everybody new. Now, everybody listen. You know the part that everybody's asking about the parents. It's a great question, right? I'm about to give y'all an answer that most people like, thank you. The big conundrum is, why wasn't Karmelo's parents in the courtroom when he got sentenced? They're trying to make it seem like they left him. Now, y'all know doggone well, they're not, they loved it. They were with their son through this whole thing. They were loving parents, right? Megan and her dad loved their children, right? Now, the reason why they weren't in the courtroom with sentencing, they didn't leave him they would never do that. What happened was, it was another hoodwink going on in the courtroom. There was a lot of hijinks. I played on the last live stream where, what's his name? Megan said, I got the clip, I could play it again. Megan said that Hunter wasn't supposed to be in the courtroom, right? It would be classified as witness tampering, but he threw a fit in the hallway and the court officer gave him a badge and let him go in the courtroom. That's a miscarriage of justice for the sentencing that they can see, right? So again, there was so much. And then the other lady said that Jeff Metcalf was bullying, harassing people in the courtroom and making gestures to the witnesses when they were testifying, right? Stuff that shouldn't be happening. You understand? So what happened in the courtroom, okay, and this is from people who were there. The reason why Karmelo's parents wasn't in the courtroom for sentencing, they didn't abandon him. It was because when they broke for court, you know how you break for court? You go to lunch. They said that they were breaking for court and the lunch was going to be an hour lunch. Okay, when you break for court to go to lunch. So the court, the clerk of the court, the officer in the court, they announced that they break in for lunch, right? and I'm paraphrasing, and it was supposed to be an hour, right? Like it usually is during that time, right? And what they did was they let the Anthony family walk out the court, but they motioned to the Metcalfs and everybody to stay. And once the Anthony family walked out the court to go to lunch, then they announced that it's going to be a short lunch. So they made it 30 minutes. So when they left to go to lunch, when they broke for it, when they came back in half an hour early. And they never let the Anthonys know. So they were out. And so when they came back, they did the sentencing and they wasn't there. All right. So Phyllis said, that's not true. They were escorted out due to them crying. All right. So I was talking about, well, you're going to have to show me that because the sister, was you in the courtroom? If you were there, then you would have to get with the sister who was there, Tony. So I try to go from people who was in the courtroom, and I try not to go from secondhand. If you were in the courtroom and you saying that's what happened, see, you saying look it up. See, that's the part. So Phyllis, I respectfully, I like to go from people's testimony who was in the courtroom versus look into what people say who wasn't there. Right? Like we going from this testimony here from witnesses, right? So if that's the case, I can believe what these witnesses said. I can look this up, but I like to go from people who said they was there, right? All right. So anyway, so yeah, so I didn't hear that they kicked them out of the courtroom. I never heard that, but anyway, but they got a lot of different things people are saying. All right. All right. So Nika Knight was in the courtroom. So this other lady was in the courtroom too. And both of these are, investigating the case. So I'm just quoting, what's her name? Tommy Tate. That was what she said. And she said she was there. So either way, but whatever. I don't know. I wasn't there. So anyway, that's just what that's why I said where I got it from. Okay. And she was there and she's a legal something. She does something in the courts and stuff. Right. All right, so shout out to them. I don't know who Nika Knight is, and I heard of it. I think I heard of her from Breezy Channel, but this Tony lady. So anyway, shout out to everybody trying to bring out truth. So either way, they didn't abandon the overall sentiment of it is they didn't abandon their child. All right, all right. Welcome to you too, Phyllis. We welcome to have you here, daughter of the Most High. All blessings and love as we try to filter out all the mess, right, Phyllis? We just trying to get to the truth, right? So I receive what Neek say, I receive what Tony say, and we just keep trying to get through the truth. Shout out to Vroom. Good night, Vroom. All right. Shout out to Smokey in the building. All right. So let's continue. So now listen to this. She said, now we still at this witness from Liberty. She said, Karmelo was sitting with his hand in his bag. The witness reenacted the shove to the shoulder that Metcalf gave Karmelo, and he said at that point, Anthony stood up and stabbed Metcalf. The past few witnesses have given slightly different descriptions. I think this was a female witness. Give me a second. When did he told? Oh, we on the he. Okay. So I mixed myself up. So this is the witness whose father was recently unalived. All right. So we did the Liberty. Okay. I apologize, guys. So the Liberty. Oh, so we finished the girl. All right. I thought this was still the girl. I apologize. So this is the dude the young man whose father was unalived in California. He's a running back and part of the track team. So now he said Karmelo was sitting with his hand in the bag, and he reenacted the shove to the shoulder. And he said at that point, Karmelo stood up and stabbed him. The past few witnesses have given slightly different descriptions of the strength of his push or shove. Someone said he just touched him, right? Some witnesses said it was with 2 hands, while others said it was with 1 hand. So that meant this is all ultra perm. This all folio stuff right here. When the defense asked about athletes from different schools mingling at the track meets, the witness acknowledged that sometimes it does happen, but he said typically the coaches would tell other students to leave their tent if they're from a different school. Well, I'm quite sure if the coach would have told Karmelo to leave his tent, which I don't think he would have because it wasn't crowded under there and he wasn't bothering nobody, and he got invited there from Eddie and it wasn't crowded and it was raining. Unless the coach is an a-hole, why would you tell him to leave the tent? He's not starting no trouble. He's not messing with nobody. He's sitting there with his friend Eddie, and that's it. Mind his business. Now, if there's no room, then I can see, right? But then, even then, as a coach, I'm like, you know what? Make room. I don't want the person to be out in the rain. I don't care that you are from another team. What's wrong? What's wrong with people, right? But anyway, let's continue. Shout out to Sabaya. The third team, I got to stand up. Okay, I got to, Hakyama, I meant to tell you, every hour, remind me to stand up, right? Because my leg's going to be swollen and swelling. And I got to praise the Most High, this desk stands up. So I'm going to do that in a second. Hakyama, remind me in about 20 minutes to stand up, lift the desk up so I can let the blood flow to my ankles and stuff. And yeah, my legs be swollen. We be doing like 7-8 hours here. It's not good for me. All right. So a 16-year-old, now this is the third team testifies. A 16-year-old rising junior took the stand. He told the jurors he was on the football team and the track team. He said even though Metcalf and his twin brother were older than him, he knew them for football and track. He testified that on the morning of the track meet, he helped set up the tent, which he called a home base for us. He remembered Karmelo walking up and sitting under the tent. What did you think when he sat there? The prosecutor asked. I was questioning why he was here, the teen said. He said he wondered if Anthony had friends there. He told jurors it's weird for students to come to other tents, but you heard the first person witness testified that he was sitting down talking to his friend. See? So you see, guys, they listening, right? Once Anthony sat down, the teen said he heard Metcalf ask him why he was there. He said Metcalf asked him multiple times to leave, but he did not. Karmelo said several times that he had something in his bag. See, you never even heard this testimony. So these kids, well, why would you even put 16-year-olds, these kids on the stand, right? Y'all know kids, kids ain't nothing but lies. Scratch a lie, catch a thief, right? This foolishness right here. He said Karmelo says several times he has something in his bag. The teen testified that the knife already had to be opened already because there was no way he could have stabbed Metcalf that fast. That's another one. Everybody said nobody saw the stab. Did either Austin or Karmelo get angry? The state asked. Not angry, but more frustrated, the teen said. He said he didn't know why it escalated so fast. He testified that Karmelo got more aggressive the more he was asked to leave. He said, did it appear that Austin wanted to fight? He said, no, the teen said. When asked why he thought Karmelo was bluffing about having something in his bag, the teen said it was because I would never think someone would have a knife at a track meet. Oh, you wouldn't? So you mean to tell me all those kids don't have that stuff to clean their cleats? So again, this is all. Was anyone on their feet because a fight was going to break out? The state asked. No, sir, the teen replied. Would people be standing if they thought a fight was about to break out? The prosecutor asked. Yes, sir. Recording on cell phones, the teen said. The teen said the altercation did not look like self-defense. He said Karmelo was the aggressor and the one who provoked it. So the one who's sitting down minding his business provoked 6 people who are approaching him. You understand? And all the scuffle and nobody recorded on the cell phone. Under cross-examination, the defense attorney asked the 16-year-old witness about the recorded statements he gave at the police station. He admitted that he was able to communicate and text other teammates. Okay. The defense asked the 16-year-old about the recorded statements that he gave at the police station, because the statements they gave when it first happened and these now are contradictory. He admitted that he was able to text other teammates while waiting to be interviewed. That's how he found out that Austin had passed away. He also admitted that he saw Karmelo greet someone under the tent who he allegedly knew. So you just said, see, he just contradicted himself. He said when he seen Karmelo come under the tent, he was wondering, why are you doing here? You don't know nobody or something, he said. And now he said he saw him greet somebody under the tent who he allegedly knew. Exactly. Who he got invited under the tent from. Right? There you go. When I saw him set there, I was questioning why he was here. He said he wondered if he had friends there. And he told them it's weird for students to come to other tents. And now he said he saw him with a friend. He admitted he saw Anthony greet someone under the tent who he allegedly knew. So which one is it, young man? See, this is where cross-examine. This one I'm like, bro, this is a railroad. So make up your mind. You just said he didn't know. So when did you see him? When did you question that when you seen him greet someone under the tent? So when he came to the tent, he apparently gonna go to his person. He said, did the other student ever say they knew Karmelo? The defense asked. No, not when Karmelo Anthony was questioned about why he was there, the teen said. That don't make no sense. Did the other student ever say that he knew Karmelo? He just said he saw him greet someone who he allegedly knew. The teen said Karmelo was under the tent for just a few minutes before he was questioned. Metcalf was the first to question him, and then everybody else did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See, yo, they burying themselves. This is making this case even worse. This testimonies. So now this one said, I'm guessing he's saying Austin, which was really Hunter who approached him first. But listen, he said, just so he said, one of the Metcalfs was the first to come up and question him, then everybody else did. Who is everybody else? You see, guys? You see how simple this is? Okay, young man, who is everybody else? Name them. Are they in the courtroom? Point them out for me. Him. They all questioned him. What did they question him? Come on, guys. Y'all see what I'm doing? What was the question that they asked him? To move? So he told him to move. He told him to move. He told him to move. So there was how many? Is that multiple people? So jury, I sequestered the jury. Your Honor, I don't know how this is stated. I'm not a lawyer. I put in a motion of a multiple defendant, the thing that I brought out on the last live stream. Now this case just took on a whole different thing because now this is multiple assailants. That's what it is. Multiple assailant motion. Okay? Because these are multiple people. The other one said he stood up when the other stood up. This one said everybody questioned him. Okay? So where is this one person? This is a multiple assailant claim, and I need the jury to understand that because that automatically goes into self-defense, guys. Defense attorney Toby Shook asked the teen to read from the transcript of his police interview. I know, War Chief. It's the most simplest thing in the world. It's like ABC. It's clear as day. Okay? Any lawyer, I'm not even a lawyer. I'm just learning this from investigating the case to bring the understanding for the children of the Most High. And I'm like, man, this is crazy. So defense attorney Toby Shook. Now this is the other attorney. So it wasn't just, what's his name? Mike, the Mike dude that was selling Karmelo out. Toby Shook. And Toby Shook had that's the one. So Toby Shook And the other thing I showed you, when I showed you the screenshot about the divorce of Megan and of Jeff Metcalf and Judge Roach's wife and the DA's wife, that other dude, he got something to do with Toby Shook. That's the connection. So they all connected. And this was Karmelo's other lawyer. Oh, they shook, he shook all right. They shook him out to dry, bro. Defense attorney Toby Shook asked the team to read from the transcript of his police interview. According to this transcript, he said it was Austin and Hunter telling Karmelo Anthony to leave. Okay? He says, was Austin asking where Karmelo was from? Anything like that? The defense asked, he said, no, sir. So in the transcript, he said Austin and Hunter were telling him to leave. But right here, he said everybody else told him to leave, was questioning him. When asked if he heard Karmelo warn Metcalf several times that he has something in his bag, he replied yes. But he said he's not sure if he thought that was a warning. Wow, this thing is ridiculous. Honestly, it's ridiculous. Okay? But because then I'm asking him, okay, so Hunter said that soon as Austin asked him, he snatched his bag. So did you see him snatch the bag? I would love to see, because when these, especially kids, a lie, that's why the Most High tells us to stand in spirit and truth, right? Because with a lie, you have to keep covering a lie, right? That's why it's not good to lie, guys. It's good to just be raw and cut, tell the truth, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? Unless you have to lie to get yourself out of a harmful situation. What I mean is, let's say if some people was coming, invading my house, and they was trying to unalive my roommates and trying to harm us, and they said, is anybody in the house? I'm gonna say no, right? If I got them hiding, right, and I'm trying to defend, right, I'm not gonna say, sorry, I can't tell a lie. Yes, they're hiding in the closet. See what I mean? That's not letting your left hand know what your right hand is doing, all right? So things are not just blanket as black and white, as to say, because the Bible does says we are never to tell a lie. But you got to understand the difference between discerning the spirits of serpents, discern all situations. So if I'm got a homestead and I'm protecting the women and children, and the slaughtering army is coming to massacre them, and they say, where are the women and children? I'm going to say, I cannot tell a lie. They're right there. The devil's a lie. You understand? No, they're not here, because you're at spiritual warfare. You got to understand that. Yes, like Rahab did for the spies. Absolutely. It is righteous, just like righteous anger. So you are defending, because this dark second world, now the Most High didn't create us to lie, but Adam and Eve caused this mess and brought all this sin and transgression. Now this devil is the God of this world for this temporary time. And there's wicked and sin and evil and transgression and slaughtering, right? So you got to discern all spirits. So if someone's coming to harm me or mine, I'm not about to tell you where my people is at so you can harm them. No, I'm going to go to strategic warfare. Do you understand that part? I just need y'all to understand that. Please hype the live. Thank you, Latanya. And please like it. Okay. I'll be seeing these others, right? Like we'll get 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 views, and it'll be like 200 likes. But then I see this other channel that don't do half of what we do, and they'll have the same amount of views, and it'd be like 2,000 likes. I'm like, what's I don't know. It'd be spiritual warfare. It's okay. Just please give a like so other people can see it. And if you don't mind, give a little hype. You know what I mean? That's all we ask. You know what I mean? We'll praise the Most High. All right, because it can help others see the live stream. But I was thinking, why? I understand spiritual warfare. So whatever I do is never going to be the same as what others can do, because I have spiritual things against me harder than it is other channels. Because we don't just give the news or give the information. We try to give spiritual warfare. We try to give resolution. We try to cover the children of the Most High to fight against darkness. So that meant the darkness is going to do whatever they can to keep us suppressed. So I understand what it is. But thank you, everybody, and welcome to the channel. And please give a like if it doesn't cost you too much. And please give a hype if you have any extra hypes. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. And we love you with the love of the Father. and may the Most High's will be done over your life in righteousness. May healing and prosperity and wealth, and may discernment be bestowed upon you and yours as you go out in this dark world trying to be the righteous light. And that's the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, the righteous children of the Most High. We got to stand against all this darkness, what we calling out tonight. Shout out to Lolita in the building. Shout out to Isn't She Lovely? All right. Now, the defense question, all right, here we go. He asked, I'm not sure, when asked if Karmelo warned Metcalf that he had something in his bag, he said he's not sure, and he's not sure if he thought it was a warning. Yeah, it was a warning telling you to leave me alone. He said it a bunch of times, right? Don't touch me, right? I'm not sure what it was. He said, yes, you was. You know it. You sure. The defense questioned the teen about the size difference between Karmelo and the Metcalfs. He said Metcalf outweighed Karmelo by 50 or 60 pounds. And the teen admitted that maybe he could be considered intimidating. You think? Okay? Anybody that got me by 60 pounds and he's trying to be confrontational, it's intimidating because I know I gotta navigate this very wisely because of the weight difference. Weight difference are very important. Now, when you factor in there's two of them, that's 120 pounds different. And then he said here, it was others. Remember the other said, I stood up when he stood up. He said, the other one, he said, everybody questioning him. So that's more than just 60 pounds weight difference. Karmelo was 130 pounds, everybody. That makes a difference. I know they're going to try to make you think, oh, it don't make no difference, and it don't make no this, and it don't make, like everybody's just doing some real wicked stuff. That's why I said this case is spiritual, right? Because this a weight difference is so important that they have weight classes. You get me? So if weight difference wasn't important in the world, then why, when you fight, they have weight classes in legal order of fighting? Because it would be unfair or unjust to have the wrong weight class fight a different weight class. Stop, share, you know, Unc, I know I ain't gonna leave you. You know, I got you. So this is weight classes. So welterweight is 147 pounds. Super welterweight, 154 pounds. Middleweight, 160 pounds. Super middleweight, 168 pounds. Lightweight, 175 pounds. Cruiser, 200 pounds. Heavyweight, 200 plus. I now would be a heavyweight. Austin and Hunter would be heavyweight. Now that's big boys for high school. That's Mike Tyson, Lennox Lewis, everybody, the big boy club. Heavyweights. So when he's asking them about the weight difference, Karmelo was 130 pounds. He ain't even on the scale. Do y'all get it? He's under a welterweight. What is that called? Like featherweights or something? Or super feathers, right? They're 130 pounds. And I got the court records to show. The court, when they put him, not court, when they arraignment, police report, they said he was 6'8", 130 pounds. He ain't even on here. Okay? So that would mean he would be, whatever that is, featherweight or whatever, fighting a heavyweight. Thank you, War Chief. That's bantamweight. Right? These are little. No disrespect to the lightweight brothers and sisters. No disrespect, you know. But 5'8", 130, that's skinny and short to me, anyway. Right? So the Matrix. Yeah, they're reporting that. So matter of fact, let me do it. Let me show you what the police report. Okay, I got the police report. It's this one. All right. Y'all know, Unc. I got you. You know, I'm always going. I'm on deck, Hakiyama. My gun loaded because I got so much to bring out. Stop, share. Share screen. This is going good tonight. Praise the Most High. I was a little worried too because I got so much to put together. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to put this together, but the Most High making this work out. Look, this is the actual arrest. You see that? They look like they put 5'9". That look like a 9, 130 pounds. Cashier, born in Baton Rouge. Now this is the actual image, not the one they doctored. And in this image, here you go. Let me do it better. This is the arrest number, the incident number, the stadium. The arresting officer is Cortez Eduardo and his number. The second officer, Allison Ricci, and her number. Held for local prosecution, 5'9", 130 pounds. That's what they arrested him at. Some said he's 5'8", but we're talking about the weight, 130. All right? And if you look in the image, see, look, cashier, look at the under his eye. See, they doctored his images, right? That's not the one they showed you. Yeah, I got you. I might as well do it. The Most High is, I'm bringing out stuff that I was supposed to bring out other live studies. He doing it all tonight, Hakyama. Let y'all cook. Come on, Father, where else you going? Hold on, let me find it. I got it. There you go. That's this one. Let me double click that one. I wish I had them right next to each other. Now let me go grab the other one. That's okay. I got you. I wish I had them right next to each other. Screenshot. Now let me grab the other one. I thought I had them right next to each other. The Most High bringing out a lot of stuff tonight. There you go. Double click. So this is the image. Hold on. Y'all see the image from the arrest, right? Now watch this. Stop share. Share screen. Now this is what people talking about, right? Breezy brought this one out back then. You see that little thing under his eye? And you see that cut in his eyebrow? Yeah, they don't show you that. That's why in the police thing, you see this under his eye. And his eye is red. Bloodshot. But they say, ain't nobody touch him. Ain't nobody hit him. Or they beat this young man up. Okay? His eye is bloodshot red. He has a cut on his eyebrow. And he has a sty is swelling under his eye. That's why they wouldn't show a facial image of him. Okay? Now watch this. That image with the image of the police thing, that looks like this. Now this is what they showed us. Let's go. That's what they showed us. Everybody, y'all remember this? Share. This was the image that they showed. You see nothing in the eye. You see no cut in the eyebrow. It's a doctored image. So they immediately doctored the image. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Amanda. I humbly receive. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you so much for your donation. Guys, they doctored the image, right? So this was the image that the police put out immediately when they put out to the press. Where, you know why? Because it doesn't have the damage under his eye or the cut in the brow, because that would show that he was attacked. He was hit. He was punched. He was, don't touch me. When a black person says, don't touch me, it doesn't mean, or don't put your hands on me. It doesn't mean don't touch me. It means don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Don't put your hands on me means leave me alone. That's what that means. Leave me alone. I'm not bothering you. And I do have a right to defend myself if I tell you don't put your hands on me, don't touch me. And they did more. They touched him, pushed him, shoved him, did everything. Okay? Yes, he got 35 years. Let's go, Brandon. Yes,
Excuse
right.
me.
All right, go ahead, Hakim.
It's time to stand.
Thank you. I'm about to do it. All right, so now I'm showing you the doctored image, and I showed you the actual police, and we did that to show his weight. All right? But more always comes out. So now, don't the police thing look more like the first picture? So where they get that doctored, smoothed out picture from? Yeah, this case is real nasty. Okay? So he's 130 pounds, which means he's a bantamweight, as the brother said. Okay? He's not even, he's a bantamweight. Share. He's not even a welterweight or a super welterweight or a middleweight. Okay? He's not even on the chart. Going against a heavyweight, but it was two of them, two heavyweights versus the other friends who said they was there approaching them. And they nickname is the Big Boy Club. So you're talking about 1,000 pounds of weight against a 130-pound individual. And you're telling me he didn't have a right to defend himself? All right, let's get back. Let's get back to, I'm about to stand up. Let me get back to stop share. Whew, I'm working tonight. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. The testimony. So this teen who's now graduated, he's a football and track star. He testified. No, not that one. This is the 16-year-old. Which one is this one I'm reading now? That's still a 16-year-old? Yep. So he said, a 16-year-old said, they asked him about the size difference. He said, the Metcalfs outweighed Karmelo by 50 or 60 pounds. That's correct. And the teen admitted that maybe he could be considered intimidating. Oh, there is no maybe, because there was more than one. So that's hundreds of pounds. 1:40 p.m., another teammate testified. A second teen testified that he was sitting right next to Karmelo in the bleachers. Oh, okay, so he right next to him. Let's see what he says. It says, did it look like the Metcalf was looking to pick a fight? No, sir. Did it look like Karmelo was looking to pick a fight? Yes, sir. Let me not. Y'all can clearly see the coaching in this. Okay? He was sitting next to him. All right. Did this look like self-defense to you? No, sir. At 1 p.m., another testified, 17-year-old, he's on the track team, and he knew the twins. He was under the tent with them the day of the incident. He testified that several teammates told Karmelo, you probably shouldn't be here. You need to leave our tent. That's the first time anyone heard that, because that was my question. My question was, why nobody else? He was there. Everybody else was minding their business. Why nobody else was telling him to leave? Now, he the first one says others was telling them to leave. He said it became more aggressive. He said, Karmelo told Metcalf, touch me and find out. The student said no one tried to gang up or mob Karmelo. He described it as a minor pushing at most. See, you see how this contradicts with all the other testimony? The other one said everybody told him. The other one said I got up, right? The student told jurors that both Anthony and Metcalf were angry and aggressive. Metcalf originally calmly asked Anthony to leave, and as Anthony didn't, the situation got more aggressive. He said, who was provoking? Prosecutors asked. He said, Karmelo, he replied. The student said Metcalf pushed Karmelo, and Karmelo stabbed him. He testified that Karmelo had a backpack on his lap with his hand in it. They thought Karmelo was bluffing. So why nobody bringing up the snatching of the bag? You see what I mean? Why is not the defense bringing up the snatching of the bag? He says he was sitting with a backpack on his lap. They thought he was bluffing when he had his hand in his bag. He wasn't going to do anything. He didn't realize Karmelo had stabbed Austin RIP, until he saw Karmelo toss something up the bleachers. There you go. That's what I was looking for. So now he's saying he threw the knife. So he threw the weapon. Okay, let me explain this, guys. See, this is when children, right? That's why it's best to tell the truth. That's what I was saying earlier. Because a lie, you have to keep covering up the lie. Anybody, listen clearly. If I'm being accosted by 6 individuals, right? They jumping on me, whatever, pushing me, doing whatever, right? I gotta beat me up, whatever they doing. And I got a knife, right? Pocket knife, whatever. And I'm defending myself. I stab one. Everybody, do I take the knife and throw it when everybody's still, they can continue beating me up? See, you see how foolish this sounds? And this is what they were supposed to do on the stand. Because children lie and, they're not really good. They're not really discerning. Now, you got some that is. Those are really wicked children who discern it. Does this make any sense to y'all? I'm going to stab, a crew is trying to, whatever. I'm going to stab the dude, and then I'm going to throw the knife. So then they can get him. That's like someone, people trying to accost you, and you got a gun, and you shoot someone to get them off you, and then you throw the gun, and it's a crew of them. See how stupid this is? All right, I'm about to stand up now, guys. You see how stupid this is? So I got to move this so I can see what I look like, because it's gonna be cutting my head off. All right, here we go. Let's see how this works. All right, so one day I'm gonna show y'all what I got. It's pretty dope. So here we go, because my legs are gonna swell. All right, so I gotta back up my chair. It's probably gonna cut my head off. All right, there we go. All right, hold on, guys. Oh, this is gonna work. So Hagyama, from now on, what we're gonna do on the live stream is every hour, you're gonna tell me to stand up, right? So I'm gonna sit down whenever my legs get tired. But then once I sit down, the next hour from there, y'all gotta remind me, stand up again. So is it cutting my head off, Hakyama? I can't see.
Yes.
It is, right? Let me try to tilt this up a little. Is it cutting my head off now?
Just a little bit.
Let me tilt it up more. I got another one. Tilt it up a little more. All right. Is it cutting my head off? Oh, I can see it. All right, we good money. All right. Praise the Most High. Now the blood can run to my ankles. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the brothers and sisters who helped me to get this in the ministry. I humbly receive and I love you all. Thank you so much. The Most High sent brothers and sisters who care about me. Like, my legs swelling, my hips, everything hurt. I'll be teaching for 8 hours and I do it all the time. You know what I mean? And it's like, you can't sit. And I'm sitting there. And then not only the 8 hours I'm teaching, it takes me 10 hours to put all my stuff together, my lessons, my teaching, the videos. It's like I'm sitting so much, it's causing damage to my temple. So praise the Most High for this standing desk. All right, let's go. Now let's continue. Praise the Most High. All right. Oh, this is funny. Now I got to look down. My screen is down a little bit. All right. So now he said the student told, shout out to Forgetful in the building, Forgetful Elephant. Anybody knew? Sorry that I missed y'all from coming in. So he said, he testified that he had a backpack on his lap, right? And they thought he was bluffing when he had his hand in his back. He wasn't going to do anything. He realized that Karmelo had stabbed Metcalf until he saw Karmelo toss something up the bleachers. He didn't realize it was a knife until later. He said he heard Austin say, "Oh my God." So that's a lie, because ain't nobody stabbing somebody when a crew is after them and they chase them. You're going to throw the weapon away. Now they can just jump you again. All right. So he said, did anyone gang up on Karmelo Anthony? I need to move my chair. Did anyone gang up on Karmelo Anthony? The prosecutor asked. The student replied, no, the student replied. He reported being about an arm's distance away from them. Under cross-examination, the team demonstrated to the defense how the deadly encounter went down. He said Metcalf, who was standing in front of Karmelo, pushed Karmelo with both hands on his shoulders. Karmelo swayed back. His hand came out of his backpack. Karmelo then leaned forward and stabbed Austin, and he didn't see the knife. 12 a.m. Stephanie Martin, a criminalist with the Frisco Police Department, took the stand after lunch. She processed the crime scene. She testified that the knife blade recovered for the scene was 3.5 inches long. Then they took a lunch break. They got a roach. The court took a lunch break at 11:45 a.m. 10 a.m., Frisco School Resource, I think that was it. Okay, y'all want to do, let's just do the rest of this. Officer who arrested Anthony Test. I just wanted to do the kids. We'll come back to this. We'll do this another time. All right? Because I'm going to go somewhere else. All right, let's go. All right, so I just wanted to do the testimony of the kids. Now, I would have slayed them. And the jury needs to see that. You understand? Because all of the kids tell conflicting testimonies, but what they did tell, the things that they said was more important to the defense than anything. What they spoke on showed that it was multiple assailants. That's a whole new criminal cause. That's a whole new jury instruction. Multiple assailants defense in Texas. Google it. I did it on the last live stream. I got it here, but I don't feel like looking for it to find it. Right? Now, and I was going to do some more legal precedents, but it's all right. I'll do it another time, right? Because I got the other statutes and the laws, right? So what they did point out that it was multiple of them attacking them, approaching them, multiple assailants. You understand? And the other one said all of them, everybody started telling him what to do. So Karmelo is under there, 130 pounds by himself against multiple people. Okay? Now, all right, let's go. Now, here we go. Let's get to something crazy. Let's do this before we get to the other thing. Let's do this. And Hakiyama, give me a question while I grab this. Give me a question. Give me a couple of the questions from the newer people. Shout out to everybody in the building. Still 700 people on the live stream. All right, watch this. I got y'all. Y'all gonna enjoy this. Y'all hang in there. 2:26 a.m. on a Friday night. Happy Sabbath day to everybody. Let's go. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna grab Hakiyama. You're gonna give me the question. Give it to me when you got it.
This is from Forgetful Elephant. They say, how did they run up on him if he arrived 2 minutes beforehand?
Well, exactly. So when he was already sitting there, when they came across the field, they marched straight to him. But I don't know about all that 2 minutes. You know, their time frame is nuts. All right. Go ahead, Haki. You give me one more. Here go the clip.
Next one is from Miss Pinky. She says, was the blood tested from Melo's finger?
No, I don't think they did anything. And that's the whole thing. Blood spatter. Where's all the splatter? Remember I showed y'all the legal precedents for forensic evidence? It's like, bro, they did none of this. And the little blood, he's supposed to have splatter all over himself. Somewhere it's gonna splatter. Sorry, it is. It's some, I know you might not see it, but it's there in forensics, all right? That's what forensic evidence is about. It has to be on the knife. It has to be, meaning it doesn't have to be visible on the knife blade, but it has to be on the knife. But more than likely, if it went in, you know, it's gonna be visible somewhere. It gotta be somewhere. It would definitely be more than him just having that little nick on his finger. You know what I mean? I didn't have more than that in the scuffle, you know what I mean? Right? But you see, he got more than that on his eye and a cut on his eyebrow to let you know he was in a fight. You know what I mean? All right. Here we go. Now, I want to show this because this is what's happening out there, and this is dangerous, right? Let me show this, right? Let's get funky now. All right, hold on. So which one I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this one first. Yeah. Let's do this one. All right, let's do this one first. All right. So y'all probably see this. This stuff is crazy. America, that's what I'm saying. They pushing all this stuff on us because they want us all as people to be against one another, right? And so they pushing all these narrative and they're making, right? Because, and they're making think all black people are for Karmelo, all white people are for Austin, all this is for that, all this, but it's not, right? So we got, this is what I call a raccoon, right? And these raccoons are nasty work, right? They crazy work. So shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. Shout out to my righteous black brothers and sisters. Shout out to my righteous Hispanic and Caribbean and African and Asian and whatever nation of people. If you righteous, we have to stand for righteousness, right? If you devil or coonery or racist or whatever foolishness, then kick rocks, devils, all right? So two of these devils right here, see, these are two devils, all right? It is what it is. Now this is Super Coon, this Uncle Ruckus, right? Now listen to Uncle Ruckus. Copyright the statements of effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. I'm going somewhere with this. Everything is an agenda. They playing off the emotions of the people. Here we go. Hold on. I gotta put it forward. Play.
Three white kids, teenagers, murdered 3 8-year-old boys. And these were all white kids. Damian Eccles, 18, 19 years old. Jason Baldwin and a Jesse Miss Kelly. They did the murders.
All right. Now you heard what he said, right? So what he's talking about, he's describing, they're talking about the Karmelo Anthony case, right? And they're talking about how black people are unhinged because we're defending a murderer, illa, someone who, right? Not that we see a miscarriage of justice, which some people are. They just in their feelings. They really just being riled up. That's what the serpent seed, the powers that be, the 1% trillionaires, that's what they want from all of us, right? To be against one another, right? So a lot of people are stirred up. That's why in our breakdown of the case and everything, we bring y'all complete understanding. We bring y'all facts, we bring y'all receipt, and then we bring y'all balance, and we bring you scripture, we bring you how to conduct yourself, how to not be in this environment, and be very careful what you're doing, because they are still attacking people. People are still being unalive on both sides. Now they just got this incident where they say, where these sisters, right? And where was that at? I got that clip. I don't know if somebody sent it to me or if I found it myself, but I think it was Ohio. I don't know where it was. And these four black sisters, they got arrested. They beat up this white girl, right? They beat her up. I mean, she looked horrible in the hospital and stuff, right? And they said that when they beat her up, they were saying free Karmelo. So this, guys, I'm pointing out, this is what the serpent seed in the media, this the narrative they're going to play against the so-called black, so-called everything. They say never let a good crisis go to waste, right? So they didn't manufacture this, but they do manufacture events and give you solutions, Hegelian dialectic, right? But they got a narrative. They say never let a good crisis go to waste. So whenever something happens, they're going to hinder on it and play to arouse the emotions of the people. So did those 3 or 4 black girls who beat up the white girl, did they say free Karmelo? They probably could. Now, we don't know because the media will say anything, right? But if they did say it, it's because everybody's riled up, right? And whatever incident, right? So let's say, I don't know the incident. Something happened in a restaurant and they jumped, they beat that, they put the young white girl in the hospital, right? I don't know what happened, why the incident, right? But what I'm saying is, in that incident, let's say if the Karmelo case wasn't happening, that scenario would have still happened. Because you got black Iggers, you got white Iggers, you got Hispanic Iggers, you got the ignoramuses of every nation, kid your tongue and people. And they are the unrighteous, they are unhinged. A lot of them are traumatized, right? And that's what the masses are playing off to keep us aroused up against one another, right? So us righteous so-called blacks, righteous so-called whites, righteous so-called Hispanics, righteous so-called Asians, we carry the brunt from our nation of people, from the Iggers in our nation. Nobody likes the Iggers but Iggers. Iggers are on Igger time. I don't care if it's white Iggers, black Iggers, whatever, right? Those are the ignoramuses of your nation of people. And those are those in sin and transgression that cause chaos, right? So they rile the ignoramuses up, right, with the narratives. So if this Karmelo case wasn't happening, that situation with the girl probably still would have happened. They just wouldn't have said free Karmelo, right? They probably just would have beat her up and just said whatever. But because the case, I'm trying to get you to understand, because the case is happening, they, in that situation happened, they beating up. I could see them saying free Karmelo. But you see what would happen with that? the media and the people, right? The person with the girl beating up, that's what she would hear, right? So she would be like, well, they was beating me up. They were saying free Karmelo. So then it would look like they would push the narrative that the people who are saying free Karmelo are trying to get justice for Karmelo. They are unhinged. You see? They are wicked and they are, see? So the media narrative, they play this thing. And the regular people or the unhinged people of each nation, the white and the black, they'll play and they'll push this media. And so now they'll rile up the white people, say, see, the free Karmelo, the people trying to free Karmelo, they all wicked, they all savage, and they all do this. And so this is how they are, they're going to continue to play the narratives. All right. So you have to be careful. And everybody, you need to really watch where you go. Watch where you at. Watch, be careful. If you don't have a firearm, white, black, whatever, do not get caught out there, because they're going to keep flaming the flames of these racial disparities and inciting the masses of people against one another so that they can keep causing chaos and chaos and chaos and riling up as they're fulfilling their agenda, what they're planning to do to us all, 2030 agenda and all these things they're trying to implement, all right? These serpents who run this dark second world. So now I'm warning to everybody, be very careful where you go. Be very careful with these people. They are very unhinged out there. All nations of people. Now, let's, here we go. Now watch this. So these type of people will play off that. You see? So here he is, he's given the scenario, and he says these three white men be unalived. Now listen where he goes.
18, 19 years old. Damian Eccles, 8. And these were all white murdered 3 8-year-old boys.
So these 3 white teenagers, unalive, he said 3 8-year-old boys? It's a horrible case.
3 8-year-old boys.
Yes.
And these were all white kids. Damian Eccles, 18, 19 years old. Jason Baldwin and Jesse Miss Kelly. They did the murders. And the prosecution argued that this was a satanic child sacrifice case. That's what they argued in court, and the jury agreed and convicted these guys. They gave Damian Eccles a life sentence. HBO jumped in, and people like Johnny Depp and Eddie Vedder and other celebrities jumped in and said, no, this is satanic panic, and this little small town in Arkansas has too many Jesus concerns, and these are just kids and misconstrued, and they didn't actually do it. And they, for 18 years, the media and HBO put out 3 different documentaries trying to argue that these kids were innocent, and eventually they got an Alford plea. And they became celebrities and heroes, and they got sprung from prison. They did the crime. And the argument was like heavy metal music and reading Stephen King books had influenced these kids into this satanic ritual child sacrifice deal. And Megan, I believe that the same thing is going on with hip hop music and hip hop culture. It has the same influence over young black kids, and it has overtaken black culture. And so hip hop culture believes that you touch this kid, you put your hands on me, I have a right to kill you or assault you with a...
Did y'all see where this raccoon just went with this? He telling this story of these 3 satanic worshipers, little boys, that unalive 3 8-year-old little ones, okay? And because they, playing satanic music, record playing backwards, the possession, devil worship, Satanism, and all this stuff. And this raccoon, then tied this in to Karmelo. Karmelo ain't no Satanist. And this fool then put it into hip hop. Now, he's correct about the hip hop part, meaning, guess who took over hip hop? Anybody? What nation of people took over the music industry, took over the media companies, took over the such and such, right? When we, because I'm the first generation hip hop New York City, when we created hip hop, because I'm a creator, facts, and was famous back in the days. For those, go watch the 25 to Life channel, my Uncle Yashua 25 to Life channel, you'll know who, right? And all this, some of the biggest rap stars back then, know, you know what I mean? But anyway, shout out to New York City and those who know the Nasty 4MCs, that part, all day, every day, all right? Now, New York City legend before rap records was out, before the world even knew. So I was there when we was creating First Generation Born, before any rap record was ever made, before King Tim III, before Rapper's Delight, before Super Rapping, before Spoonie G, before all of it. You heard? Before Funky 4 Plus One More. You heard? Before the Enjoy records, before buying the little green King Tim III of 45 first rap record. You understand? Before Super Rapping and all that. All right? Was there. So I can tell you, it wasn't demonic. It was our struggle. We the so-called Black Americans, we always take our struggle and create. We take lemons and make lemonade. That part, that's what we always do. We always dictate our struggle through song and dance and art. You heard? You better know about the tribe of Ya'ada. You better understand Judah was the singers and the priests and the entertainers and the artists. You heard? The athletes. You heard? The tribe of Ya'ada. But they don't know, but the Bible know, the serpent seed know who the so-called black people is that was scattered. You heard that part. Shout out to the indigenous ones who was here, my grandmother and them that was here indigenously. You heard the ones that first came over. But anyway, let me keep it on this topic right here. Because once you know, it talks about it all through the Bible. And every nation of people will mimic what this individuals do. That's why they went to the Luengo coast, to the slave coast in West Africa, and got them, those who came from the Spanish Inquisition and stuff that went over there, that created Negro land, Waida, the tribe of Judah over there, and they put them on the slave ships. You heard the Ashan tribe, the Ashanti tribe, and sent them off to the Caribbean, to America and stuff like that, right? You better understand and know that they know who they came to get. You heard the Dutch India Trading Company and all that. You heard? The Portuguese and all that. You heard? You better know what Columbus and them was doing and what they were seeing and knowing who they was going to get and who the Hamites over there in Africa. Shout out to the righteous Africans and brothers and sisters. Who the Ham knew that they were sending Shem. They knew they sent the tribe of Judah wearing their linens and their hoop earrings and their cornrows and braids, and they taking their showers and they keeping the laws of the Most High over there in that land. You understand? It was easy for them to find them and identify them and catch them and round them up and sell them to the Europeans, to the French, to the Dutch, to the Belgian. You heard? To the Belgians. Y'all better know. Y'all need to like and subscribe this channel. Go through the live streams. Go through the old videos on the channel. Learn some history, true history. Reading the books from the 1400s, 1300s, 1200s. You heard? The true history. That part, not just his story, the true story. All right, let's continue. So when we, hold on, Hakim, I got you. When we created hip hop, it wasn't wicked. It wasn't dark. It wasn't evil. It was an expression of what we was living. You understand? We had all different type of storytellers. That's what we always do of all nations of people. You had village storytellers, village entertainers, artisans, musicians. It just so happened in the tribe of Judah, all that's in one group of people. It's all genetically inclined to one group of people. You heard that part. So anyway, we was penning our narrative and story, and nobody loved it. They all hated it. They all thought we was doing this it wasn't ever called hip hop. That was later with Fab Five Freddy and them. That was a disrespect for the downtown New York. They was calling it hippity hoppers. They doing that. Nobody liked that stuff we was doing. It was called MCing and DJing, master of ceremonies, before it was even rap. Y'all, boy, I'll give y'all history on this true creation of what y'all call hip hop now, the music that took over the whole world, that the tribe of Judah created from their captivity. You better understand that? So anyway, it wasn't wicked. It wasn't dark. It wasn't evil. But guess who prayed on it? Those who say they are a tribe of Judah and are not, but do lie, who the Messiah called them the synagogue of Satan. Those people, the same people, yeah, they came, the same people who was in charge of those ships and stuff who came to get the tribe of Judah, because we need to keep them cursed so we can steal the identity. You understand? Let me get back to this, boy. Y'all, the most I started, y'all starting something now. Y'all start to learn the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. And this ain't none of these wicked Israelites out there cussing on the street corner with the star of Renfram and Del Moloch. Half of them is Esau and the devil themselves. Ain't nothing but the serpent seed agents out there. Don't follow those little wicked Israelite camps and all that. Whenever you see that star of Renfram, Moloch, run. I don't care if you so-called black, so-called white, whatever nation of people, do not receive them. They ain't nothing but the agent. You heard? Ain't nothing but the devil. Enemy come from those of your own household. We heard? All skin folk ain't kin folk. The Bible says all Yasharel ain't Yasharel. That part. You heard? Now, when we created the hip hop, I got you, Akram. Just remember what you want to say. When we created the hip hop, it wasn't evil. It wasn't wicked. It was us creating a genre of music out of nothing, and we celebrated ourselves. It was in the parks. It was in the basement parties. It was in the DJing. I would wake up, boy, in my project on Parkside Project, in Strong Island, I would overlook Campbell Park. So my house, I lived on the 3rd floor, my project room. I would wake up, I could hear boom, boom, boom. And I'd wake up and I'm like, I run to my window. I'm like 5, 6, 7 years old. They DJing outside in the park. Big speakers like this. There was no rap record. I'm talking 1970, 77, 76, 75. The beginning of it. The beginning. In the Bronx, in Queens, in Strong Island. You heard? That part. All right? ELD and Company, Infinity Machine, the Disco Twins. You heard? King Tim, what's his name? The one with the King Charles. Thank you. Eddie Chiba. Come on. All right. But anyway, sorry, guys. Y'all, I'll do that on another channel when we start teaching real hip hop. Let me explain something to you, because the devil's a lie. They hijacked that like they hijacked everything else. Do you understand? It wasn't wicked. You understand? I would wake up and it started off with dancing. Do y'all understand? It was DJing and dancing first. It wasn't rapping first. Rapping wasn't cool. MCing, master of ceremony. That came about when you would hype up the DJ. Everybody wanted to be a DJ. So my first name, I was DJ JJ. DJ, we would DJ. You always had DJ in front of your name. And everybody, whoever parents could buy them turn. First we was spinning with record players before they made a mixer. Before they made SLB1 turntables, these white industries finding out this new culture they did, so they started creating the instruments that we would use. Here they go, starting to manipulate and capitalize off our invention. But we was DJing with 2 record players, put them together and turn the knobs, the on and off knob. To go, boy, I'll do that on another lesson. So anyway, our parents would be like, boy, don't you be messing up my records, you scratching up. We used to be, right? And nobody like that, what y'all saying, what y'all doing? Nobody like, it was noise to them. Nobody liked it. Not the blacks, nobody, just us, the children in the street. You understand? Into that serpent seed, the same one that took over R&B, same took over disco, same one that took over what do they call it? Soul music, blues, country, rock and roll. Those same people who own Cadillac Records, the same people, they did the same thing. So yeah, they took our culture and now they did what? Saintanize it. You understand? Saintanize it, made it a Satan worship. So he's correct in that aspect. But that ain't mean they don't own it. It ain't the same. You still got people making righteous music. They just stopped promoting us. You understand? So any of us who did righteous music, they stopped giving us record deals and they promoted itches ain't nothing but holes and icks and tricks and this and that and devils and what, and then they get the drugs and Molly Perk, right? And kill, itches, right? They made it kill devil music. So him trying to paint this onto Karmelo is the most wicked thing you can do. You understand? And this is supposed to be an elder. That's what I'm trying to teach you to those so-called white, my so-called righteous white brothers and sisters. You watch out for the serpents among your people, the devils that'll walk your people into a burning building. And the so-called blacks, we got to watch out for our raccoons. You understand? These are the dangerous people of every nation, kindred, and tongue. You understand? These turncoats, these sellouts. They sell out to the powers that be, the blood lineage of the 1% who don't care about them. You understand? For what they call it? For victuals or for shekels, like Judas. You understand? These Judas turncoats of every nation. We have to call them out. You understand? So now he's trying to tie this satanic case of these individuals doing a ritual, sacrificial ritual to those 3 little babies and tying this to some Carmelo Anthony and try to blame it on hip hop. Carmelo Anthony wasn't doing no hip hop, none of that crap. A lot of us and a lot of people listening enjoyed hip hop, grew up on hip hop. We ain't unaliving 3 little babies. Yeah, you got little Uzi Vert and all these little rappers. They really killing themselves. Do you understand? They drugged out. Now they reading, their music is going out and it's inciting the other generation to be ignorant, to be wicked, to be evil, to be careless, right? So that's what they're doing, but they're not out there physically unaliving 3 little babies for ritual. You get what I'm saying? You see, they really sucked up. They didn't violated their anal cavity. They didn't destroy them. That's why they look like half Nephilim when they finish with them, Lil Wayne and them. They be all sucked up, looking all crazy, right? After these serpent seeds get done with them, after they sell their soul for a record contract or for popularity, for everything. See, so now they get with content creators, now they got these new serpents, you understand, under content creation. These devils right here, very dangerous. So he'll come along and twist the narrative against Karmelo with a devil worshiper narrative. You see how he mirroring this? It's wicked, bro. It's more wicked than you can ever imagine. All right, we're going to get to this coon. Listen to what he said. Hakiyama, what did you want to say?
There was a donation from Miss, let's see, Nafisha.
Amanda? Yeah, you can show it. Go ahead. Who is it? I see Amanda.
The first one is from Miss Nafisha. She says, I'm new here. Only been here a couple minutes, but I know truth when I hear it. We need this.
Thank you, sister. I humbly receive. And welcome to the channel, sister. We do it every time. Every Monday and Friday we live about 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Come on back, sister. It's always going to be spirit and in truth, no matter what we do, no matter what topic the Most High bring out. Spirit and in truth. That part. Thank you so much for your donation. All right. Let's get back to this coon. Watch this. Hakiyama, do me a favor. Say something, say a quick prayer, or say something over it. I just got to use the bathroom because now I'm standing. Now I got to use the bathroom. Once I stood up, I'm like, oh crap, my body must have been like, yeah, it's bathroom time. All right, so I got to go use the bathroom really quick. And Hakiyama's going to say a quick prayer, and then we're going to come back and we're going to dissect this coon. We going somewhere. It's about to be good. Y'all hold your horses. It's good. It's Friday night. You will be in the club. You might as well stay here. Take a seat. Come on, we go long on Friday night. The Most High is going out. It's only 3 o'clock in the morning. It's not even 3 o'clock in Cali. It's only 12 o'clock. Y'all, come on. Some people just coming home from whatever. Come on, put your feet up. We about to go in tonight. Go ahead, Hakiyama. Cover it while I go use the bathroom really quick, please. Thank you.
Okay. Praise Yah. Peace and blessings, everyone. Just a quick prayer for us. Glory to the Most High, whose name is Yah. We are gathered here together, your children, each and every different part of the earth, each and every different walk of life, in places in which you have brought us into, and even places in which we have brought ourselves. We lower ourselves and humble ourselves before you that we may walk in your path. May our path be lightening your Holy Spirit, your Rayat, be upon us. As we all sit here and learn and try to heal from our trauma, observe the situations before us, and as we discern the inner portions of ourselves, as we cleanse and wash, and as we let your will be done with us, that we glory in the essence of your almightiness, that we sit in humility and in love and in patience and in reverence to you with what is happening in the earth, as we let you heal us from our traumas, as we let you touch our lives and remove and add to our lives, as we just be still in the oneness and peace and the glory of your almighty being. We just are in awe. We thank you and we are humbled. We are in such elated joy to be your children. And as we come to you as children, beholding your goodness and eating the fruit that you have given us with your hands, we say, may your will be done. May the blessings go forth in which you choose to bless and cover the spaces in which you choose to cover. All glory and honor and praises to you, O Most High, in your name, which is Yah. In your Son's name, Yahayasha, I pray. Amen, Yah, which is Amen.
Yah, Aman, Yah, that's amen. Hallelujah, that's hallelujah. Inshallah, Yah, that's Selah. Thank you, Hakyama. Thank you for covering the study. Thank you for covering the children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Peace and blessings, everybody. All right, let's go. Now, this dude right here. Hold on, let me get back to my comment section. Uh-oh, I closed it. How do I get out of the comment section? Go back to live. There we go. All right, go down to the bottom. They're not letting me see my comments. I guess, well, it is what it is. Let me go through. I want to see the comments, though. They're not letting me see it, guys. They be messing with me, bro. They won't let me see it. All right, so they won't let it scroll. I don't know why. All right, so anyway, it is what it is. All right, so let me leave it right there. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Let me get to the bottom of it. Because I want to be able to see the comments when it's not, because I want to see what my brothers and sisters are saying. All right, so let me do this. So I'm going to open up a separate pop-out chat because they got that. Open new window. All right? That's just going to open a whole new thing. But at least I should be able to see the chat a little bit. There you go. Shout out to War Chief Dad. His name is Real Lucifer Morningstar. All right. Ooh, stop cursing. Boy, oh boy. I ain't seen none of that. No cursing, Real Lucifer Morningstar. Watch your mouth. Wash your mouth out with soap. All right? You're among the righteous. All right. Yalleen, thank you so much, daughter of Yah. Humbly receive your donation, sister. Thank you so much, Yalleen. Thank you so much. Shout out to Sister Joy. All right. Let's get going. Now, here we go. Here we go. Thank you again, Yalleen. Thank you for Amanda, and thank you for the other sister for your donations. I humbly receive. So we got to watch out for the coons. Watch out for the devils too. All right? Because they wicked out there. All right? So here we go. Now, so he talked about the 3 young boys, right, who unalive, 3 young white boys, who teenagers, who unalive 3 babies, right? And they was satanic ritual stuff. And then he said the celebrities started to protest about it, and HBO made movies about it and all. And so he's trying to tie this to Karmelo Anthony. How in the world can you tie this to, shout out to Matchless Above, how can you tie this? All right, let's continue. Now listen to this devil right here. Right? We call out all devils on this channel. That's why I'm like, this ain't just no black thing. If you're a white devil, you called out. If you're a black devil, you called out. If you're a Hispanic devil, you called out. Righteous children, we call out truth to power. We are the children of the Most High, his warriors, and we are to be a light in this dark second world. You heard? We expose the devices of the serpent. We diligently seek out the truth. You heard? We righteously uncover, and we warn the children. We blow the shafayah, the shofar. We warn the wicked of their wicked way. We tell them, repent, for the kingdom of the Most High is at hand. Get righteous now, children of the Most High, because no man know the day or the hour when it's going to be too late. You heard? When that Messiah coming back, get righteous now, because that's what's going to protect you from all these devils that's out there. Ain't none but devils. Let's continue. Here we go.
You or assault you with a weapon
Now watch him try to tie that story of them Satanists to Karmelo and hip-hop.
Hip-hop culture overtaken black culture, influence over young black kids. It
now,
has
I agree with this.
going on with hip-hop music and hip-hop culture sacrifice deal. And Megan, I believe that the same thing is going on with hip-hop music and hip-hop culture. It has the same influence over young black kids.
He's correct. Hip-hop, because the serpent seed has took it over, it does have the same negative influence, but not the same. It has a negative influence of them, right, of coming out of righteousness, but it's not to this point yet making black children go unalive little babies for no devil sacrifice. So it's not the same, but it is promoting devil worship. They are signing the contracts, they're signing their blood, right? They're selling their soul, right? That is the truth. But him trying to tie that's wrong. That's the devil. So he's trying again, he's using this to incite the righteous, the whites, the unhinged whites, right? Just like they try to incite the unhinged blacks, okay? And us righteous children of every nation, kindred, tongue, we got to deal with the aftermath, but they after the children, yes. And they use hip hop because the Bible says the tribe of Judah will influence all nations. Every nation on earth will follow Judah. That's why that generation of people over there, they called them the serpent people, took the identity of the original tribe of Judah, because they know that if they take the identity and they enslave the tribe of Judah and curse the tribe of Judah, then all the world will give them money and power and follow them. It's because the world is going to follow the tribe of Judah, whether Judah is righteous or unrighteous. So if the tribe of Judah actually becomes righteous and teach righteousness, teach morality, teach prosperity, teach humility, teach love, teach kindness and respect, teach self-sufficiency, teach righteousness, teach discernment, teach truth, then the world will follow them in that. But if the tribe of Judah teaches, gets cursed and teaches idolatry, teaches fornication, teaches pants sagging, teaches everybody hands up, teaches, then the generations will follow that. So now you see every nation, kindred of people talking and acting just like the tribe of Judah, whether they're in their righteous light or in their transgression. The Bible says they will mimic you and they will follow you. That's how you know who they are from the scriptures. Ain't nobody following those convertites. There is not real people. Who you know following them? Who you know, whether they righteous or unrighteous? Ain't nobody running around with little beanie hats talking about, nobody's doing that. But everybody's doing the twerking and big dumb eyelashes and the kids' pants sagging and wearing cleavage and butt, wearing big lips and big butts, and everybody's right because they curse the tribe of Judah. Whatever you do, the other nations, all nations will cleave and follow. That's how some people know who descend from that lineage of the scripture. It's prophecy. Everything in the Bible plays out. So most people can't explain it this way because they're going off these little crappy devil Israelites out there talking about worship your flesh and we're the people of the book and everybody's going to be slaves. That's the devil's a lie. That's what got the original tribe of Judah cursed in the first place. Do y'all not understand? This is what people don't know when the Bible says we get them to curse themselves. So if we are called, that's why every music we make, listen clearly, every song, the world sings it. Everything, they want to dress like us, sing like us, but then they'll turn around and say, y'all have no culture. You have no this. You have nothing. So it's like a curse, right? It's like, what is happening? You see how crazy that is, guys? You'll literally be like, that don't make no literal sense. That a person will tell me, I have no culture, I have no this, but they wearing a headband, they wearing a bandana, they wearing a hat to the side, they saying you ain't got no culture in ish. You ain't got, right? I'm sitting there like, I ain't got a culture, but they dress like me. You see? So it's a biblical hatred, but this is prophetic. This is how the Bible says, this is how they will know themselves in the scripture. The Most High said, at the end times, my people shall remember themselves. You know how they remember themselves? From the prophecies, the curses. Yeah, the baby hairs, the eyelash. They'll say all of this while mimicking you, saying you have no culture, you have no this, and while singing your song. They'll pull up to you playing your music. My favorite basketball player is Kobe Bryant or something. My favorite this is this one, and they'll do all of this. The fool, everything is mimicked, and they'll still hate you. Guys, only biblical thing, it's psychotic when you think of it. Everything, the jury, everything that it is so. That's how the Bible says you will know this generation of people. Now, those people over there who took their identity, this was supposed to go this way. Let me let the Most High cook. Everybody listen. I was supposed to be telling this coon right here. Let the Most High cook for a second. That means people need to hear this. Those people who are over there in the is it not real land, right? Those people who say they're the tribe of Judah and are not, but do lie. The Bible calls them the synagogue of Satan, right? The Messiah. They hate the Messiah, right? They said he's burning in hot excrement. You understand? They got a new Messiah coming. Does anybody mimic them? Anybody? Does anybody, are we playing their music? Are we doing, are we doing, no. So the Bible says you will know that. And also, are they cursed? Are they at the bottom of every nation where they exist? Are they the head, the tail, and not the head? Are they the borrower and not the lender, the borrower and not the lender? Are they, right? So the Bible speaks of it, but I can show you who is. I can show you who every nation hate. We just started today. We said they got the Chinese coming after the so-called blacks. They got the Africans. They got the so-called white tees. They got every nation is coming after one. Why? And that nation actually ain't do nothing to none of them. Yeah, they did something to their father, their creator. Wake up, children of the Most High. And it ain't for you. Listen, when you find out who you are, if you descend from that lineage, if these things that I'm saying affect your life and you see it, it ain't for you to take it and make yourself, to use it to raise yourself. The Bible says, who is raised will be lowered in the kingdom. It is for you to humbly repent for the sins of your ancestors. Y'all listen. And then start to learn to come out of unrighteousness, to remove the curses, the generational curses off your back, to get to repentance, to come back to righteousness, to what the Most High chose you from the lineage of Abraham, that every nation on earth will be blessed through you. You understand? So that once you lower yourself, because we come to serve and not be served, to be in the image of the Messiah and do what he did, right? To be in his likeness, his image and function, nation, character, ahayad, oneness with the Father. Like he said, me and my Father are one. Ahayad, we, us and me, us and we all in the Father. And once you do that, you'll start to repent and come back to righteousness. And then he'll start to pour into your purpose. And your purpose is to lead and guide the remnant of every other nation back to righteousness, back to the Father. You'll tell them, pull up your pants, stop cussing, start to repent, start to live in righteousness, stop telling lies, stop cheating, stop stealing, stop, you understand? And you'll start to lead them back to the Father for righteous sake. You understand? You'll start to do your ayadah, your work where he created you for. The reason why he chose ADRIAN from all the other nations on the earth, and he said every nation will be blessed through your lineage. Do you hear me? But the children failed that purpose and thus got themselves cursed. Do you understand? Being greedy, being prideful, being arrogant, being right. Do you understand? So this is how you remove the curses. And then you will become a servant, not to be served. And the others will serve you because they'll be grateful. Do you understand? You don't have to do a thing. The people will find you. And because you are humbly pouring into them, humbly reading them and answering their question and leading them to righteousness, because the Most High put an anointing in you through your blood lineage, then they will be humbly receiving to serve you because they're grateful and want to be reciprocal. Do you understand? Oh, my goodness, praise the Most High. This is so important. So important. To the remnant of every other nation, kindred, tongue, and people who finds it sounds like, I know these, the people of the book, but I can't follow them because the ones that are Israelites, they just stay wicked as the devil because they is the devil. A lot of them ain't even descended. A lot of them is Esau. Do you understand? Right? And the ones who ain't Esau, they just sold out like this coon on the screen. You understand? So they working for the serpent seed. That's why a lot of them got the star, Renfram, and Moloch. And then the other ones, they half understand truth because those serpents got out there, the serpent seed who run the powers that be, they let them go out there and teach that hate and everything to deceive the masses. So when people start to awaken of every nation, kids trying to say, I know these people ain't the people of the book, but these are the people, but look at them. It's a remnant of them that are righteous, that'll come and serve you and lead you to righteousness. My other nations of people, yeah. Praise the Most High. That's what we're called to be. So the so-called blackity blacks who understand, if you identify, if you know, if your spirit, it's a spiritual thing. That's why this lesson is called, this Karmelo case is a spiritual thing. That's why, what's his name? J. Edgar Hoover, he said, we got to destroy the Panthers. We got to destroy all of the black because a Messiah will come through these lineages. They want to destroy because a Messiah. Well, you know what Messiah is? Messiah is in the Habariya, the original Hebrew tongue. Messiah means a deliverer, one who delivers to the Father, one who delivers to righteousness. That's a title. And that was Moses Mashiach's name. And that was the Mashiach's title. He who delivers. And his name, his abbreviation, the Messiah, his Hebrew name means Yah is salvation. The Most High is salvation. So his title and his name means he who delivers to salvation. That's why he's called the Hamashiach. He's called Yahusha Hamashiach or Yahasha Hamashiach or Yeshua Hamashiach or whatever Canaanite dialect Hebrew you want to speak or understand, or English transliterated Roma Helen's language you could speak, or the original Habara Yahayasha Hamashiach. See, once you understand that, you understand his name and his title to know his function and his purpose and his character. But people don't even know the tongue. You can't, these clowns out there, they don't know the original Habara Yah. Do you understand? So for those who are starting to see, you will start when the awakening part is the cleansing. It's a lowering. It starts your emptying of your wineskins. It starts to remake you into the likeness and image of the Father, but you have to be lowered. The Father strips you first. He doesn't exalt you. He doesn't glorify. He breaks you down first. He empties and remakes and throws you into the furnace of affliction over and over so that you could come out in this likeness and image, and you could be what? Used as a tool to do what? Go get my children. The remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people are his children. They would stand before the Messiah clothed in white robes. Those who are convertites, those who are the sellouts, like these camps with the Israelites started, they say, only us. Salvation is only for us. We the only ones. Only 144,000 gonna make it. Who are you a kingdom of priests to? They're devils themselves. Shout out to K. Filler. Praise the Most High. That was the Father speaking for those who needed to hear that. Let y'all cook. None of that I had for tonight. Praise the Father. Praise the Father. Praise the Raya Hayakadas, the Holy Spirit. Praise the great revelating Spirit. That's what y'all feeling and seeing. For those who got eyes to see and ears to hear, it's the true Spirit of the Most High, lowered and humbled to you. Not trying to take nothing from you, not asking for you, trying to decipher through the mess in your life and all the confusion of all the doctrines out there of men. Peace and blessings, everybody. Welcome to the house of the Most High. Let's get back. Thank you, Father. Woo. All right, here we go. So this coon, he's going to tie in hip-hop, what the tribe of Judah created in their captivity, and created it as an expression, an art form like they always do. And then the serpent seed, who say they are the tribe of Judah and not, who stole them, who actually sent them who actually ushered them instituted them into these captivities, come along and they convert, they pollute the culture, all right? And so he's correct. Now, where he's wrong at, he's saying it's not the same as the Satan worshipers, but it has been taken over by the Satanists. Do you understand? They follow the signet ring of Solomon. You understand? The Anunnaki fallen angels. So that star they know David ain't never have a star. That's Solomon's signet symbol. You understand? This is fallen angel worship. Okay. So they took over what the tribe of Judah created so that he's correct. So they can possess the minds of the children and have them only worshiping money. Mammon is the god of that world. You understand? Money is not evil. It's the love of money is evil. The love of money is the root of all evil, the foundation. It means increase. We're called to increase, Sister Judy. The Bible says we are called parable of talents. It ain't because we do things called bartering and trading, increase. We do things with the money. We're supposed to help people, provide for ourselves, help others. Gleanings, leave gleanings for those, for the poor, for the meek, for the widows, for the downtrodden. Do you understand? So it's the love of money, what they use the money for. So their God is mammon. That's why on the back of the dollar bill, it says, for in the love of God, whatever it says, in God we trust. And what do they got? They got the pyramid, what's the name? Anunnaki fallen angel, the one-eyed symbol of, right? So they understand who they serve, these serpents who run this second world, all right? So they use these devils right here. So they took over our hip-hop music to infiltrate the children so that the children will only desire money. The bag. That's why they got them guys. That's why they got them all chasing the bag, right? Bag chasers. I'm about that bag. I'm about that bag life, and I'm a itch, and I'm a itch about that money. Everything is mammon worship. The God of mammon. You cannot serve two gods. That's their God. That's why when they get up there at these Grammy Awards and Oscar Awards, and they say, "I want to thank God," guess who they talking about? They ain't talking about the Most High Creator of all things. They talking about mammon, the God of money. And they don't care about mammon because the love of, listen, money ain't evil, just like a gun. A gun don't kill nobody. It's the person. The gun is a tool. Money is a tool. Do you understand? These things are needed, okay? So when they say they love God, the serpent sees who ain't even human. They have Nephilim. They don't care about money because they create. God gives them all their money, mammon. He is. So they printed money out of thin air. Do you understand? It used to be backed by gold and they took it away, right? When they made the, what's the name in 1913, Jekyll Island and stuff, right? And then later they backed it by the petrodollar. So it has no value. Now they taking it to the tokenized dollar, digital, right? With digital currencies and stuff, right? And people are like, well, it got no, it's invisible. It don't got nothing backing it. Money ain't never had nothing backing it with these serpents. Even the Romans did that, right? Under what's the name? It used to be backed by silver. So the money used to be back in the Roman and Greco times. It used to be silver coins, right? And it used to have a certain amount of silver. It was heavy in the coins. So one of those Roman, I got the lesson that I did. I forgot his name now. One of those Roman, it wasn't Nero. It was that one of those nasty dudes, not Caligula. One of them where they started to take the silver out of the coins, and he was stripping the silver out of the coins. It was the weight. And so the people found out there was no silver in the coins. And so the Roman Empire, that's how it got destroyed, from mammon, from greed. This is the greed and the hoarding. So it was backed by nothing. It has no value to it. Do you understand? So anyway, so I don't want to get too far from where I'm at. So they took over the music industry and they want the children to worship mammon, the God of money. You understand? So everything is not about righteousness, not about loving your neighbors, you love yourself, not about morality, not about a village, not about lifting each other up, but everything is selfish. Everything is, I got mine, you get yours. You get it? Not a village raising everything. It's I got mine. Yeah, that worthless paper today, right? I got mine. So it's a crab in the barrel. And thus what becomes your God? Money, mammon. And so these people will sell their soul. I'm hot. They will sell their soul for money, for shekels. So they'll sign a contract, right? And they don't care because for a time, they have money and popularity and fame. So this is the doctrine of what they've taken over to instill that in the children, to not chase a righteous success, not chase morality, not chase human decency, but to chase what do you call that? Self-increase, self just for you. You understand? I got mine, so now I can flash on you. You see, I can be the man. I can drive in the Bentley and everybody else is under me, so that gives me a pseudo power. It gives me a pseudo influence. You see? So they want people to be what? Influencers. They want everybody to be seen, me. Everybody's right. So instead of them seeking a purpose that the Most High born in us, because every last one of y'all that are listening to the sound of my voice and the thousands who watch on the replay, every last one of you have a purpose inside of you. The Most High never created us just because. There is a mission and a purpose inside of you. And that mission and the purpose is always tied to helping someone else. But you just have to find on your inward parts, once you start to become more righteous than unrighteous and become repentance, the Most High will start revealing things through your relationship with him, through the revelator, the Holy Spirit. It'll start to reveal your purpose, and you start to walk and live it out, and it'll always lead to how you helping his other children. And he will provide for you. It might not be the overnight thing of success, of money, like I used to have when I was serving the darkness in the world. I don't got all the Bentleys no more. I don't got all the BMWs and my Escalades and all my 10, 15 houses. For those who don't know, go to my Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV and look at my life story and see all my everything. I don't have all my businesses. I don't have all that. But guess what I got? I got salvation. I got righteousness. So things the Most High will provide for you. It might not look the way the world provides, but he never leaves his children. That's where the faith will start to come in at, and the belief in the Most High and your righteousness. So no matter what, he will provide. So even if I don't have the money to get this thing that I want, my children, the Most High sent his children to enable me to have this desk that I'm standing on, because my legs were swelling and my hips started to hurt from me sitting so long. And the Most High's children found out, and they're like, let's put something together. Let's get the desk thing that he needs, so he can teach the word, and he can stand and he can sit. The Most High we call to assemble. The righteous will take care of the righteous. The Most High covers his children. They don't teach you that. They teach you that you got to fend for yourself. You got to chase the bag. They make the bag your God. They don't make you have faith and belief in the creator of all things. Even though things get tough, that's because your sins and transgressions, the more righteous you get, the more faith you have, the more you'll be able to see the blessing. A lot of time people think it's greener on the other side when it's not. A lot of time people don't see the blessing they have in the midst of it. And later they'll look back and like, man, I was blessed. What I had, I didn't even realize. Because a lot of rich and wealthy people are what? The most miserable. Do you understand? They be unalive themselves. Do you get it? They be unalive in themselves. They're not happy in their transgression and sin. You have to be happy with the joy of Yah in your righteousness, and he always provides for his children. He never leaves you. He knows what you need. He really don't care too much about your wants, but he definitely takes care of all your needs, because he gives you what you need. He knows what's best for us, but we have to believe it. They removed the belief. They made you believe in yourself. I'm going to get it. I got to get the bag. I'm going to get this money. I'm going to get this money. Now you serving a God called Mammon, and you don't even know it. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. If we get them to curse themselves, they can have us serving another God without even knowing who we serving. It's crazy work of the serpent. Crazy work. All right, let me get back to this. The Most High is speaking on this lesson tonight. Let's get back. Because his children, he like, my children will be coming 4, 5, 6, 700 people. The Most High like, I'm going to speak to my children. I know that's right. I know, Uncle, I got you something to teach something, but here we go. Holy Spirit like, let's go. All right, here we go. Let's get back to this dude. All right, now watch what he does.
Influence over young black kids.
So he's correct. Those people took over the music industry. Now the newest one was hip hop. It's the phenomenon. Took over the whole world, worldwide. I remember when they wouldn't even play us on the radio at all. All right? Now, they found out, the children of Yah, they done created something new. And if we don't stop it, you got something that's going to teach salvation through this instrument. And it's going to reach worldwide. We got to shut it down and make it Satan worship. You see? Make them worship the Baphomet. Little Uziver. That's Lil Lucifer. You see? Have them call themselves Lil Babies, Lil Nunu, Lil Tutu, Lil. We was King Asiatic, King Son, King Bashan, Father this. You know what I mean? Lord that, Lord Kason. We was kings and lords and fathers and Big Daddy Kane. And now they Lil this and Lil, and y'all don't even know who Enlil is. Ooh, don't start nothing, won't be none. When you know who Lil is, Lil Nana and Lil them, oh, you don't even know these fallen angels. Shout out to boy Ancient Suma, Ancient Acadia, and all of it. Oh, this goes deep. Y'all better go to the catalog in this channel. Welcome to the house of the Most High. Oh, you found the truth here. You go through the catalogs, almost 600-700 videos on this channel and live streams. Go through it and learn, children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. All right, let me continue.
And it has overtaken Black culture.
Shout out,
and so
Scott.
hip hop culture believes that you touch this kid, you put
Now he's correct, because what if those it's not real people took over, and he's correct. It took over Black culture, modern Black culture, where all the kids, they raised on this music, right? They barely even speak. They, you know, what they call that music where they don't even, I forgot what they call it, mumble rap and all that type of stuff, right? And smoking and drugs and all that, right? And the culture, you know, I'm a thug and I'm a gang and my pants sagging, right? So he's trying to tie this to Karmelo. Shout out to Victoria Giron. He trying, and Sister Angie, he trying to tie this to Karmelo. Nah, don't put that on Melo. Nah, the righteous we can see. That's why this case is so spiritual, because the righteous remnant can see that there was righteousness in that young man. And the devil will use people to antagonize, to destroy a person's purpose. You see? Now, I think Hunter was the one. That's why in the thumbnail, I put that little devil over his shoulder. You heard? I think it was Hunter that was used, right? And Austin, which was the more righteous of the two brothers, like it happens in all times. The righteous usually take the brunt of the devil darkness, and the devil keep going on. You understand? So I think, and others are finding, they think it's like Hunter and this other one, right? And the other one. So you heard the mother say that it was Hunter, the one who, you know, was cursing people out. Hunter was the one that's quick to do all this stuff, and Hunter, right? So anyway, and that's what usually happens. You understand? Where the wicked one look like he prospers, and sometimes the innocents get slaughtered. Okay, and they'll, how can I say that? The darkness, they'll use a person as a sacrifice, you see, and won't even, it ain't even about him. But I personally think there was something in that young man, Karmelo, because you know people by their fruit. The Messiah says you know them by their fruit. And when you go from his fruit, you can see that he was respectful, he was kind, he was moral, he was helping the meek, the hungry, he was volunteering at the Special Olympics, he was stop fighting against bullies that was trying to bully those in a wheelchair. He saved a little baby from drowning. So these things, the devils, the serpents, they can see when there's spiritual righteous promise in an individual. You understand? When an individual can go forth and might be able to, what J. Edgar Hoover say, a Messiah might come through this generation. Everybody, we don't know. We're all called to be messiahs, meaning we're all called to deliver, to lead someone to righteousness, to the Most High. But most people don't. We haven't found our calling. We haven't found our calling. So that's why this case is taking on such a spiritual implication. So that's why this coon devil right here on the screen is trying to twist it. Listen what he's doing, guys. Shout out to Messiah. Look what he's doing. He's trying to twist it into devil worship and put it on Karmelo. Do you see? See, this is how you see the devices of the serpent. He talked about a case where these 3 young white dudes was satanic worshipers, teenagers, and they unalived 3 8-year-olds, and he's trying to tie this in to Karmelo, into the Black community. You understand? This is what the devil does. These are the devices. We need to, every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, you need to see this in your individuals, in your nation. This is our Black coon. Y'all got white coons, Hispanic coons, iggers, what we call it. This a white, this a Black igger. It ain't the igger one that's out there saying, yo, folk, I'll do this to you, I'll do that to you. This is the, what they call this? This is the house igger. Come on. This is the Sambo igger. Listen, guys, this is the one, to my Blacks, y'all listen. This is the ones when we was in slavery, because I'm a runaway slave in the spirit. Yeah, I'm not even a field digger. I'm a runaway slave. I can't stay tired. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna keep running. They chopping legs off, I'm gonna be hopping. They chop that off, I'm gonna be crawling. You understand? They're gonna have to take me out. That's just my spirit. That's just who I am. Always was, never gonna change. You heard? I'm a runaway slave. You understand? So this one right here, if I was a slave, if this was because I run away from captivity, you understand? I run the righteousness, freedom of the Most High, and that comes from repentance. You heard? When they can't catch me no more because I don't sin and transgress no more. Your righteousness, everybody of every nation, kid, your tongue of people, is your protection. I'm trying to tell you spiritual warfare. I'm trying to tell you how to fight your everyday trials and tribulations, what's coming after you. What's going to get darker, it's going to get worse. Do you understand? It's not going to get better because the day is building up to the day of the Most High is coming. They call it the day of the Lord. You understand? The day of Yah is coming, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse, and we need to get more and more righteous because you'll be covered and covered and covered while the world go darker and darker and darker. Do you understand? Now, this is what we call a sandball in the black community in around the slavery times. This is the one that would say they're trying to escape. We got to tell Massa, they're trying to escape. They're running with John Brown and his sons, the white man, John Brown, him and his sons. They rounded up the eagles out the field, and you know, Unc only got one knee and an elbow, and Unc been dragged. They're carrying Unc. You know, Unc to try to run away. Unc with him too. Master like, is that Unc with him? You know Unc with him. They dragging him away. This the sandball. Okay? He like John Brown is trying to free him. They trying to, him and his sons, and they gave him guns, and they hold up. Guess who told, guys? Guess who told? When John Brown was helping to free our ancestors. R.I.P. to our white brother John Brown and to his white sons, and they all died 10 toes down on the battlefield. Don't let these serpents play us against one another. You better know, you better discern every spirit of each individual. You don't know history. That's the part they're trying to dumb us all down and make you think everybody of one nation is the devil or a serpent. The devil's a lie. You'll curse yourself in that. You'll miss your blessing. I know it's hard to believe, but you got to go through history. You better find out who Thaddeus Stevens was. Go read up. That's why they made their movie, The Birth of the Nation. The Birth of a Nation, the one that made the KKK and they slaughter, that was Thaddeus Stevens in that. Speaking to Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln ain't free us. Thaddeus Stevens said, Abraham Lincoln, you tripping. Abraham Lincoln was about money. It was about the North. It was about mammon. He didn't give a crap about freeing those slaves. It was Thaddeus that called him out on his BS. And they made the movie The Birth of a Nation to unalive the KKK. They lied to y'all. Y'all don't know history. Shout out, and he died 10 toes down too. R.I.P. to Thaddeus Stevens. You better know your history. You better understand it because you'll curse yourself. You won't be able to see the righteous remnant of the Most High in another nation, kindred, and tongue and people. Everybody ain't wicked. Everybody, all kinfolk ain't skinfolk. You understand? All Israel ain't Israel. All Yashrael ain't Yashrael. All you need to discern the nation of people and take accountability for your nation. Call out the devils, the coons of your nation. That's what I'm doing here. Do you understand? That's what we're doing here. So anyway, all right, let me get back. The Most High doing some stuff tonight, boy. He teaching some, boy. Y'all, you on one tonight. I see you on one tonight. All right, let's get back.
This kid, you put your hands on.
So now he's trying to paint because of hip hop culture. Listen what this devil's trying to do. Fork tongue. He's trying to paint, and now he's on a white platform. This is the part that's crazy work, guys. That he's on a white platform with millions of, so inciting the whites to make, and he's a sellout. That's where I was. He's a sandball, selling out the blacks to the unhinged devil whites, but these are devil. And he done did it for mammon, popularity. Yeah, the devil's a lie. I don't like none of them. May the Most High will be done over all these devils. I don't give a crap, all these iggas, white igga, black igga, white devil, black devil, Hispanic, whatever you are. Devils is what devil does. The righteous call you out and expose you. All right. So now what he's saying is he's trying to tie in that he's blaming everything on black, right? He's not saying that they took over the music And the serpent seed is not real people who took over the industry and made these contracts, and they're pushing satanic stuff in it to make people, the black people, curse themselves to worship money. So a lot of majority are raised in a culture, which is correct, but he's putting it on Karmelo. And that's what's wicked. When you can take a situation and place it on outside of context and paint a narrative that can incite further. It's further inciting.
So hip hop culture believes that you touch this kid, you put your hands on me, I have a right to kill you or assault you with a weapon of some sort. And they want the rest of American society.
So you see how he just did that? I ain't never in my life heard no hip hop rapper, hip hop culture say, if you touch me or something, I have the right to assault you with a weapon. No, it ain't hip hop culture that says it. Any culture should say, I have a right to protect myself. Do not put your hands on no one, everybody. Don't put your hands on no one, because you don't have the right to determine what's going to come from that result. Every action has a reaction. Every consequence got repercussions. They're going to be consequences. So you can't determine, I can't, like I said last year, I can't go out here in my neighborhood and walk down the street and I see a Hispanic man or a white man or whatever, and I go and decide to approach him and put my hands on him. He could have a gun for self-defense. I can't determine what his reaction is for my threat of coming and harming. Tomorrow, where you at? We get out this neighborhood. Get from it. And he like, where you know, he could be scared. And imagine he 130 pounds. I'm 6'1", 220. You know what I mean? Muscles and all that. He in black with lax. He's scared for his life. And then I go and push him, put my hands on him, and he shoot me. I can't determine whether he's gonna fight me. This is the point I'm trying to make. I can't determine whether he's going to say, well, I don't got a knife. He could have anything. He could have he can have a taser or something. He goes and send me 1,000 volts. Right? He could have a gun. He could have a knife. He could have anything to defend himself, because he has the right to defend himself. Do you understand? And if he has a right to carry the gun, or it's not illegal to carry that knife, whichever he got, whatever, long as it's in his rights, he has a right to defend himself. So I can't determine, no one can determine the outcome or how he's going to react to me pushing up on him and trying to insert my will over him. Okay, that's the point. Everyone has a right for defense, self-defense. Thank you, Sister Dati. Thank you. I think it's a sister. Thank you, Dati, for your donation. I humbly receive. Thank you, Ziona, for letting me know. Thank you so much. So the goal is, so he's trying to blame this on hip hop, because he's trying to tie this in Karmelo to further incite the so-called whites, or the unhinged ones, right, to bolster more emotion in the case. And he's a coon selling out the so-called black people. He's an inciter. These people are dangerous from both sides. I don't care if it's black, white, whoever's doing this. I'm trying to bring understanding and healing culturally, because they want to incite it, and the serpent seed is using them, and they're getting paid. They get, they get a lot of money. They get a lot of views. They get, like me, I'm unmonetized. Even though my video is getting 30,000 views, I get nothing. Matter of fact, I'm going to show y'all on Monday. I'll show y'all. I'm going to screenshot and show y'all. You'll be like, dang, you don't know. They nothing. Everything I get, this video cannot be monetized. This video cannot be monetized, because I teach the truth. They know. I don't get nothing. I get, praise the Most High, the donations from the brothers and sisters who humbly receive. You understand? So, and you see, that might be $20, $30 or something, but praise the Most High is better than nothing. I'm grateful for anything. But I do this because it's my work to do, to feed the children righteousness, to fight against the darkness, to bring you the truth. But they get money, popularity. They get thousands and hundreds of thousands and sponsors and all this stuff. You see? All right. So now he's trying to tie it and say, so now he's going to make it a thing where you can't tell nobody don't put your hands on me. You see how wicked the devil is? To take something as innocent as me telling somebody, do not touch me. When the Bible says possession is 2/3 of the law, right? This is my person. So you don't have the freedom to violate my personage. Don't touch me. That's the thing of, you can talk that over there, but just don't touch me, right? Because you know how you have people that you'll walk away and they go in for you, I'm not touching you, right? And you walk over there, I'm not touching you, right? They antagonize you. They incite you. You understand? They provoke you. The Bible calls it provocateurs. You understand? He says, watch the devil, because he is a what? A provoker. Do you understand? He's also an accuser of the brethren. You get it? He lies and cheats and steals. He accuses you of things unjustly, falsely, while he provoked you to the action. That's why the Bible calls us to discern all spirits. So you've seen it before. And if you raise children, I've raised children to adulthood, and I had to yell, get out of your sister's face. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you, right? And they go in their face. See, they understand the person is, but just because you're not touching me and that, you still violating me. Do y'all get it? You see? But now we get to a case where he actually touched him. You see? He actually physically touched a person. And they said, you see it all in the trial, they said pushed, this and grabbed, and this, and they did all this stuff. So you threatened, you gave them an altercation, you approached them, and you touched them when the person was saying, do not touch me. He really warned you, leave me alone. I will defend myself. Okay, now we don't know if how the way it's playing out. We'll see, because as we went through this case, it looks crazy, because we don't know what happened at this point, right? We don't know if Karmelo actually did it, if this one, because I don't know. It's so much going on, but that'll come out. May the Most High bring the lies and the darkness come to light. Let the Most High will be done. But we are called to discern through everything that's happening, right? And that's what we're doing as adults, as stable, mental, functionally clear, discerning adults, not possessed by media headlines and narratives and the emotions of these devil serpents playing off the emotions, the doors, the portals through the emotions. Yes, antagonizing. Shout out to Yahuda is his name. We are called to discern this. The righteous of every nation, keep your tongue, the adults. So how we could cover the women and children? How are we going to cover the children if we're unhinged, right? Letting this devil right here manipulate the situation. So now he's going to try to make it a crime for this young man to tell them to leave him alone. Don't touch him. Please leave me alone. And it was 6 young men, big young men, and they actually accosted him and touched him. Now, I don't know at this point if he was the one that actually did this stabbing, because it's so crazy as we going through the case and showing there's so much variables that the Most High will bring that out later. It'll come to pass to find out the truth. That's what we're trying to discern. But either way, let's say if he did, he had a right to defend himself, just like any of you would. You understand? You would tell your children in that scenario, defend yourself. He could have lost his life, and he was minding his business. But he's trying to paint the narrative. This raccoon is trying to paint the narrative now that him telling them, don't touch me, is a black hip hop thing. No, it ain't. Sorry. No, it ain't. I ain't never heard no hip hop rapper. Now they'll probably make a record called Don't Touch Me. You touch me, you're going to draw back a dick. Don't touch me. Right? Now, because they follow trends. Now you'll probably hear a rap song talking about don't touch me. Right? Because, you got all type of slang terminologies, right? You got FAFO, right? F-A-F-O. I don't know if it's called FAFO. I'm just whatever. I mean, like, it is not called FAFO. Well, whatever to the youth. Y'all know I'm an elder. But F-A-F-O, right? F around and find out, right? I know when I used to grow up, you're going to draw back a nub, right? It's like, you touch me, you're going to draw back a nub, right? It's like, keep your hands off me, all right? You put your hands to touch me. When you draw it back, you're going to be missing some fingers, right? So we got these terminologies and sayings, but really, some people just want to be left alone. They just want to have their space respected. I'm not violating you in your space. I'm not going to antagonize you and provoke you. I just want to be respected and left alone. I say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. I'm not into all this chaos that you're doing. So I have the right, though, if you bring it to me, to defend myself. I was raised like that, to defend myself. This ain't got nothing to do with hip hop. When hip hop was righteous, when we first created it, I was raised to defend myself. Before hip hop was created in the early 70s, when I was running out, when they had disco and stuff like that, and we listened to Al Green and the Osley Brothers, and listening to Bohannon and them on 8-track tapes in the cars, 8-track. Y'all don't even know what that is. The 8-track tape. Shout out to the elders that we used to put in, you know what I mean? That we used to, my grandma and them, right? I ain't know, there was no hip hop, and we were still told to defend ourselves. You hear me? That's what we used to tell them. I went to elementary school. My grandma said, if somebody hit you, you hit them back. If somebody fights you, you fight. Don't you come back in here. You go back and you fight. My grandma used to tell me, don't come back here because she going to beat my butt. She ain't raised no punk. She like, you need to fight. So guess what I did? I fought. I had to fight. And when I fought, I established a name for myself. I was short. I grew in 11th grade. In 1 year, I grew a couple of inches. I grew to six foot. But I was short. Thank you to War Chief. I humbly receive, War Chief. Thank you so much, King. Yeah, battle rap was everything. All right. All right. You're welcome, War Chief. And so I had to fight, right? And I didn't like bullies. So I used to fight bullies too, because bullying always happened. You understand? So I was told there wasn't no hip hop. We was always told, don't let nobody violate you. Don't let nobody touch you. Don't let nobody, right? Fight back. You know what I mean? Don't get into no strangers. Don't take candy from strangers. Respect your elders. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Certain things that we grew up in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and the 80s is when it went bad because they pushed crack into the neighborhood. Yes, systematic destruction of the American black culture. You heard? One of the systematic destructions. That's when it fell apart in the 80s in the so-called black communities. All right? When all of the village nation that raised us in 70s and 60s, all that was gone because crack, they released a new devil into the hood. You heard? That just went rampant, bro. It was disgusting. Turned people into zombies. It destroyed everything. You understand? And when we had Crip hip hop, guess what we had? Say no to crack was everywhere. Cracked out. Doom, 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 doom. Say no to crack and self-destruction. And we had songs for everything. Saying no to crack is whack. And telling our people get off drugs and say no, say dudes, you know what I mean? But they destroyed that. Who came and did that? So he gonna miss me talking about some hip hop. The serpents, the same serpents who trying to play this case and play us against one, well, bigger than the case, they're trying to play the so-called nations of people against each other to divide us and conquer us. Same serpents. You understand? Now, let's continue.
To bow to their standards in hip hop, any sort of.
Go ahead, what you say?
We have a few questions and maybe some comments you might want to address.
Go ahead, give me one.
All right, this one is from, let me scroll down. It's from Matchless. Matchless says, I'm so glad to have a positive, loving, godly place to come and commune and spend time and learn and pass on knowledge and wisdom with a beautiful group of people. And
praise the Most High. What's Matchless? We welcome to have you, Matchless. Praise the Most High for the most. It's like, I call it, and this is the bosom of the Most High. Where the righteous gather, it's a gather of safety and comfort. And we discern iron sharp as iron, steel sharp as steel, with respect and kindness for the different levels of understanding and awakening and where we at. You know, with kindness and respect. It's a bosom in this dark second world. And I'm grateful for it. I was called to the Most High. One of my elections back was to create a space a safe space for the Most High's children where they could come and eat, because information is food to your spirit, but people don't know that. So all people are eating off YouTube. Every channel you watch, everything you consume is food in your spirit. Physical food goes in your belly. Spiritual food goes in your spirit, in your mind, your thoughts. You understand? Because that's what you become. And that's why the Bible says that's why, what you call, not the Bible, I don't know if the Bible says it, but a terminology is you are what you eat, even physically, right? Spiritually, you are what you eat. So they give us what? Bad spiritual food, bad information, bad history, bad knowledge, bad channels, bad ministry, bad everything to keep us cursed. So whenever we find a place of good food, and you know what they teach us, right? Teachers don't eat from everybody's house, right? Don't eat from everybody's table. You don't know how clean their house is, right? People be having roaches and rats and feces and making stuff, not cleaning their hands. You know what I mean? And you eating, but we don't eat from everybody's house. So we don't understand information is food. The spirit realm know it. So when we find a good channel, a good place that's kind and respect, and you could tell the house is clean. Come on. You could tell because you see how you're treated when you come in. You see the love and the kindness and respect. You can see there's the bridling of the tongue. No, you'll see no defilement. You see like this is a clean house, and you feel a little safety. I call it the bosom of the Most High. The Most High will have that for his children as this world get darker and darker, but you got to seek it out. Praise he who finds the righteousness. The Most High guides all of you. We still find it, but he's guiding you. The way you found us, the Most High brought you here. Because I'm shadow banned, been shadow banned for years and years and years. The Most High allowed you to find us. You understand? And that's why. So praise the Most High for all the new people who find us. You understand? The children of the Most High who come to lower themselves, to shower you with love, respect, and kindness, and spirit, and in truth, to be that village, to lead you to righteousness. And some of us, we descend from that Abraham seed. It's our purpose and calling. You understand? To reach the remnant of every nation, kid your tongue, and reach and bring them back to the Messiah, bring them back to the Most High Yah, so you could stand with us. You could go through one of the 12 gates. You heard? You could come behind. You come behind me in the line of Ya'ada. You understand? Because I led you to salvation. I did what the Messiah said we are called to do in our purpose. Greater works than these. You once was dead, but you started awakening to the truth. So now you're awakening to the truth and righteousness. And that's what we're called to do. Lead his children. And they're supposed to feel safety. They're supposed to feel kindness. They're supposed to feel love. Praise the Most High. Oh, Mad Cow moves here. Peace and blessings, Mad Cow move. Peace and blessings. He said, yeah, I don't believe. Yep, I don't believe. Mad Cow. He said, do you believe some parts of people's states, but not? Yeah, because that's how everything is. So in everything in life, I know you know this, Mad Cow, is you just can't receive everything that people say. We are called to discern things. So you eat the fruit, spit out the pits, right? And then you leave some things that you're like, I don't know, right? Because there's things I don't know, right? Things that will come out later if the Most High will, right? But some things might sit right in my spirit. Okay, I receive that. Other things, I don't receive that. Other things, I don't know. It's just messy stuff, right? So what we're trying to do is really just discern with the case anyway. We're trying to discern the truth, but we go farther than the case. So as you know, Malcolm, that's why you back. Welcome back, King. What we doing, we going further than the case and seeing what's really happening with this coon on the screen and stuff like this, right? The agenda that the fallen descendants, the seed of the serpent, that's what they call in the book of Barashayah, Genesis, the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman, the children of Yah and the seed of the serpent. These are Cain's descendants, the first murderer, killer. So this always goes back. Everything is biblical, bro. It's always, these people who run this, they know it's biblical, right? So we discern in this. So the case is a smaller of a bigger pie. It's a wheel within a wheel. So it's a smaller portal door to the bigger issue, okay? And it's going to be more other stuff that's going to come, right? So if you fall for one thing, then they trying to get you to fall for it all. You understand? And we're trying to awaken everybody to rightly discern each individual thing and not be so spiritually or emotionally invested into it to understand that you don't see the puppet master manipulating. You got to always see the strings of the puppet master lest you're going to fall for the devices of the serpent. Ah.
I got one more for you, please.
Go ahead.
All right. This one was from War Chief Floyd. He says, okay, you got my wife teary-eyed. And this was referring when you were breaking down the purpose and spiritual warfare from...
Praise the Lord. Shout out to your wife, War Chief. And those tears to my sister, War Chief, your wifey, my sister. Those tears, sis, those tears go to the Shamayan. When I was raised, I didn't have a mom and a dad. I'm getting emotional right now. Boy, the pain is nothing to play with. I was abandoned by them, right? So I didn't have love and compassion, understanding. So I wasn't taught to cry, to tears. I couldn't tear. I was a young boy in the projects and I had to be tough. No choice, no tears, so I never cried. I cried twice in my whole upbringing. Once when my little cat died. It was a cat that was born and my family had it. And it died when I was like 6 or 7, I cried. And then the next time I cried, I broke down at Dee Preston's funeral. I don't know why. It's just when my childhood friend Jazz, Dee died, we went to the funeral and when I seen Jazz, something in me just broke. And I guess 20, I don't know how old I was when that happened, maybe 25 or I don't remember what age I was, 26. All those years of holding all that came rushing, it was bad. I was embarrassed. It was just me, Marcel, and Jazz. We was away. We was at the funeral when they bury you in the ground. We was at the burial plot. And all the intercession was there, but we was away from them. Otherwise, I've been really embarrassed because I had status in the hood. I was somebody. So you can't, like, if people would have saw that, I probably would have had to knock some fight people to make them think like, ain't nothing weak about it. I don't know. But when I was raised, it was taught that it was weak to cry. Now, we ain't supposed to be crybabies, but I didn't understand the spiritual release of tears. And the Bible says the tears go to the heaven, the Shamayam. You see, every tear that you drop, it goes to the heavens. You understand? So praise the Most High. Those are spiritual tears of righteousness of the Father, the spiritual awakening in you. So praise the Most High that we were able to do that, the house of the Most High for you and your husband, sister. Shout out to War Chief. Praise the Most High. Now, so my tears, so guys, my tears happened when when the Most High took me out of the world to bring me to Him. This was 2007 or 6, because it was 2 cases. One 25 to life, the other 15 to life. If I blow it, I get 55 years, right? And both of them, I wasn't guilty of it, all right? Both of them, right? Praise the Most High for a second chance in my life. Now, I was guilty of stuff, but I wasn't guilty of that. I didn't do those crimes, you understand? All right, so in any other crimes I did back then, I'd serve my time. So that's to show that the system can be unjust, right? Falsely accuse people. So when the Most High started to mold me and change me, I was still in jail, fighting, going to trial, to facing prison. And as he started to heal grow me in spiritual womb, he started to bring tears, which was weird to me. So I remember the first time, I had to hide under my bed in jail. I'm like, what is this? I was shocked, like, what is this? And I'm weeping. And I'm like, I couldn't stop and I couldn't show, like I couldn't be seen, right? I would have had to fight. I had to knock somebody out to try to the bravado, right? That's when I was coming into who I'm going to be, right? So it was so new and it was weird to me. I'm like, what is that? Like, and I couldn't stop it. So now, because now I'm like, I call it more human now, right? I'm more normal. Now, whenever I remember the furnace of affliction that the Most High took me through and the real trauma, it brings some tears, right? I can hold them back, but it doesn't make you weak or a punk. But I was raised, we thought that you was weak or a punk to show any tears, and that's not true. And a lot of the men in my generation, we was raised, you never cry, right? They punches in the chest, don't ever cry, and that's not healthy. Now, you give balance because the Most High, everything is in balance. You don't want to cry baby. People just cry all the time. Boy, toughen up. No, you don't. But you do have ability to release tears. It's a release. Otherwise, it gets bottled up. and it gets, it's negative energy. It's toxic. So praise the Most High for those righteous tears. All right, shout out to Blessed in the building. He said, who is Reuben? Rabayan, you mean Reuben from the tribe of Judah? I think that's who he's talking about. You have to shout out to Miss Mel. You have to let me know, shout out to Proud FBA, Forgetful Elephant, War Chief, you have to let me know which Reuben who you talking about, Reuben. You have to give me more details. All right, so shout out to, he said, yeah. What you mean? Which year? You mean Reuben from the tribe of the tribes?
Yes.
Oh, Reuben was the eldest son of the 12 of Jacob. So he was the eldest of the 12 sons. Judah was the fourth son. In each tribe, they had tribes, and Judah is when the Messiah came through that lineage, King David and all of them. And that's what those is not real people took over their lineage. Those were the kingdom of priests. Now, Reuben, he was a strong older brother, but, and they all had their transgressions, right? And Reuben's a great story too. But Reuben's transgression was what was Reuben Hakiyama? He smashed, what did he smash?
He smashed his dad's concubine wife.
Wife. He said, Reuben did a transgression that was kind of crazy. He slept with his dad's wife, concubine wife. That was his wife back there. And so anyway, great stories of our ancestors and uncles. Some was more wicked than others. Zebulon's story, Zebulon was really righteous. So Simeon and Gad, and they got their story. Judah, a lot of them, they was a mess. All right. Let me Reuben. Nah, that's them. Okay, that's those Israelite camps saying that the Indians are the tribe of Reuben. That's half true. Now, let me explain more, Chief. The northern kingdom, those are the other tribes. The southern kingdom is the tribe of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. They became one tribe, right? They called them Judah. Now, the Israelite real people took their culture and got J-E-Ws. Judah ain't even got a W in it. That's just weird right there, but whatever. So the northern kingdom, they did come to the Americas. But most those Israelite camps say about all of the native Indians are Reuben. That's a lie. Most of the native Indians are actually the tribe of Dan, all right? Dan mostly. Some of Reuben came over, some of the northern kingdom, but Dan was the seafaring people. Dan was the rebellious ones who really came over here. So most of the indigenous Native Americans in America, the ones Columbus saw, those are the tribe of Dan, okay? Not Reuben. That's the Israelite camp lying to people and making up their own doctrine with their fake 12 tribes chart. That's a lie from the lake of fire. All right. Who's Houdini talking to?
He got here and he just saying a whole bunch of whatever.
He just came in here saying pancakes. Welcome, Houdini. Welcome to the house of the Most High. May the Most High cover and bless you as you go forth in your purpose, King. All right, let's continue. You leaving this chat because you stupid? Don't call yourself stupid, Houdini. You are not stupid. You're okay. You'll be all right. Poor Ting. Houdini said he's leaving this chat because he's stupid. Well, we liked having you here for this short time you came in and spewed your foolishness. Welcome back. You can come back anytime. All right, so let's continue. There's something. You're not stupid, Houdini. You got a righteous thing in there with you. Shout out to young Tony out there in KC. All right, here we go. I got to get through this, guys. I ain't going to get to my Haitian thing tonight. We're going to do it next time because I got a doozy, bro. I got something going. We're going to do it on Monday, all right? So y'all come back. I'll find it. I wanted to do it tonight, but we'd be here 6 in the morning. This was a 5-minute clip. I know young Tony, right? Young Tony like Uncle I've been doing this for years. I'll take a 3-minute clip and do a 7-hour Bible study on it. But then Ron said, pancakes, I'm hungry now, right? I'm like, this is 5 minutes and I can't get through it. Praise the Most High for his teaching, you heard? The Most High teaching all things, all right? Into them, but their spirit wouldn't let me go. Yeah, it's okay because you're trying to awaken to the truth. And and they have truth like everything else, but they put their lies and it's the doctrine of men on top of the truth. So the truth is what attract the people, right? All nations is like, okay, this sound like the truth, but the Bible, we got to understand the reason how we do it, guys, is you need to discern. I don't care if someone got the truth. Let me explain. If I was sitting here right now and everything, for those who got ears to hear, y'all can see the truth, y'all can hear the truth, y'all can feel my spirit too, right? You feel the spirit of the Most High. I know y'all feel it because it's evident. I feel it, especially when the Father's talking through me and all that, right? So imagine with my election, my oration, right? All the giftings that I have in the election, I'm teaching the same exact thing, but I'm teaching and I'm cussing, right? And I'm saying everybody's gonna be slaves and this gonna be this, and it's like I'm getting the truth, some of it, but the spirit is wicked. That's your discernment. That's your red flag. Stop. It's still bad food. The Bible calls it a little leaven leavens the whole lump, right? So that's what Hasatan does. He takes the truth, right? And then he sprinkles leaven over it, right? And it's all tainted. It becomes bad food. And it leads you into destruction. That's one of the greatest devices of the serpent, to lead his children who are diligently trying to seek. And that's what YouTube is full of. That's why the people who run the media, the is not reals, they made everybody content creators. See, let me explain something to you. That was one of the strongest devices of this end time serpent devices, that in 2020, whatever, we're going to make everybody information, what you call vomiters, because the Bible calls it vomit, like a dog going back to its vomit. Everybody. So you don't know who, every person on the earth is an information vomit. So you know what that is? I'm teaching y'all spiritual warfare most people didn't see. That's one of the greatest devices in this end time that the serpent did. So now it's called information overload. That's called gluttony. That's a sin. So you're over flooded with information, with food. Bad food, good food, half cooked, uncooked, raw food, this food, that food, just over everybody's gluttonous, so you won't receive no righteous. It's like, you know how you can't receive because you're eating too much. That's why I cut everything off. I don't watch everything. I have to stop. I have to cut myself off because I'll keep consuming. Keep you never digesting. You see? Yeah, everybody has a little God on it. The good word, K. Fuller. They all gods. And they got their own little God universe, right? And so you just consume, and you become gluttonous, and it's a sin. You never digest. So you keep piling stuff on top. That's why people come, and that's why I say, that's why you got an empty wineskin. That's why the Most High said we need to be empty, constantly empty. But they said we're going to consume so nobody can ever empty. So everybody's full of old dead wine and new wine and this wine and that wine. You know how you mix all different liquors, right, guys? You know how you mix 15 different liquors, worse than Long Island iced tea? You're going to be drunk as a skunk, right? You're going to be super. And then what happens after that? You get sick. Don't you get sick from all the wine? You get sick spiritually, just like if you mix all foods. You get sick, you get diseases, you get disorder. So people are spiritually sick, okay? Because they just consuming everything. And they did that intentionally. Now remember, they destroyed a lot of industries to do that. Because they don't care about these industries, right? They destroyed a lot of Hollywood. They destroyed a lot of what you call news channels. So now me compete with a news channel. Listen. So if I get 40,000 views on a video, and then this news channel got 40,000 views, I'm somebody from my little old me. You see? So this is another device of the serpent to make the children gluttonous with information, so So you won't have the ability to rightly discern from all things. So that's why sometimes people find the channel, and I call it TikTok knowledge and Instagram knowledge, right? So they come full and they come spitting and spewing. And I'm like, bro, I know where you got this knowledge from. Because I've been here and I've been doing this before they released all this, before they had everybody doing all this. You understand? So when you go back, understand what I say, when the Most High started to bring me to him, it was 2006. That was the year YouTube dropped. Nobody was on YouTube. Now, I wish I would have been smart enough to get on there then. We got 10 billion subscribers. Not gonna be, they would shut me down. There's nowhere in the world the serpents will let me teach this truth to 10 billion people. The devil's a lie. Right? They're already like, all right, in the spirit. But that's y'all letting us through to get 30 and 20 and 30,000 people. That's the Most High doing that. You understand? Because they had closed that door for that. Praise the Most High. Not let me know we getting closer to the end of times. You understand? I ain't stupid. I'm not a stupid. I'm a spiritual warrior. So I see all things. I can discern. I'm like, ooh, we sliding through some of the shadow band. Oh, that means it's getting closer to the end. And the more we going to reach more people and everything, the more we grow and reach, the closer it's getting to because what it is, the more that the Most High is reaching his children to have them come out of unrighteousness, it's because the dark is closing in. It's about the end times, bro. You better know spiritual warfare. Praise the Most High for the diligence. Shout out to the house of the Most High, all my brothers and sisters in this ministry. And we from every nation, kitchen to tongue in this ministry. Yeah, we is. Yeah, we is. We've been together for years, teaching this word in righteousness long before anybody even knew us. We was teaching this word on our Zoom. You heard? Praise the Most High. Every Tuesday, we teaching this word on Zoom. All right. Whew. I gotta get through this. This is 2 minutes. We went through all of 2 minutes of this coon. I can't get through this super coon on this. I want to get through the super coon. All right, let's do it. Let me try to get through this Hakiyama because it's already 4 o'clock. So I'm gonna get through this coon. We ain't gonna do the rest of my lesson. So I'm gonna get through this coon, right? Whatever 5 minutes. Then we're gonna answer the last bit of questions, and then we'll close out. And we'll see everybody on Monday. Praise the Most High. All right, so here we go.
Respect. In hip hop, any sort of disrespect can be met with violence. This is why you see so many videos of black people say, don't you put your hands on me. You put your hands on me. Don't you? And see what happens if you put your hands on me. There's a mindset that has been given to black culture and black people that's incompatible with Christian American culture and Christian American standards.
Did this Sambo just say Christian? See, this is what I'm saying. These are this is a Sambo, but these Sambos kill me. He just said Christian American. Do you know what Christian American culture and standard is? That's the. All right, but let me explain what he just said, because he mixing. That's what you do. You mix the truth with the lie. This ain't nothing but the devil. Let me explain what he just said. He just said, hold on, watch this. Watch me dismantle this.
That's given to black mindset that has been, and see what happens if you put your hands on me. You put your hands on me, don't you? And see what happens if you put your hands on me. There's a mindset that has been
let me go back. It's further.
Can be met with violence. The rest of American society to bow to their standards in hip hop.
So he said, hold on, this is the Sambo.
And they want the rest of American society to bow to their standards.
Oh, don't put your hands on me.
And they want the rest of America's same influence over young black kids, and it has overtaken black culture.
I agree. The hip hop has overtaken young black culture. From the serpents who infiltrated the hip hop. Yes, and it is satanic. Let's go.
And so hip hop culture believes that you touch this kid, you put your hands on me, I have a right to kill you or assault you with a weapon of some sort. And they want the rest of American society to bow to their standards. In hip hop, any sort of disrespect can be met with violence.
Let me explain what he's doing. See, this is a serpent tongue. and he knows this because he's an elder, right? But he's a sellout. Everybody, that disrespect that he's talking about in hip hop culture, it didn't come from this young generation that's following Little Uzi Vert and mumble rap that the serpent seed and took over hip hop. Yeah, they drugged out, they ganged out and all that type of stuff. All that stuff is systemic anyway, but this ain't about that. He's that disrespect everybody. That's a so-called, now I can't speak for other so-called melanated people in other places. I can only speak for so-called Black America, what a lot of people call FBA, all right? I can speak for us because that's who I am and that's where I come from. It's my country. I've been here. You understand? Now, that don't disrespect, do you know that comes from us, so-called Black Americans, having nothing, having everything taken from us. Our culture, our language, our identity, our rights, our wages, our parents, our morality, the only thing that we had left, the so-called Black American, was your self-respect. Listen, the serpent's seeds, some of them white, some of them like him, Sambos, but we're talking about the ones who enslaved the so-called Black Americans. They were doing Jim Crow and through the 60s and 50s and 40s, and there was a time you didn't have any self-respect. A Black person would have to walk and put his head down. A Black person would have to walk in the gutter and the sidewalk when white people would walk past. A Black person couldn't drink from this, right? You had no self-respect. That's why in the 60s, they was marching with signs that said, I am a man. The reason why they had these signs when they was protesting and boycotting in the 60s, civil rights and stuff, right? And the sign said, I am a man, shout out to Gabriel. It's because America didn't even see Black Americans as human, as mankind. They seen it as chattel, as animals. So the only thing that Black Americans had was your own self-respect. So it became a thing because when they did a rat experiment. I did it on my channel. I think it's one on the live stream too. If you go through the lives, it's a rat experiment. They did two. We broke them both down, right? Where they put them in a big project maze, stack them on top of each other, and the conditions, the societal, environmental conditions made the rats turn and start killing one another. Then some of the rats turned homo, right? Turn to rainbow, right? It's crazy. And they did this too. It's all systemic, right? But people think we just complain and we just, woe is me. Nah. All these things happen and are still happening. They doing it with the children, with the music, what he's talking about. But let me explain what I'm talking about. So the conditioning environment, the only thing that the so-called Blacks had in their ghettos, in their swamps, in their places where they had no ability to really provide equally for themselves, the only thing they had was self-respect. So the only thing, listen, that a Black could only protect or possess would be your person, your personage, your self-respect. So it became, only thing I could say is don't disrespect me, because that's all I got. They took my car, they took my house, they took my hand, they took everything. So among other Blacks, because when you put them in a rat maze, they start to, right? You just, with the conditioning, right? They start to destroy themselves. This is systemically what the serpents have done, right? So the only thing that the Black could do was maintain their self-respect. So the only thing they had and this is a Black on Black thing. So you're like, don't disrespect me because that's really all I got. So we became big on respect. I'm trying to teach y'all how some of the cultural things got started, right? In the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s, right? Jim Crow and all this stuff. And then later became part of the culture. And then those who not suffering from the same conditions always repeat the same patterns, but they don't know where the foundation come from. So this devil here is trying to tell you it came from some hip hop. It did not come from hip hop. Before they created hip hop, everything was about don't disrespect me. It was always about respect. It's never not been nothing in the so-called Black culture and community but respect. If you don't do nothing else, what did your parents tell us all, so-called Black brothers and sisters? What did our parents tell us? If you don't do nothing else, you gonna respect me. Y'all ever heard that statement? If you can't respect the laws of my house, if you can't respect me, then you got to go. You got to get out. Come on, War Chief. If you don't do nothing else, you're going to respect me. And they taught us to do what? Respect our elders. Respect such and such. Now we didn't remove it. The serpents came in and removed it. But come on, Bradley. I'm destroying this coon's logic. No, it ain't come from no hip hop, none of that. A lot of things that people think, they didn't make this stuff up. A lot of the things that's being convoluted and used in different cultures, even the people who use these kids don't know where it come from. Us elders know. Meet somebody who was born in the 60s and the 50s and stuff and like that, even some of the early 70s. They'll tell you some things because they've been on this earth for half a century or more. You understand? You need the wisdom of the elders who've been through some things. They can tell you. Most people don't even know where these things come from. No, respect is when you have nothing else, that's all you got. But if you never came from a place where everything was taken from you, then you might not have that level of holding on to respect like it's a life preserver or a shield. So that's what that is. Nah. These devils, man, this dude got this forked tongue destroying people and how the other nations won't understand your Black brothers and sisters. See, this is where communication comes in at. Because if my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, if my other white brothers and sisters around the world don't understand my culture, don't understand my language, don't understand, then they're going to what? They're going to hear it from these coons. Come on, Fran Scott, crafty counsel. They're going to hear from these serpents with forked tongues, and then they won't know no better, and they'll believe, yeah, it's happened because of this. No, that's what the righteous do. We discern this devil. This is a devil. This is a devil. They sell out. This devil's a sellout. That's everybody. So every nation, kindred, and tongue, and even the immigrants, the so-called Blacks from other lands who don't fully understand the so-called Black American, because you're correct. Other people don't have it like that because they had their land and stuff. They come from their country, right? Even though they have different trials and tribulations, but the so-called Black Americas thing was a different beast because we were the ones that most people come from your land, right? You might come from Haiti, you might come from Grenada, you might come from Brazil, you might come from Nigeria, you might come from France, you might come from this, right? You might have came here, right? Whatever, but you got a land. The so-called Black American, they got took in here and everything got stripped. So everything they created, they built it here. That's why people are delineating, and I understand it. You understand? Now I understand anything you do, you're going to have your outliers. But I understand it, and that's why I'm going to show it. I was going to do it tonight, but we're running out of time. So when I do, y'all know these people, watch what I do on Monday. Yeah, y'all come back from Monday, y'all going to be like, yeah, that was good. I needed that. Because you know what we do, we bring real understanding. So the so-called Black America culture, we had nothing. So everything we created from the soil. We created from the dirt. You heard? From the red earth, from the Adam. You heard? From the other earth from which we come from. But what that's the curses. What everybody do say, we ain't create nothing. We ain't do nothing. Yes, we did. Then you got people trying to steal our culture and say, well, you came from us. You can't. No, we didn't. We ain't getting none of that from nobody. We created it all right here. Now, we ain't trying to take nothing from y'all, but don't try to take from us. Because guess what? All we got is respect. All we got. So we don't like people stealing ours. We don't like people respect my person. Don't try to steal my stuff. I ain't trying to steal yours. Don't try to take mine. I'm not trying to take yours. I can congratulate you and your country. Y'all did this and y'all fought for this and y'all did this and all that. But then don't come here and try to say we didn't do nothing and we didn't. And the only reason why you were able to come here is because of what we did. That's horrible. That's horrible. That hurts. So that's why there's a lot of, and remember, the serpent is using all of this information right now to keep everybody against the so-called black. If you look, and you know what they're going to, guess what, guys? You know what they're going to do? Let me tell y'all something. I'm going to tell y'all something. Unc, you remember, Unc said this July 4th, 2026. See how this age. You know what they're going to do? Dag, I think I just lost it. Oh, trying to tell a date. If the Most High's will, he'll bring it back. I just lost it, guys. I was going to say something. It'll come back, y'all willing. I was going to say something that they're going to do. I'm saying, mark my words. It has something to do with, it's an agenda they're going to play. I was going down the line of something of they making all of us, everybody against the black. Oh, I should have. That's why I've been trying to write stuff down. Oh, that's what I get. I should have just said it first and then said, mark my word, see how this age. But I forgot it. It is what it is. Y'all, the Most High willing, he'll bring it back. So anyway, where was I at? I mean, you remember what? I know I don't remember where you was at. You'd be all over the place. But anyway, so let's get back. Let me get back to this. Maybe he'll bring it back.
I got something for you.
That's gonna take me away from where I'm at. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's just Skylar left a comment, says this is the best breakdown I've seen so far on this platform, hands down.
Well, thank you so much. I humbly receive. Who you said was that, Skylar?
Just Sky.
Drew Sky?
Sky.
Just Sky? Shout out to Sky in the building. Nice to meet you, Sky. Thank you so much. I humbly receive. All right, let me get back here. I was going somewhere, boy. I was about to, because it'll come to me. I'm upset that I lost it because it was actually very important because it's something that I can mark and show you. You can be like, Dad, that actually happened. Because I'll be knowing the spiritual warfare. You learn the devices of the serpent and you can discern their moves. That's called spiritual chess. See, you could discern. That's the wisdom of the spirit. Your feelers. You understand your spiritual feelers. You can like discern the moves of the serpent before he makes the move. You understand? I'm like, I know what he's about to do. All right. So I was about to say something. I know it's going to come to pass, but I might, if I can remember it later. Shout out to Yadon. I'll say it again. All right. Shout out to Still Happy. All right. Let's continue. Let me get through this 5-minute clip if I can.
This is why you see so many videos of black people say, don't you put your hands on me. You put your hands on me. Don't you? And see what happens if you put your hands on me.
You see that because of conditioning, slavery, Jim Crow, and all we had is our physical personage. Don't violate me. Don't put your hands on me. That's it. You can do everything else. Just don't touch me. Because that's all it's like when you remove everything a person got, all they got is my physical person. There's nothing really wrong with that because really nobody should be putting their hands on you. So the crazy thing is that this devil right here is trying to make that a wicked thing. You guys, the Bible speaks of this. When a person can take something that's actually a righteous thing of telling someone, do not violate my person, do not violate me, put your hands on me, and twist it to make it like that is a wicked thing. So what is he supposed to say? Everybody, you can put your hands on me. You can violate. So what are we supposed to do? Listen, guys, they hung us, they beat us, they enslaved us, they raped us, they sold our children, they did everything. They fed our children alligators, they ate us, physically ate us, they wore us as clothing, they stuffed our hair and our skin into sofas and furniture. I mean, this is stuff, it's like, they did everything under the sun, and he's saying, we can't say, don't touch me. You can talk your junk, you could do everything, just don't put your hands on me. And somehow he's going to turn that. Do you know what that is? And then that's what they say, all we do is complain. So listen, what this the point of this is the thing that they say pushing the goalposts. Pushing the goalposts. Let me explain what this means. The serpent, no matter what you do, he's going to keep moving the goalposts, right? So now they got the goalposts, friend. They got the goalposts. He's trying to make it, and these others, to the point where we can't even say, "Don't touch me." So what do we got after that? Anybody can come and just do anything to us. But you see, guys, we cannot defend ourselves. If we defend us, if I warn you and tell you, don't put your hands on me, I have a right to defend myself. I have a pocket knife, which is legal for me to carry in America. And if you violate me, then I'm going to defend myself. It's 2, 3, 4 individuals. It could be one. It is what it is. And I don't have the right to tell you, don't violate my person. And you make that a crime? That's the devil. Only the devil. The devil is so wicked, only he can do that. Make that a crime. Wow. You can't, it's unbelievable. Okay? It's unbelievable. That's a good word. Who wrote that? Somebody wrote that. How do I say that? Miss Jackson. I don't know how to say the first beginning. I don't want to butcher it. Miss Jackson said it's unbelievable. Math. Right? Sister Nine. I think that's a sister. All right. So let's continue. So here he is demonizing the fact that we can't tell people don't touch us. So the other alternative is everybody can just touch us. Y'all can just do whatever, right? Just do what you will against me. I can't defend myself. I can't say nothing, right? But let's continue.
A mindset that has been, and see what happens if you put me, you put your hands on me, don't you? And see what people say, don't you put your hands on me, you put your hands on me, don't you? And see what happens if you put your hands on me. There's a mindset that has been given to Black culture and Black people that's incompatible with Christian American culture and Christian American standards. And that's how so many people are running around defending Karmelo, because they've been brainwashed.
Okay, honestly,
so you mean the same Christian American culture that's burning the crosses and hanging people from trees in the name of Christian American, the same ones that enslaved us in the name of Christian American, the same one that took all the chapters out of the Bible and left a slave pamphlet as a Bible. They took the Bible and made it a pamphlet and told us, left all the scriptures that says serve your master. And to the same Christian, are you freaking this devil? This is a devil, bro. Boy, now listen to the person's commentator. Watch this.
They've been brainwashed.
Okay, honestly.
Raven, no cussing. Watch your mouth, right? Watch your mouth, no cursing. You can express your disagreement. You can say Karmelo was a coward, but you don't got to say the F-bomb, all right? If you can't do that, then you have to go. All right. Oh, well, I'm glad you moved away too. Raven, well, I don't want to be living by no ravens. Anyway, I'm glad you keep moving too. Go back to where you're from. Where you from? Keep moving too. Go right on back to the country, wherever you're from. We have a nice life over there. All right, let's continue.
Been brainwashed.
Okay, honestly, I think Jason Whitlock brought up a very interesting point when he mentioned hip hop, but I don't think it's that crystal clear there. I think it's a bit more nuanced.
Now, everybody, I'm bringing this up because you got Megan the Devil. You got, what's that dude name? The Black Devil. What's his name? I forgot his name now. This devil. And then you got this devil. Now, this one's interesting to me, guys. What do y'all see? Don't he look a little tint of Asian? Thank you. Thank you, class. Me with Kai. Thank you, class time with Kai. I'm an elder, so I can be off a little. I'm looking a little Asian-ish, right? This got a little Asian twang to it. Sometimes you can't tell, right? But this dude look a little Asian, all right? So these are what you're seeing now. These are what they call the far right. I don't do none of that. I don't do left, right. I'm the child of the Most High. So I know, shout out to people who into their politics. I'm here to tell you, get out of that too, because there's wings of the same bird. All right, they ain't doing nothing but the same sellouts that's working for the serpent seed who controlling us all. Right. So we I don't do. I'm not no left. I ain't no right. I ain't no woke. I'm awakened. I ain't none of that crap. I ain't doing that. So I know people like to do these titles. You want to give me a title? I'm a servant and I'm a child of the Most High. And I'm here to reach the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, the righteous children of the Most High. And everybody else that don't receive that, kick rocks and let the Most High will be done over your life. That part. All right. So this dude, right? These far right. So I'm showing you that all skin folk ain't kinfolk. You just heard that dude, the black dude, sell us out. Now, this dude is commentating on black stuff. Now, listen to what he said. The crazy part is, so at first I cut up the clip because it's a long clip. So he was bigging up everything that this coon says. This Asian dude, he looked real Asian stuff, right? He was bigging up everything that coon said. Now the coon brought up about, this raccoon brought up about hip hop. So guess what? This is the funny part. Because he likes hip hop, boy, I swear you can't make this up. I swear, these people that'll sit there and say they don't like black people or say they such and such and say we have no culture while wearing a hat to the back or that's like, so anyway, he like, hold up, you can't talk about hip hop, right? Because he probably still listens to hip hop. These people crazy. I swear this stuff is funny. So listen to his commentating. And before that, he was agreeing to everything he said, but he just blamed it all on hip hop, the Karmelo incident, and took it to some Satanists, the young white dudes who killed the three little babies, and try to tie it in to Karmelo. Like, what kind of devil stuff is this? But here we go. Watch this.
Karmelo, because they've been brainwashed.
Okay, honestly, I think Jason Whitlock brought up a very interesting point when he mentioned hip hop, but I don't think it's that crystal clear there. I think it's a bit more nuanced because at the end of the day, I've listened to hip hop. I grew up on hip hop. I'm pretty sure some of my audience have listened to hip hop, or even your children have listened to hip hop. But do you think I or yourself would ever respond the same way Carmelo Anthony did inside that tent? All because he was asked to leave multiple times by a white man and then maybe also shoved. You think either of us, any of us, or your children.
So did y'all hear that? This is the point I'm trying to make. Do you hear how they will, like Bradley say, emulate? They will, right? And then he just turned it on Karmelo. Now listen to what he said. That's the crazy part is listen to his description. So he don't want to blame hip hop. Oh no, you can't blame hip hop because I'm listening to hip hop in my car. At the same time that I'm disrespecting, right? I'm listening to hip hop, so I can't agree with the hip hop because you can't take that away. It's like trying to take away my fried chicken, right? It's like I could say you love watermelons, but I'm secretly buying a watermelon, right? You know, it's that issue, right? Blacks, y'all love fried chicken. When I go to Publix and it be a line of white people at the fried chicken thing too, right? Because I wasn't eating flesh and blood for a long time, and then my ex got me eating flesh and blood again, chicken. I should have never did it. And then we go to Publix in Florida, and it was the chicken, they make the fresh chicken, they get hot at a certain time, and it's a bucket. It was good too, good. Come out of flesh and blood, but anyway, it was actually good. And the line of people was way down the thing, and it was all white people. I'm sitting up there, I'm like, why is they talking about black people? We love chicken. There's a whole line of white people. they were there for that chicken. I was too, right? Get that chicken when it was hot. It was like chicken, nice and hot at Publix, right? You get a whole thing, right? I just wish I never went back to it because I got a gut from it. I repent. I rebuke all that now. It's been years since. But anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is they'll, at the same time that they disrespect, they be partaking in the thing that they disrespect. This is fork tongue of the serpent. So now he's gonna listen to this.
I've listened to hip hop. I grew up on hip hop. I'm pretty sure some of my audience have listened to hip hop, or even your children have listened to hip hop. But do you think I or yourself would ever respond the same way Carmelo Anthony did inside that tent? All because he was asked to leave multiple times by a white man and then maybe also shoved.
Now here, see the disclaimer? Do you think you would do what Carmelo Anthony did in that tent? all because he was asked to move by a white man. Oh, not 6 people, all right? Right? He was asked to move by a white man and maybe shoved. Yo, the crazy party, I know too. Oroki, I do too. Right? I got a box cutter right here. You ain't never gonna catch me without this. Okay? And if I'm trying to get out of it, I'm like this. If it's 5 or 6 of them too, I got to, you know what I mean? That's what it's for. You know what this box cutter is for? So if I get accosted and I need to defend myself against a bunch of them, these fists only gonna do but so much, right? And if they're bigger than me, I'm 220. So if they 280 pounds, I'm 6'1". If they 6'3", 280, and it's a couple of them, these fists ain't gonna do but so much, right? I can fight, right? But you know, so this is to help me get them up off me so I can get to my car, so I can run, so I can get away safely. So you know what I'm gonna do? Come on, Oroki, before they even know that they hit, I'm bang with I'm punching with it. And now this is the problem. I'm trying to defend myself. Now listen clearly, guys. I don't know. What if I go like this to swing as they're coming to attack, and the person is going like this, and this box cutter slices his neck? Listen clearly what I'm saying. I didn't intend to slice his neck. I didn't intend to get into a beef. I carried this to protect myself. Or I could have had something, a tool. I know some people saying he had a tool. If it wasn't a tool, I would have told my young man to carry a pocket knife too, because it's legal in Texas. Because they got people hanging people. I'm going to tell you to carry a gun. Get a license, carry a gun, go to training, so that if these people come try to hang you from, you never know who you're going to run into. Protect yourself, everybody. My white brothers and sisters, protect yourself. You hear? If you got a right to get a license, go get a license. Sisters, brothers, go train how to use it and protect your home, protect your person, protect your property. My black brothers and sisters, same thing. My Asian, everybody, protect yourself. Do you understand? This world is getting darker and these devil spirits taking over people. It's dangerous outside and it's going to get worse. You heard? So because of my past, I can only protect myself with stuff like this. I can't carry a gun. If I didn't have my past, the devil's a lie. I'd be like this. Look, this is what I got, right? But I can't have it because of my past. And to me to go through, I tried to go through, because it's been over 20 years. How long has this been? So, but they made me jump through hoops, right? Because my stuff was in New York. So I did it a while ago, but it was crazy. So now they got something that they released. I need to check on that again, Laria. New York State did something, but then I got to get Florida. It's a mess. It's going to cost me money. I got to hire a lawyer and all that. Whatever. I just wait till the collapse. Because you know what's going to happen when the collapse? It ain't going to be no law or citizenship. So I can have other people here stack up your armament, because when all ish hit the fan, then I can just come, okay, thank you very much, because there will be no more law and order. Ish going to hit the fan, trust me. And then people going to be going to and fro. So I can wait for that. But at the same time, so that's what, to those brothers and sisters out there who might have something in your past where it's not legal for you to carry arms or something, just have a family member or a friend, get a safe and stack up and buy multiple things. And you're just preparing for when the collapse happened, when the chaos, no law and order. And then you can go right on, and now you got, right? That's the way. I know that's going to help a lot of people, especially people who've been in trouble. Like, well, I didn't think of that, Oh, yeah, that's what I'm like. Just have someone stack that for you, not on your house, not in your possession. And, just have them, that's their stuff. And then, because when all laws stop, when stuff hit the fan, it's going to be chaos in the world. All right. And then you can go right there, grab your stuff, and now y'all can protect one another and do what you got to do. All right. But in the meantime, I can't carry none. So I got this. This is legal. A box cutter. I used to have 2, right? Because you want one in both hands. But I really don't go nowhere no more. But I used to have 2, one in both hands. This will get me to my car. Unless they got a gun, unless they got something, right? Right. So, but you need something. I need to get away, something to get them up off me. Right? While I'm trying to run, something to get them up off me. But the point I was trying to make was, imagine if I swing and someone goes like this and it slices his neck. And then he bleeds out and dies. Did I intend to unalive him? No, I didn't. And let's say if I was situated, I was minding my business and they came messing with me. And this was to defend myself. I was just trying to get them off of me. I was trying to defend myself. But sometimes you don't know where, oh yeah, bear mace that's a good one, class time. Bear mace, I need to write that down. Somebody done told you wrong. Thank you, class time. Where's my pen? I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget, because that'll get them up. Oh shoot, somebody done told you wrong, bear mace. Sweet as bear meat. The devil's alive. I'm lying and flying. I bet you I got me some bear mace. I got to check the Florida statutes to make sure it's legal for me to have it. If not, you know what I mean? I'll find something, but I know that bear mace will get them up off you. You understand? You just need enough, guys, to get people up off you, okay? That's it. We trying to defend ourselves. I ain't trying to harm nobody. I ain't trying to hurt nobody. I'm trying to defend my person. You understand? Under threat. So he said right here, guys, he said they pushed, how he said? They pushed him a little bit. That's crazy work. And if there was a black person, the discussion is, if we was talking about me, 6'1", 200-pound black man, or black boy, I was 18, and let's say if I'm 18 this big, pushing 130-pound young white man, and they wouldn't be saying the same statement.
All because he was asked to leave multiple times by a white man.
All he was asked to leave multiple times, and he wasn't a man. These were children, right? Multiple times to leave.
And then maybe also shoved.
So you just said a crime. That's called assault. You can't put your hands on people. You can't. That's a crime. Well, Raven, it depends on how my lawyer team. I don't agree. I wouldn't go to prison for that. It depends on if I have the right lawyer team and I was being accosted by multiple assailants, I defended myself. Now, if I got a crappy lawyer team selling me out, you're correct. I will go to prison. Quick, fast, and a hurry, right? Miscarriage of justice, you're correct. Even though I was defending myself. All right, let's go. That's why you don't put your hands on people. So Raven, don't be going around here putting your hands on people. You're going to draw back a nub. You're going to wish you wouldn't. One day you're going to be like, I should have listened to Don't leave people alone. Leave people alone.
By a white man. And then,
One Love said, don't get bear mace on yourself. Oh, it's that toxic? Well, I'll probably read. I'm very good at reading instructions before I do something, right? You know, people who don't do that, next thing you know, they spray it on their skin and then it burnt you. Then it got some degree burns on your skin. Yeah, that's probably really toxic. But anyway, let me continue.
Times by a white man. And then all because he was asked to leave, respond the same way Carmelo Anthony did inside that tent. All because he was asked to leave multiple times by a white man and then maybe also shoved. You think either of us, any of us, or your children would ever respond with lethal, deadly force in that situation? No. Maybe there might be a small percentage, but generally speaking.
You see how they painted, he responded with lethal, deadly force, and like he intended to unalive him. Whatever. If you believe that, then I got a bridge for sale for you too. Whatever. It is what it is. Devils do what devils do. Your belief is what it is. But anyway, you see the narrative he's painting. But the crazy thing is a lot of these people, like this dude, he speaks on a lot of black issues. And I'm like, bro, don't you got some Asian issues to speak on? These people be keeping our name in their mouth for content.
Might be a small percentage, but generally speaking, no. But I think in the black community, because of hip hop and what Jason was alluding to about being disrespected, especially by a white man, you know, you get this ultra aggressive, super aggressive response.
See here, he's not black, but he said in the black community, especially against a white man. Everybody, what is the most crime against black people in the cities in America? Ain't it black on black? That's what is the most crime against whites. Ain't it white on white? What's the most crime against Hispanics, right? So it ain't, so if a black person in the hood, listen clearly, everybody, in the wherever, tell you, don't touch me, don't put your hands on me, and it's four black dudes, big dudes coming up to me, and I'm telling them, don't put their hands on me. Listen, and I got my trusty box cutter, all right, or my little knife. I used to have knives back in the days, right? And they try to, I'm not going to say, oh, they're not white, so you can put your hands on me. See, this is how they spin the narrative, right? And they're speaking on issues that he ain't even in our culture, trying to tell us what black people do, especially white. Black people in America is saying, don't nobody put your hands on me. I don't give a crap what you think he said, Karmelo. Oh, so you think Karmelo said, you can't put your hands on me, but the black brother over there on the Liberty tent, he can come over and put his hands on me. He can beat me up, but you can't. Because you see, this is how they spinning this narrative, making it into everything that it's not.
And I don't think it's just hip hop alone on itself, but also parenting. You need a strong 2-parent household.
But we have to be even more.
Oh, you need a strong 2-parent household. Like who? See, you guys, you see the narrative? Who had a strong 2-parent household in the situation? Hunter didn't. But I thought that's supposed to protect you, huh?
But also parenting. You need a strong 2-parent household.
But we have to be even more resolved and resolute to like, hey, man, this just can't stand. Everybody's at risk here. I don't want to live in a society where people can interpret what I say as disrespect and then get all up in my face and try to bait me to touch them or have conflict with them, and then they get to kill me. And
did y'all see what this devil just did? R.I.P. to Austin. I agree, class time. R.I.P. to that young man. All right? And may the Most High work out Karmelo's case, all in justice and spirit and in truth. Did you see what this devil just did? Listen what this raccoon just said. I'm gonna do it again. This is some real wicked stuff.
Can interpret what I say.
And look at this devil. She just sitting there. You know, these agent provocateurs, these people destroy me. That they sit there and they're gonna pay, right? For all of these people, what they do, inciting all this hate on both sides. You understand? We're not trying to incite hate on neither side. You understand? We're trying to bring balance and understanding. Now listen what he said.
Say is disrespect, and then get all up in my face, and then people can interpret. Everybody's at risk here. I don't want to live.
He doesn't want to live, listen, in a society what?
In a society where people can interpret what I say as disrespect and then get all up in my face and try to bait me.
Where people can interpret what I say as disrespect and get all up in my face. Hold on, guys. Didn't they get in his face? Didn't they get all up in his face and bait him with, right? Hunter said, I told him to move, this, and then my brother stepped in and told him to move, and my brother snatched his bag, and then they put hands on him and pushed or shoved or whatever. And listen to what he said, bait. Listen, so what you're describing, you're saying you don't want to live in a world of what happened against Karmelo. See, when you let these devils speak so much, they expose themselves.
Where people can interpret what I say as disrespect and then get all up in my face and try to bait me to touch them or have conflict with them, and then they get to kill me and paint me as the bad guy.
You see how he tried to twist it? Because now he's trying to twist it on black people with hip hop and say, don't that sound like what Chud the Builder did? Right? Bait me, get all up in my face. And don't that sound like what Jake Lang is doing? When I just showed the last live stream when he went down to the BET Awards and had the sign that said black parents are failures and Iggers is got no culture, and right? To bait you and get off. You see? And look at this raccoon. So that's what I want to the people who find the channel. We're a channel of spirit and in truth. Okay? Yeah, you're down. This ain't nothing but this what, come on, bro. So he's trying to paint a narrative against Karmelo, and he actually just painted the narrative that was actually pro for Karmelo defending himself. Because everything he said, he don't want to live in this society, that's exactly what they did. I don't want to live in that society either. I want to be able to sit down and mind my business and nobody approach me and antagonize me and try to put their hands on me. You understand? Where I got to defend myself. Doggone coons, man. These raccoons will get you all, what, my blood pressure all up. You know, the elder said, get my blood pressure all up, get me all worked up. I really like to stand and praise the Most High. Thank you, ministry, for the standing desk. I love you guys. Thank you so much. This is everything. Now my legs shouldn't be swollen when I stand. And now every live stream, every hour, I'm gonna put it up and I'm gonna let it stay up until if I don't get tired, I just stay standing. It is what it is. Praise the Most High. Thank you, guys. This is everything, man. I was destroying my body, teaching so long and just sitting down for 20 hours straight every day, 7 days a week. And I go to work out, but that sitting time will destroy your temple, bro. And I'm an elder. It started to hurt my butt and my hips and just pain and my ankles swollen. So peace and blessings. All right, let's go.
Right.
And paint me and try to bait me to touch them or have conflict with them, and then they get to kill me and paint me as the bad guy.
Right. Exactly right. And now, like, to see it morph into retaliatory attacks, it's like, wait a minute. If we're just going purely by race here, a black person attacked and killed a white person. If there should be retaliation, it would be the other way around. How are now more black people attacking a white girl as justice for this case? And it's because Karmelo was convicted and sentenced to prison.
See, this is what they're going to push. This the danger, guys. So everybody watch out. So-called black people, y'all been needing to watch out. So y'all be double, triple watch out. Because these unhinged ones trying to hang people from trees, and they're going to be it's going to ramp up. My white brothers and sisters, watch out. Hispanics, everybody, watch out. Because these media narratives are going to inflame this. So she knows exactly what she's doing by talking about the black sisters who beat up the white girl. And I guess at the end, they said, free Karmelo, right? And like I said earlier, if they did say that, because that's what's narrative that's being pushed, the racial divide to inflame them. So that's going to push the other one. What they said, free Karmelo, I knew it. These niggas, we're being attacked, right? So now she's talking about the blacks are attacking when that situation would have happened anyway. Situations happen. You understand? But now because of the Karmelo narrative, if they say, which they probably did, free Karmelo, when they're in there, that's the worst thing they could have said, because now you just gave them fodder. You gave them more, what you call that, lighter fluid or embers to throw onto the fire. And this Sambo is right there. So what he's doing, this ain't doing nothing but inflaming. And you guess where they at? They in their studios, making hundreds of thousands and sponsors millions of dollars, and they ain't outside nowhere. But the masses, it'll come to our front door. So the more, now listen, they'll hang another so-called black person and they won't talk about it. But the next, and remember, something else is gonna happen. I can guarantee you, they're gonna keep pushing this narrative to make, and it's going to keep, because they want to keep it growing and inflaming, and wait to see if the appeal happen. Ooh, I swear I would not be surprised if the serpent seed puppet masters allow this to go to appeal and then get an overturn or a new trial, get free, come. Ooh. That ain't what I was thinking earlier, but y'all mark my words. I would not be surprised. because I know the devices of the serpent. He's real. I'm talking about the powers that's manipulating. That would be a strong power move to just inflame the racial divide, because the unhinged people that's on the side of, I don't know what to call it, the unhinged people, they're going to go off the rockers. And you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, they're going to want 100 bodies for him being. It doesn't matter if the legal team proves in the court of law that all of the case was fake, which anybody can do it, right? Everything. They prove that with DNA evidence, with forensic evidence, with all of this, that it was self-defense or he didn't even do it, somebody else did it, it ain't gonna matter. See, the devil don't care. They never let a good crisis go to waste. It ain't gonna matter. It's gonna inflame, and they're gonna be trying to unalive any black they see, and it won't stop. And then they're gonna keep flaming it, inflaming it. They're gonna keep adding more narratives. More people is gonna come out. Now you gotta understand, they can easy for them to do crisis actors or people wearing skin suits, right? And then have somebody, a so-called black, unalive, a so-called white little one. Oh my goodness. Have some, a so-called white do this to, right? And they just keep playing us against one another. And that's why the righteousness is what's going to cover us, the children of the Most High. Because it's going to come a time that these devils is just going to keep inflaming and inciting and inciting. And the only thing that's going to protect you is the righteousness that you are being one with the Father, and he's going to guide you and protect you and cover you when things will be coming for you. And that's the remnant of every nation, kid, your tongue, and people. And in this ministry, in this house, we are here for you. That's what we're going to keep doing. So every story, everything we do, we're going to also show you the judicial cabal. I got something coming, Yana. Boy, I got something coming. I was going to do it tonight. I had a lot. I was going to do the Haitian thing, and then I had this cabal, serpent seed, bloodline. Woo! I might do it on Monday, right? But I got something for y'all. It's going to be crazy, right? So we just went, the Most High, let the Most High cook. So we went a little long. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. We closing out. Hakiyama. Let me do a couple of questions, then we're going to close. But y'all be very careful and be righteous. The righteousness of the Most High is your covering and your protection in the spirit realm. Nothing's going to cover you for what's coming in the physical. It's going to supersede the physical realm, all right? They opening up portals and AI and robots and machinery and all this stuff, the serpents, right? And all of these devices of the serpents, the thing that's going to cover us, the children of the Most High of every nation, kid, your tongue, and people. Everybody, listen up. Is your righteousness, loving your neighbors yourself, doing the next right thing, be repentant, strive to be righteous, okay? Strive to be moral, strive, never catch yourself in unrepentance, you understand? Strive to be the image of the Father, and his supernatural protection and covering and grace is going to cover you from what's to come. That's what's going to cover you. So in this ministry, in this channel, as we do these topics, when I put up, just click on it. And know I'm about to get this good food. We up late. Most people ain't out late, so ain't no excuse. Other people channels, they all early. Y'all be like, Live. I already know it's going down. I don't know what the topic is, but it's going down. I'm definitely going to learn some things because I was going to show some things tonight. I'm going to save it for Monday. Oh, I got some stats. I got some stuff to teach you y'all never know. I got some history. I got some ancient. I got some cabal. I got some fallen angel. I got some I don't want to give it away. I got some stuff, right? I had it loaded. I got all the type of things ready, but we ran out of time. But because the Most High came and he spoke for a minute. He was, we've been on this 5-minute video clip for 4 hours, 3 hours. Let the Most High cook. All right. So may the Most High, for everybody else who found us on this live stream, welcome to the house of the Most High. We love you, and we, with the love of the Father, and we here to lead, guide, pour into you, and for the righteous, for us to discern, sharpen steel, and have a safe place where we can sojourn and rebuke all unrighteousness and learn, because I'm going to be teaching it. Like tonight, I had some teaching, like y'all going to really enjoy, right? I'm going to probably do it on Monday, definitely on Friday. So I got some things, I'm going to teach and show you. I made a whole bunch of clips and slides and all that, some facts, some real good stuff. Praise the Most High. All right, Hakiyama, give me some questions, and then we're gonna close.
Okay. I have a testimony and another comment to read if you would like.
Okay, go ahead. And thank you to everyone who donated tonight. I humbly receive. Thank you so much, children of the Most High. Go ahead, Hakim.
This first one is a comment. Orochi says, I am atheist, but I got no beef. I hit subscribe. These differences don't matter.
I know that's right. Orochi, I used to be agnostic or atheist as you went to, right? And so I don't teach. I understand that. What I believe, Orochi, is if I see righteousness, right? Let's say if you don't believe in a higher power like the Most High of the Bible or something else, but in you, I see the fruits of the Spirit, meaning I see righteousness, I see humility, I see kindness, I see respect, I see loving your neighbor, I see you willing to help the meek, the hungry, willing to help, right? That means I can see who I follow and call my creator, my father in you, even if you don't believe, right? So that's, again, that's the relationship with the creator versus religion. So we're a spiritual ministry. I don't teach religion because religion is man, doctrine of men. So I can understand if I go to, let me explain this, Orichi, if I go to some indigenous island that they've been isolated from society, they might not even have seen a Bible or read a Bible, right? They don't know nothing about no Jesus, no Hebrew Messiah, no God that I know in the Western world, the Most High, or Yah, what his name is, right? But when I'm in this indigenous island observing this indigenous tribe, I can see among them a brother or a sister who seemed like he's helping the children, who seen an elderly person walking with her basket of fruit and he ran and helped her, who seemed like, and as I'm amongst them, I'm observing his fruit, his ways and actions. And everything I see he's more righteous than unrighteous. He seems kind and respectful. He seems to want to help the village and everything. Guess what, Orichi? I see my creator in him. I see that's my brother or sister. You know them by their fruit. So not everybody will speak my language. Not everybody will speak my tongue. Not everybody, but I'm looking for the fruit in the individual. So I agree, like you said, I might not agree that you believe in the creator, the Hebrew creator of Yah. I don't know him, but I kind of like your spirit. That's what you're probably saying to me. And I can discern, eat fruit, spit out pits of the truth you speaking, and I rock with that. Yeah, that's what you call finding your brother outside of religion or something, right? Because everybody's at a different place in a different relationship with, I don't know what you might call a higher power. Maybe you see it as yourself or the universe or the sun or something, but I'm looking for your fruit of spirit. And that happens because remember, you got people who believe in God, believe in Jesus, believe in Yahusha, Yahusha, Yeshua, whatever Hebrew dialect one name it, God, the Lord, Baal, whatever. You got people that believe, but I don't see the fruits of my Father in none of them. They ain't nothing but hypocrites. You see? And they know the Bible, read the Bible and all that. And then another person who don't even believe in that Bible, I can see the righteousness of my Father in him. Guess who's my brother? That's what the Messiah said. Guess who my brother? He who keeps my Father's command. What he means is living my Father, yours to be one with it. So by your actions is how you keep it. Not by your words, but by your deeds. A lot of people got words, they lip service. Shout out to those who trying to find their way, okay? That I don't mean for those who are trying to find their way and still transgress. No, that's what repentance is for. Keep getting into righteousness. And I can see that in your fruit. You know, they'd be like, I I apologize, man. I was doing good for about 6 months, and I ran across big booty Keisha. Unc, I was trying, Unc, but that booty was popping and slipping and jipping and chipping. And I slipped on in it, Unc. I'm like, how you slip in it? I'm sorry, Unc. I slipped and fell off in it. He's like, but I'm repenting, Unc. I'm sorry. I was doing good too. I went 6 months, but big booty Keisha came on. I'm like, oh my goodness, right? See, in that, there ain't no perfection. I see he knows that he transgressed. He's not celebrating. He knows a mistake and he's going to try to do better. That's what we got repentance for, the Most High's grace and favor. So again, we're not going to be perfect, but we each on a different path, different levels, different journeys. You understand? And that's what we're called to do. Just keep trying to be the best. Yes, the best version of you. Yeah, righteous. That's why I keep saying righteousness, because in you, if you're righteous, I can see my Father, whether we don't agree who he is or not. That's just me. You know what I mean? I can see my Father in your works. Oh, yeah, that part. All right. Go ahead, Hakiyama. What was the, let me do a couple of these questions so I can close out.
Okay, and we have another donation. This is from Michelle. They say, new subscriber here. I enjoyed this. Keep speaking the truth, brother.
Thank you, Michelle 000. I humbly receive. Thank you so much, and welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much. Praise the Most High for him allowing us to reach his children. Yasha, what you say is always a Keisha. I know a Ra Keisha, Shug Keisha, Nui Keisha, Du Keisha, something about that Keisha. There's something about that Keisha that catch you out there in the hood, boy. Y'all people watch out those Keishas. Shout out to the righteous Keisha. I know, like, oh, my name is Keisha. I'm sorry. We just making jokey jokes. You know, you be like, boy, Keisha came through. I'm sorry, y'all. I slept off in it. I'm like, boy, what you say? I know, Unc, I was doing good. and then they'll take you down, and sisters do it too. And then next thing they be like, and now, Unc, I smoke weed again. I start, what? The sin compounds, guys. I'm telling you the truth. Sin compounds. This just happened too, right? There's we got a ministry. I minister to people, young, old, right? And people out there in the world, right? And they love me and they trust me. So we do, they come to me, right? They're trying to, be righteous and be, some of them slip and fall, right? And they come and they say, and so the crazy thing, when they say the story, I want to say, these are individuals, I'm telling true stuff. And they're like, and guess what? That ain't it. I'm like, what? And then now that I was smashing her again, now we in our house and she rolls a blunt and now he been clean from weed for about a year. And I actually smoked the blunt. And then once we smoked it, now she went and got brewed. Now we watching Netflix and I'm smashing and smoking. I'm like, Dad, boy, you just the sin. That's what sin is, guys. Sin is a funnel. It compounds. I said, my goodness. He said, and then it practically destroyed his life too. Now all type of mess. He opened up so many portals. But praise the Most High, he caught himself before he got too bad. You understand? And he was humble enough to reach out and say, Unc, I did it. I repent. And I can lead and guide him, give him instructions, get back on the horse, God. You know what I mean? But it'll compound fast, the darkness. Shout out to BD in the building. It'll compound fast on you, the sin. It's compound. The is wicked, bro. So that's that saying, it's easy to get into trouble, but hard to get out, not to do trouble, right? It's hard not to sin in this second world. But everybody walk around naked and liquor and parties and party and ooh-ish and party and the money and it's just so much sin all around. But it's easy to get in sin and trouble, but hard to get out and hard not to do. So praise the Most High for the righteous who try to be there for you when you fall. And I can lead and guide you until you dust yourself off. Praise the Most High for repentance. You understand? Grace and favor. All right. Go ahead, Hakiyama. I got to close out. 5 a.m. Woo, how many people was here? Let me see. I haven't looked in so long.
300.
Woo, 362. Welcome everybody on the live stream. Woo. All right, we're going to close out. Go ahead, give me some more. Give me a couple
Okay,
more.
this is a testimony.
Okay, give me the testimony. Shout out the testimonies.
This is from Class Time with Kai. They say, I'm white, like pasty white girl white. My girlfriend is black as night. And the amount of times I had to protect my girlfriend from racist people is crazy. They go after her solely because she is black and I am white. And they try to debate me into assaulting them. It doesn't work, but the people that bait others into violence are sad. They continue with saying, I notice how this channel.
Go ahead, say it again.
I notice how this channel is not racist towards anyone. They express their beliefs in a very respectful way. They present facts for what they are, and they do not twist words or any deception.
Come on, class. That's what the Most High's children supposed to be. If anybody else, I don't care who you find. I don't care if they're Christian, Schmizrelite, Bizrelite, Jewish, Wooish. I don't care what it is. If anybody you see don't have exactly what you just described, then that means they are infected. They're traumatized. They're infected. They have dis-ease, disorder. There's a spiritual devil somewhere in them. You understand? The righteous that are healed, that's what you're going to feel. They're not going to judge you from that. They're going to call out the transgression and they're going to receive everyone. So welcome to the channel, our so-called white sister, right? I call everybody so-called. There's plenty more of them that's here in the ministry and stuff that are so-called white people. Been with me for years. Some grew up in the ministry. Some got married in the ministry. That's what we're called to be and do. But the serpents want us to hate one another and divide and conquer. No. We're not traumatizing. We need to bring the healing to the Most High's children because the righteous remnant of his children, we're called to become one. You understand? For the so-called blacks that think they descend, or if you believe you descend from Abraham and Jacob, Jacob and them, then you understand the stranger will always cleave to the house of Yasharal. How do you think they get salvation? That's Bible. Get these Israelite camps out your system. And yes, sister, I understand about your experience of being with your black sister and seeing the different experiences. Praise the Most High. Welcome to the channel, sister. All right, go ahead, Hakim. Give me a couple more. That was a great praise report. Okay. Praise the Most High for healing and receiving his children.
This next one is from Mad Crowd. They say, question, do you think the white girl who got attacked by the 3 black girls had a right to unalive one of the 3 of those girls?
Absolutely. Well, see, the thing is not you trying to unalive. So Mad Cow, this is the problem. The problem is they think Karmelo tried to unalive him. If what happened, because we don't even know that. If it happened where he actually did stab him, he wasn't trying to kill him. He was trying to defend himself. If that white sister who got jumped by those 3 black girls, they beat her up. So I was going to show it. I think I got did I screenshot? I don't know if I screenshotted it. I wasn't going to do it tonight, but I think I screenshotted it because I said, my goodness, they beat her up really bad. I think I got the screenshot. If I do, I'm going to show it. Is that because she was in the hospital? They beat her up really bad. It was sad. I was like, dang. And I don't know what she did, right? Now, let's explain this. If it's 3 of them, because I think it was 3 or 4, right? And they were bigger than her too. She seemed like a little girl, right? And if she had a knife or if she had a gun and she used it to defend herself, she had a right to defend herself, Mad Cow. Come on, shouldn't be, no 3, 4 people should be beating on you. Unless unless you tried to kidnap their child or you tried to do, I don't know the case I see. So I can't give, no, I didn't screenshot it. I thought I did. I can't give my take on it because I don't know the backstory. I don't know what the girl did. Now, if she just called them an igger or did something, you don't have a right for 3 or 4 of them to beat you up that bad. She looked real bad in the hospital. I thought I screenshotted it, but I guess I didn't. She looked real bad. You don't have that right for them to beat you like that. And if she had a knife or something to defend herself, absolutely. Then she'll go to trial and they're going to see, this is the part that we talking about, Mad Cow. We're saying Karmelo, his case was rigged. And I know you're a righteous brother, Madcal. From my evidence of this, you can see the case was rigged. And I ain't even go into the other laws. I'll do that another time, because I got all these laws that about the perjury that they did. It's so many laws that were broken in that courtroom in this case. They broke the laws. The judge, the DA, the prosecutor, the defense, all of it, right? So yes, if she would have defended herself, well, then it got to go to court of law, and hopefully we would fight for her to have true counsel, right? We would fight for the evidence. We would want the videotape to show so that we can know, what did the girls do? What did she do? Was they attacking her? Did she shoot them? Did she whatever? And let the justice lie. But we want spirit and in truth. Absolutely. She could defend herself. Absolutely. Great question, Madcal. Great question. That's what we want. Justice for everybody. They got nothing to do with no skin color. It's people. Right? Let's continue. Go ahead, Akiyama. What's next? Dag, I'm still looking for the picture. I didn't screenshot it. I thought I did.
Okay, this next one is from Matrix. They ask, I wish we would stop allowing ourselves to be exploited. Why can't we get our own? ?
Oh, that was coming out tonight. Who asked that? Who asked that question?
It was Matrix.
Matrix, Monday. If you can be here Monday, because I don't want to save it. I might save it all the way to Friday. I don't know. But it's people are showing up now, Monday and Friday. So I used to save stuff for Friday because more people would be here, but somehow the Most High allowing us, a lot of people are showing up, right? So I'm going to do it Monday. I was going to do it tonight. I was going to show you what your proverbial saying, like why we can't get our own and stuff. Tonight was going to be crazy. It was still good. And praise the Most High, it went the way he wanted it to go. But I was going, with receipts, I'm going to show you some stuff, and it's going to answer the question. Going to answer exactly. I'm going to show, and it helps the other nations too, because a lot of other people are like, well, why can't y'all just do this, and why can't y'all get this, and why can't I'm going to show you what's really happening, and I always do receipts. Y'all know I do receipts. I don't just talk nothing. I'm going to show you exactly with receipts. All right, and then you'll have the more understand, like, oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, so because my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. The devil wants us to not understand the plight and the devices against people, so you can't understand their predicament or why they're in a certain predicament. All right? Go ahead, Akiyama. What's the next one?
The next one is from Tricia. Tricia asks, who hopped over the gate or the rail? This was in the video regarding Karmelo. And
I think she's talking about the dude in the white shorts, the one we need to know who that is, who reached over the gate and threw something in that garbage or whatever it is. We don't know who he is, but that's what need to be coming out in the retrial to find out who is that, right? Him and Carson, and then he walked with Karmelo and stuff, right? He's very important with the white shorts. And then he walked with the coach and Karmelo after reaching over, and Carson picked some out the garbage and then ran out the park. See, this is what we're talking about, Madcal. There's so many unanswered questions that can't be ignored. And we would want that with anybody in trial. Anybody. If we can't have fair and legal justice system, then it's a travesty for us all. At the end, yeah, well, because it'll come back and bite you in the butt. A lot of people, they only see it when it's regarding to them or their nation of people or culture. But the thing that you ignore today can come back to be the thorn in your side later, tomorrow. That's a whole thing. That's why the righteous, we call out all unrighteousness. And we don't let no unrighteousness stand, because it is a sore. It is a fester. It will fester. It is leaven. It leavens the whole lump over time eventually. Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Akiyama.
Two people asked a similar question. Both Lolita Green and Vroom asked, My question is it actually a knife or a tool that athletes use? A knife or a tent stake?
So what I showed from the cops' evidence, right? And if what they showed was the actual instrument, the one that's evidence that was number one on the stand on the bleachers and all that, that looks like it's a knife, like a little pocket knife, but a multi-tool, like it got a can opener, it might got something else on it. So they say people, they use knives to clean the mud off cleats, some track athletes, right? But it doesn't look like a tool to put up a tent unless it's something on it that can hook and ratchet down the tent. But if that's what he used, or if that's the actual evidence, which the true evidence, which we don't know yet, then that looks like a pocket knife. It looks like a multi-knife, right? It has a can opener and something else on it. But that's legal. It's legal in Texas. It's legal to have that. It's not illegal. So there's nothing wrong. Anybody can have that and use it for whatever. And praise them, and they can use it for defense too. I mean, I use anything for defense. If I had a fork, you see what I mean? Imagine he had a fork in his bag. See, people don't understand that. That's how you know people are getting in their feelings, because he had Cheetos and stuff in the bag. Imagine he had a fork in his bag, right? And he told them, because that's what we use. I use anything to defend myself, right? That's what you're called to do, to defend yourself. So imagine he pulled out the fork and he came and he stabbed him, and the fork, and because the weight of it, God, there's something else with that, the weight of it. But anyway, and the fork went through his neck or went through his chest and killed him. What you gonna say? He carried a fork. A fork is, see, that's the part when people are unhinged, right? He should, everybody, I heard a Texan saying, everybody in Texas got a knife, everybody got a gun. But when they too young to have a gun, everybody got a knife. It's Texas. Texas, the wild, wild west. Somebody told you wrong. But I know in New York City, you better have a knife, because you get on the subway train, you get your butt on the 2 train, or the F train, or the whatever train. You get yourself on the train, and you ain't got nothing, and all of a sudden, watch the closing doors, beep, beep, and here come 5. Here you go. 6 goons walk on, big linebacker type, and they walk up to you and say, "Get out this seat, move." And you like, what the? You know what I mean? You like, and you try to move, or you don't move, or you might stand your ground and like, listen, bro, come on, there's plenty seats over there. I said, move. And then the other one step up and you try, and then they start to push you, attack you, and you try to defend yourself, right? So growing up in New York, you better have something, because anything can happen at any time. The world is dark, man. It's dangerous. Even if you're righteous, you ain't trying to start nothing. Yes, it's just the truth, bro. So that's why I always kept something. They call this an ox. I kept an ox, a box cutters. I kept something. I got to have something just in case, because I need to get them up off me. You don't want to be caught without nothing, right? And sometimes this won't help, because they could have a gun, they can have such and such, and it is what it is. You just got to do what you got to do. Go ahead, Akiyama.
This next one is from Ness. They ask, how old is this case?
From 2025. They prosecuted a year later.
The next one is from Non-Phase. They ask, this the appeal team up on this, question mark?
Say that again. The appeal team what?
Is the appeal team up on this?
They probably watching a lot of the channels that kind of cut through. Like we actually starting to cut through, so they might be able to see some of our videos, the ones that get 20,000, 30,000 views. Who knows? If I was the appeal team, I would be watching like my channel and Freezy and other channels, Lakeisha, the ones who are constantly reporting, because we're actually making their case for them. This funny thing is, because we're discerning through all of the testimonies and all of the court records and right? So they should be doing all this. Now they should be going even further, right? Because they have a whole team. So they should have forensics, DNA. They should have medical experts. They should have private investigators. They probably doing what they probably doing is probably 1,000 times better than even just watching us and learning. You know why? One thing I do notice, and everybody check this out. One thing I notice, they are very quiet. Listen what I mean by that. They got the dream team. It's been a couple of weeks now. Have you heard one thing from them? You ain't heard them say nothing. That's a great sign. Let me explain. The one who is slow to speak, slow to expose, not letting the left hand know what you're doing, the fact that they so quiet as they building, oh, that's a great sign. If they was all out showing everything, saying everything all in the public, and we got this and we do this, that's messy Jesse. They've been quiet. Oh, that's one thing about the quiet, the silent movers, silent assassins, silent, you know what I mean? The brass, those who loud and braggadocious, they ain't the most dangerous. Nah. It's the quiet, the ones who move, the ones who like, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. You understand? I don't want no problems, B. Those who want to leave the people alone. That's why I keep telling you, leave people alone, bro. I'm telling you what I'm telling you as an elder, because the ones that do, you know, them quiet, the ones you think you can bully and all that, I'll be the one that will give it to you. I'm telling you for real. That's the thing, right? If those who've been in jail and prison, they know what I'm talking about. You don't, you know, the ones who are brash and all that crap, whatever. The ones who just respectful, quiet, yes sir, don't got no, just leave them alone. You don't want no, that you start something, you start a problem, you start a real problem. You understand? Those who just respectful, those the real bad boys move in silence. What the scripture said, well, I don't know, the scripture don't say that, but what the culture says, you know, slang from the culture, right? Real bad boys move in silence. You understand? But I do understand the scripture says to be still and know that the Most High, he's in the stillness. He's in the stability. He's in the shalom. He's in the stillness. He's not all chaotic, wild, and braggadocious. Nah, the power is in the stillness. Be still. I'm very respectful. You might not think I'm quiet. I'm very quiet. I don't even speak. I'm very quiet. People shocked when they be around me and meet me like, oh my goodness, they think you shy. I'm not. I just don't. I'm very quiet. I'm very observant. I'm yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. I'm very polite. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, greeting everything. I don't want no problem, B. I don't want nothing. I'm good. I'm good. Just don't touch me. You understand? That's all. Just let me go. I'm going to try to get away so you don't touch me. You know what I mean? But these kids, right? We can only go, you know, because they surrounded Karmelo. That's what people don't understand as well. When they pulled up on him, he was surrounded. So it wasn't like people like, well, why didn't he just leave? Well, he was surrounded, guys. We just read the testimony. The other dude said all of them got up and all of them, and they was called the big boys, the crew. So, right? And he's a child too. He was 17. And they 17, 16, 18, 17, whatever year olds. So they're not fully adult thinking through, you know what I mean? But yeah, so go ahead, Akiyama. Let's do, how many more we got?
A lot.
Oh, wow, it was?
Yeah.
All right, so is it still coming in or it's just a lot from before?
Yeah, it's still coming in.
Oh, I didn't know. All right, go ahead. Let's do a couple more. We're going to do 5 more, then I got to close, guys. I'll try to answer the rest on Monday. So if y'all could come back, and Hakiyama got them listed down, so we'll try to answer the rest of them. I was supposed to do the call-in tonight. All right, I'll try to set it up for Monday. I was supposed to do the call-in section where y'all going to be able to call into the channel, right? So y'all can ask the question live. Y'all can give y'all statement. I'm going to do a call-in section, guys. That's going to be dope. All right, hopefully I can set it up by Monday. And so it'll be a segment where like, okay, we're going to go to the callers. And you guys will be able to call in and be like, y'all can tell y'all what y'all think about whatever topic we talking about, share your insights. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for sharing your insights. I think that'll be a great asset to the call and to the ministry and stuff. No, you can save it. Thank you so much. To the ministry. So yeah, I'll try to. I meant to do it tonight, but I ran out of time. I was doing so much, and they did spiritual attacks. That's why I didn't start the live till like 10 o'clock tonight. Spiritual attacks all the time. So yeah, praise the Most High. So I'll do the calling, and we'll answer the rest of the questions on on Monday. So give me a couple more, Haki. I'm gonna try to let's try to do them quickly. Hopefully I can answer quickly.
This next one is from Sarah Price. She says,
shout out to Sister Sarah.
I'm sometimes self-conscious about how people perceive my beauty and lack thereof. If I wear weaves using makeup and lighten my skin, I will go deep down into a worst parts of hell? ?
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. It's just I understand the question. That's a funny question. So she said, all right, say it again one more time.
Okay. I'm sometimes self-conscious about how people perceive my beauty and lack thereof. If I wear weaves.
Okay, let me stop right there. Let me address that. Beauty or lack thereof, but beauty is a slippery slope, meaning beauty is a double-edged sword, right? To get much is given, much is required. So beauty through the scripture is close to witchcraft and sorcery. That's why the most beautiful people, Hasatan was the most beautiful of all Malayaks, angels, right? So beauty that's why people who are really beautiful, they get a lot of things given to them. They get a lot of, they get access to a lot of things that us normal people, us, and some of us that might not be, that's under normal attraction to standards of the world standards today, right? Because beauty is also in the eye of the beholder, you see? So just because someone might think they're physically attractive or beautiful, right, for some standards, you go to some other people, they ain't their standards, right? Because I know people who like my cousin Tom, and Marcellus. Oh my goodness, these boys crazy. Marcellus said he like his girls ratchet. He like them with orange and purple weave and naps all in the back of the neck with a couple of gold teeth in the mouth, on welfare, Section 8, like just ratchet. He said the crusty feet look like they've been walking on coal and rocks. He called it alligator feet. And the crazy thing, y'all would think he's joking. And he's a decently handsome man. He's a handsome man. He's not, and you would think he's joking, but he was dead serious. Now I'm laughing because he's, but he's like, I'm not joking. And I'm like, but guess what? That's what he dates. And all the problems that come with it. Because, a lot of those people that he was describing, they be mad ratchet, right? He said about 4 or 5 kids, 6, 7 kids, Section 8, welfare, blue and purple colored weave, naps all in the back, tiger stripes, that's what they call it, stretch marks everywhere, a little gut, I like a gut, right? I'm like, no disrespect to anybody who has that description, but this is how he described how he liked his woman. And he's slim. He's tall. He's like 6 foot, my complexion, decent looking man. No, he just that's what some people, remember, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. It's all individual what people like. That's his preference. And I thought he was being facetious or joking, but he wasn't, okay? So when I moved to Florida, he was here, okay? So when I came, the Most High brought me here. When I got free from my sentence to start my new life over, he was here. And so when I was amongst them, that's what he would date. I would come over and he would have a brand new super hood. I'm talking about the type that gonna fight you, pull a gun on you or something. She pull a gun out of weave or something, right? Just gold teeth, a couple of gold teeth. And, I'm like, boy, these people are crazy. And that's what I thought he was joking, but that's what he dates. He like it. I don't know what it's about. Then my other cousin in North Carolina, Tom is 5 foot, 5'3", 5'2", right? From Brooklyn. Shout out to Bed-Stuy, right? But he's in North Carolina. So Tant, if he see this, he gonna laugh. And he handsome, right? Afro, Tant, right? Handsome young Tant, right? You're wow, right? You know how to, my short dudes, you're wow, right? Tant, like a girl, this is Tant preference. I swear, you think he'd be joking. He wanted to be, now he's 5'3", he might weigh maybe 130, maybe 140, because he's not skinny, 5'3". If you're 5'3" and you weigh 130, you kind of, not fat, but he got some weight, so he's not skinny, right? Don't got no belly or nothing. He's not fat. No disrespect to my heavier brothers and sisters, right? But he's 5'3" and regular, fit 5'3" proportion, regular size. So his girls that he he said 260 or better, or better. No disrespect to my bigger brothers and sisters. Just take care of your health. Try to work out because it's not healthy for you, right? I know America call that body shaming. These people running this country is the devil. So don't listen to none of that. It's not good for your health, all right? So just work out to try to get your health together. Okay. Now, he won his girls 260 pounds or better, listen, and at least 5'10" or 5'11". He's 5'3" and he weighs about 130, 120, right? 5'3", I'm sorry, I'm going. And you would think he's joking, and he's handsome, right? He can get girls, and he have money, he got cars, he a DJ. So he get all the girls. He's DJing, and he got swag and everything, dress, right, from Brooklyn, but down in North Carolina, dress, everything. And I thought it was a joke again, because this when I went to North Carolina and bought my properties. For those who know my ministry, my Testimony TV, Uncle Yahshua 25 Life Testimony TV, to hear my life stories, right? Where I was owning my real estate, my nightclub. So that's why I bought my nightclub in North Carolina, is because of Tant. So the reason why I was down in North Carolina is because of Tant and my baby mama. Their family from there. And Tant was the DJ, right? Down there, number one, right? In Raleigh, Durham, and Henderson, and Oxford, North Carolina. It's the 252 and 919 area code thing, North Carolina, right? And this 2006, right? When I was there in North Carolina. So you would think he's joking, right? Because all the girls like him, he DJ and everything, DJ Tant and all that. But he not lying. He pull up. I remember one time he pulled up, he had a black little C-class Benz. So I'm like, Tant, who car you driving? My new honey. I'm like, oh, right? I'm like, oh, you bagged him? I swear, he went and got her and came back. If I'm lying, I'm flying. No disrespect to nobody. I don't know how she got in that little C. It was a C230. This is 2006. The little Benz, the C-class, C230. It was black, had little rims. I don't know how he got that girl in there with a shoehorn. I don't know how she got in that car. I come over to the car. I swear the car itself was like leaning like this from the outside. So I looked and all you see is in the seat. And so I said, it looked like furniture or something in the seat. I said, Tant. He said, stop looking in the car. I'm like, who that? That's my girl. I said, stop lying. Well, I told you how I like him. So I'm not hating. So by the time she came, he said, I want you to meet my cousin. She got out the car. She was every bit 6 foot, 290 pounds. She was, shout out to my big sisters, confident. She like, what up? I'm like, what's good? I'm like, and Tant, I said, Tant. So later I'm like, how? He like, I like to climb them. He like, right? They call them chubby chasers and stuff like that. He like, I like to climb that mountain. I'm like, so I'm like, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, number one. Now, as far as the beauty standards, sorry, I ain't seen the chat. Oh, sorry, I don't even know what y'all saying or nothing. Okay. So anyway, sorry I didn't see the chat for a while. And so the standard of beauty, all right, there we go. Let me put that back up. There we go. So to much is given, much is required, right? So in the standards of beauty of the world, a lot of the physically attractive people, they get a lot of things thrown their way and they can get a lot spoiled. So it's easy for them to get possessed by devils. You understand? Because they have so much given to them and everybody's telling. That's why my daughter Shemaya, I was trying to get my ex, stop telling her she's so beautiful, because she is beautiful, right? She have a little exotic, beauty thing. You know what I mean? The hair and I'm like, if she wasn't so physically attractive, then it would be better for me to instill how beautiful she is, because she probably won't be hearing it so much from the outside world, right? But because she is actually what the world call physically beautiful, I need to balance that. Because I don't need her, the world, everybody telling her how beautiful she is. She's so beautiful, right? And I need to bring that back to earth. Beauty my butt. Like, that don't mean I need to build character in you, because you get possessed by devils. So your question is, I don't know if you're on the side of being really physically beautiful as in the world standards, or if you're on the side of being not as physically beautiful in the world standards. But you gave a description of putting on a weave, and then what else she said? So read the question again, Haki. I'm sorry, I just went into a whole story, but some people like story time. Go ahead, Haki. Read it one more time.
Miss Sarah said, I'm sometimes self-conscious about how people perceive my beauty and lack thereof. If I wear weaves, use makeup, and lighten my skin, will I go deep down into the worst parts of hell? ?
Okay, so you can wear makeup. Less is more, because Samjaza taught them the beautifying of the eyes and all that. Not to entice or seduce men. You can wear some light makeup to mask some of your imperfections. Let's say if you had spotted skin and you wanted to blend out your skin, or light eyeliner, light, no crazy dumb eyelashes, all that foolish stuff. But less is more. Light makeup, that's not witchcraft. It's just, you're just enhancing what the Most High gave you, right? Now, the weave, some people don't have the hair or length that they would like. So again, that with moderation. I would say start to go more natural in your hair and maybe lock up your hair so that now your hair can start to grow out with your own natural hair where you won't need a weave, all right? Because you're going more natural, and over time, it takes a while though for the locks, but that'll be a remedy for that situation, so you won't have to wear a weave. But if you want to go through that, it's okay, but less is more, right? All that, they wearing purple weaves, brown weaves, this weave, blonde, this color, this, and way down to the floor, and they doing it to look, it's vanity, right? It's vanity. Less is more. Everything is about the simplicity with the Most High, right? So the weave, less is more. I would say start to heal your scalp, heal your hair, and the best way for so-called blacks is to really, our natural state is lock. Let your hair lock naturally. Go get it. See, mine's are neat. You got some unkempt. Mine's are neat, right? All of it. People, they compliment because it's neat. You don't have to have it all unruly. You can if you want, right? And I freeform, so I don't twist or nothing, but it's just neat. I got it. I trained it to be neat, right? So, and I take care of my hair, right? So if you do that, it would grow because you're not cutting it, you're not frying it, you're not covering it, right? Because the weave and stuff, it's a continual destruction of the follicles of the sister's hair, because the weave and stuff is covering your natural hair. So it's not getting the sun and the elements and the wind and the thing. So it's like exasperating the problem of baldness and pattern baldness. You see what I mean? But I know it's a rough situation. So what you can kind of do is you could probably go extension while you growing out your locks or something. That's what I would say, to get away from weave, right? But weave is not a sin, a transgression. That's not going to send you to the lake of fire. What will send you to the lake of fire is if you use your weave as witchcraft. You see, if you use your weave as I'm going to whip that hair and I'm using my hair as a seduction to seduce men to cause them to transgress the Most High, then all of that will be counted against you. That's a transgression. All right. So the weave itself and the eye makeup is when you go too far. Now you go crossing over to fallen angels. You know, the people who it's all over the world now, where they beat their face like you, when they take off all the makeup, some of them they look like a total different person when they put on the makeup. You know what I mean? So that's a deceit. Okay. That's not what you really look like. So that's a false appearance. That falls into sin and deceit when it goes so far that they make you up into another entity. Simjaza taught that. That's fallen angel knowledge, right? So less is more. When you just use the little makeup just to enhance what you got, right? You want to darken your eyes, your eyebrows, maybe a little light, and you want to, a little, everything less is more, okay? Remember, money is not evil, it's the love of money. So it's the spirit behind why you're doing the thing. Now, the next one, you said skin lightening. Yeah, that might be a ticket. That's a dangerous slope. If you are wanting to lighten your skin, then that means that the societal pressures have made you hate. I guess you would have deeper melanin than me, hate your melanated skin, which is actually a superpower. But the world has taught opposite. What the Most High has gifted you, the world has made some people believe it's a curse. So the whitening of the skin is a deeper issue because that means that that there is a trauma, there's spiritual, there's something possessing you to make you hate your skin color. Now that is really, that's a deeper issue. So will you lightening your skin take you to the deeper recesses of hell? It's not the lightening of the skin, it's whatever it was that's in you that made you want to have to lighten your skin that's taken over. That's what would get you cursed, to be in the deeper recesses of some type of hell, right? So that's the healing that would find out what is making you want to have the lighter skin. You understand? So, and that's a real issue. So again, it's the spirit of the things that behind why you are wanting to do the things. It's always the spirit behind the thing. Praise the Most High. Shout out to Jen in the building. All right, go ahead, Haki. I'm tired. I can't do no more.
Wait,
Praise
just
you.
one is a testimony.
Go ahead, do the testimony. Let's close with a testimony.
This is from Alden Outdoors. They say, my brother, hope you're staying blessed. I'm celebrating 250 years of freedom today. I'm almost 2 years sober. Thank you, Jesus. All praises and glory to the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Praise the Most High. What was his name or her name?
Alden.
A-L-D-E-N?
Mm-hmm.
You think it's a guy? I think it's a guy.
I think so.
Shout out to Alden. Welcome to the channel. I'm not sure if you're new here or not, but we all celebrating with you, Alden. Alden, congratulations. What a milestone. Praise the Most High for recovery. What a, he said, why are Negroes evil? Why are white people evil? Why are Spanish people evil? Why are Chinese people evil? Robert, boy, are you asking that as a real question, or are you just a devil that's just hating? Are you hating that you're not a Negro? You want a Negro? You want to be a Hebo, Robert? Boy, these devils, they come in right at the end. He coming to my why Negroes so evil. The most evil ever done on the earth was not done by Negroes, Robert, so stop it. I've been drinking water this whole time. So stop it, Robert. Robert, you need to repent, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand, and stop being jelly belly of the Negroes. They had Negro land, Robert, and they did a little wicked stuff over there in Negro land, and the Most High sent them into their captivities. But everything a lot of the stuff that you are using today and everything came from the Negroes. So stop it, Robert. Repent, Robert, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand. Okay? All right, let's continue. So y'all know, guys, that the trolls, they always come once we try to close, right? It's crazy work. That they come soon as we try to close, they just start spamming the chat. Right? The devils, these devils, like Hasatan say, he's trying to leave. Unc is leaving. let's try to make him upset. All right, praise the Most High. So thank you, Akiyama, for your assistance. 330 people still on the live stream. All right. Peace and blessings to the righteous remnant of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. From the house of the Most High to you all. Thank you to all the moderators for assisting. I think we got up to like 700 people on the live tonight. Something. I'll see that later. That's a lot of souls. Praise the Most High for all the souls that the Most High has us reach. We live again Monday Eastern Standard Time about 9:30 p.m. Yeah, they want attention. They'll sit here for hours watching too. And right at the end, they'll start speaking. Pancakes. Negroes are the devil. They just start like, bro, you want attention? The binkies and blankets for all the trolls. Binkies and blankets. It's okay, little trolls. We understand. Night, little trollies, don't you cry. Unc is gonna give you a lullaby. Unc is gonna give you a binky tea, and we're gonna wrap you in the blankie. The house of the hush, little trolls, and don't you cry. We welcome you all to the house of the Most High. We got binky and blankets for your sin. Please like and subscribe and come back again. Yo, PARRA, shout out to the United Kingdom. Shout out to PARRA, my brothers and sisters in the United Kingdom and Canada out there. Shout out to Africa. Shout out to the brothers and sisters worldwide. Peace and blessings. Shout out to Nafisa Jackson in the building. Peace and blessings, everybody. Welcome to the house of the Most High. I was so glad for you to spend this time with us. I'm so glad we spend this time together. All right. Praise the Most High in spirit and in truth. This was Karmelo Shaka, the devil's in the details. Who is Adrien? Yeah, they need to answer that. We did that. Carson, Young Eddie, PARRA, court testimony released. This case is spiritual, y'all. Facts. That part. Thank you for the most. Yeah, it's tired. It's time for me to go to bed. Eat me some good food and lay my butt down. And my feet starting to hurt now, so that did good. I was time to sit down, but I'm like, we about to close out. I'm gonna take me a seat. It's 10:53 a.m. in the United Kingdom. Peace and blessing to everybody waking up in the United Kingdom on this Sabbath day, the 7th day. Thank you for joining us, everybody. We live again Monday. Come on back. You're gonna enjoy the meal. You're gonna have some fun. We're gonna get some laughs. I had a laugh thing to do. We're gonna knock it out the park. We love and we welcome everybody, and we love you with the love of the Father. From the house of the Most High, thank you to all the moderators and all the ministry, welcoming everybody new, and praise the Most High for the righteous remnant. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. We see y'all again on Monday. Thank you, guys. Great job, House of the Most High tonight. Great job. Praise the Most High. Thank you again, Hakiyama, for everything, helping me read and covering. Thank you to Yashiyaha and Tamaya for covering the house and the ministry. We love you all from the House of the Most High. Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We're having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.